start. Yeah, just checking that we have quorum. I believe we do. Of course, better quorum on this side than on the other side. Okay, everyone ready? Brilliant. So I hope you had a very good evening. And those of you who went out ballooning either at sunrise or slightly later, glad to see everyone back here safe and sound. Otherwise, we would have had a quorum issue if, if we would have lost the number of TC members. It would have been very unfortunate to lose a number of TC members at the very first meeting. So great to see everyone here. So our initial plan was to get to the work plan this morning, including dates for the different meetings and the workshops. Richard and I are looking at the draft. We believe the dates currently identified will not work. So we're going to look into the dates again, and there will be a draft paper circulated, hopefully sort of like mid-morning today, so that we could then have a discussion on it first thing in the afternoon. So that's that's about the work plan. So this morning we would continue with the item 5, which is the exchange of views on purpose and scope of the funding arrangements for responding to loss and damage and the fund established in paragraph 3, decisions 2 CP 27 and 2 CMA 4. So we have a number of presentations. We would start with the presentations, then have an opportunity to engage in dialogue and ask questions, and we would then see where we are. But basically, just when we are about to break for the coffee break, we would then take a group photo of the Transitional Committee so that everyone can then, after the photo, go and change into casual clothes and not to yeah. So you don't have to have your jackets and your suits in the afternoon, but we can be more casual once we've taken the official photo. Right. It is a great pleasure for me to start with inviting the presenters for this morning. So we start with the World Food Programme. So Matthew Dubreuil, I believe he's somewhere and ready to present. He's online. Okay. So Mr. Dubreuil, you have the floor. And indeed, the issues that the Transitional Committee is particularly interested in is that what are the current funding arrangements? What are the? I was muted. What are the triggers for launching activities? What is the extent of financing and so on? But I'm sure that colleagues around the table will have several questions. So now, Mr. Dubreuil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to thank to the Transitional Committee for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this conversation. I'm going to specifically talk about climate and disaster risk financing and insurance. I'm really sorry, my camera doesn't seem to be working, unfortunately. So yes, I will be focusing on climate and disaster risk financing and insurance, CDRFI. This is a kind of an awful name, but that's what regroups really like all the financial solutions that we are focusing on and how it contributes to addressing loss and damage. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the WFP is primarily looking at these solutions. to do like, because we have an increase, of course, as you know, in shocks, in the magnitude, in the severity. The humanitarian needs are increasing really fast, and the humanitarian resources to finance the response and the assistance is not growing as fast as that, and so the gap is growing very, very quickly. So we need to find new financing solutions on one side, but we also need to deliver assistance to those affected by loss and damage differently, which requires pre-financing, pre-agreed financing on one side, and new delivery mechanism and new timelines, because money alone won't do the trick. We need to do better, faster, and at better moments. Next slide, please. So WFP is working on three main tools. The first one is on anticipatory action, which I understand you had a presentation yesterday on, but so I will be quite quick. Then we have, just after the shock, the early response, partly funded by insurance at the micro and macro level. And then we have the more traditional humanitarian response. And we're looking at CDR-FI to reduce the impact of the shock, that's for anticipatory action, to increase the funds available for the response, and especially at catastrophic level, including by leveraging private sector, to improve the speed and predictability of the response, and also to augment the preparedness capabilities of governments and of humanitarian stakeholders. So anticipatory action is triggered by forecast, and the interventions are supposed to end right before the shock occurs, as you can see on that slide, which of course is much more strict when we have a fast onset compared to when we have a slow onset, such as drought. We're not really using these tools for slower onset, like sea level rise, for instance. Insurance is triggered by direct observation, usually by satellite, but it can also be by measuring the yields for agricultural activities, or also like by using ground data like rain gauges. And also it can be by loss adjustment when it comes to the more traditional type of insurance, which WFP doesn't use. Anticipatory action and macro insurance. So the macro is at the higher level, let's say at the national level. The intervention go through the social protection systems in general, or the cash transfer mechanisms, in some cases cooperating partners, when we do, for instance, in-kind response, like by distributing drought-resistant seeds for anticipatory action. And through government programs. At the micro level, we're leveraging the private sector mechanisms like mobile banking systems, microfinance institutions and banks, or cooperatives. Next slide, please. So on anticipatory action, what I wanted to say beyond this graph is that we're using it for two main things. First, it's to really like dignify the beneficiaries who can then like directly protect themselves and respond by anticipation to these shocks, but also reducing the cost of the response. And this is what we've seen by conducting several impact evaluation, and to also like reduce the impact of the shock, which by extension reduces the needs for the traditional humanitarian assistance, and thus has a huge impact also on donors. Next slide, please. At the microinsurance level, we're never doing microinsurance as a standalone activity. If you can just go 2 more click, please. It's always an integrated approach, and we are using this R4 model in about like 20 countries that is based on, first, the participants need to engage in risk reduction activities that can be land management and restoration, water management, improvement of farming practices more adapted to climate change, and other, such as climate services. When the participant engage in these activities, WFP pays the microinsurance premium so that they can be protected on one side, but also be confident enough to take a bit more risk to engage in more productive activities. But insurance is only there for the most catastrophic events. And so we're always aligning it with the risk retention activity, which is basically saving components, so that the participant can, on one side, absorb the more frequent and less severe shocks that are not covered by insurance, and develop their capacities to invest in new technologies, in new inputs, so that they increase their productivity and their income generation. And then the prudent risk taking is basically accessing credit, accessing the market so that their income generation keeps growing and they can transition out of that model and be much more climate resilient. Next slide, please. On the macro insurance, which is where WFP supports either governments directly to strengthen their shock responsive social protection systems, which is what we do in the Caribbean, for instance, where we do a top up on their existing policies against hurricanes, for instance. And if there is a payout, part of the payout flows through the social protection systems, the cash transfer systems, or in the case of Nicaragua, for instance, the payout actually goes back to WFP to increase the school meal programs. But there is also, for some countries, and in particular in Africa, where WFP buys a policy that can mirror or not the government's policy, so that if there is a drought in particular, but also a tropical cyclone, we receive a payout based on an operational plan that has been pre-approved, and we can respond earlier than the traditional humanitarian response that normally happens. This is particularly very true for drought. For tropical cyclone, this is something that we're still learning. I wanted to say that loss ratio overall, so that's the total payout that we have received compared to the total amount of premium that we have paid, is 112%. So we have already received more than what we have paid over the last 5 years. Last year in 2022, we received about 15 million payout. The loss ratio was about 200%. But I still consider that the premium rates are too high because all the stakeholders and governments in particular expect insurance to cover all kinds of shocks and to have like a too high frequency of payout. Again, insurance is for the most catastrophic ones. And so we need to have a risk layering approach and a good articulation between what is done in anticipation and what is done just after the shock, to have like the most catastrophic layer, the insurance, and also like what can be risk absorption through savings or contingency finance, for instance. Next slide, please. And this is the last one. So in 2022, overall on CDRFI, WFP provided financial coverage to about 5.5 million people in more than 25 countries, for about 400 million of financial coverage, which is, I think, quite massive. We multiplied it by 4 compared to 2021. Specifically for insurance, we assisted 1.8 million people last year with about like 15 million payouts that have been distributed primarily through cash transfers. In terms of gaps, because I was re-asked to do that, I wanted to insist on 5 quick things. First thing is that not all types of shocks of magnitude and frequencies are covered optimally right now. So we need to do like a lot of work to understand the risk to start with, and then we can develop the right solutions. And on that sense, I don't know if you have heard about the Global Risk Modeling Alliance, which I think has started its work in the Pacific and in Pakistan, and they're really doing a great work. Now, when we have done that, we still need to do collectively much better in terms of articulating these different tools, because so far they are still like working a little bit too much in silos. And I hope that this is what the Global Shield will manage to do. And we need to reduce the frictions between these different tools, the overlap, and improve the timing of the response, because time saves lives and reduces the damages and the losses. Then the targeting remains an issue. We need to find like new ways of targeting so that we can actually respond faster, reduce the impacts, and reduce the cost. Otherwise, this is actually, we keep like having this gap growing. Finally, the government and humanitarian stakeholders need to work even more together to work at scale, because even if we have managed to grow this financial protection to up to $400 million, this is by far not sufficient. In comparison, WFP's budget was about like 14 billion. So we're still like at not a sufficient scale. And finally, and that is connected with the targeting, but also with the delivery, the linkage with social protection systems and the strengthening of response mechanisms needs to be developed at a larger scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do colleagues have any immediate questions or clarifications or for follow-up? Diane, please.
Thank you. And I'm not sure, I don't remember the name of the person making the presentation, but to co-chairs, thank you very much for this presentation. I think for many AOSIS countries, this is something that we are hoping a vision for the new fund to be established. But the difference here is that we want to have a fund that is a system that is established where you can have a commitment that funding will be provided and these insurance premiums with that type of structure will be very useful to all of our countries. You particularly like the idea, which is what worked in our country, when you have direct payment. And I think he used the word which dignity in response. I think that is something that we have seen that works really well. It's amazing that if you give someone who's affected just a small amount of money, they feel empowered, and the human spirit just comes alive, and they start to clean up and they start to work. So in the Caribbean area, when we're seeing hurricanes going to Florida, for example, we see everybody jump into their car and drive away. I'm like, oh no, who's going to clean up after? And then we look on with just the biggest of envy to my US colleagues. You see at the edge of the hurricane, all of the utility trucks from the different utility outside of the states just lining up, waiting to just drive in and swoop in and clean up and fix everything. That doesn't happen like that in any, in developing countries, certainly not an island. So it is the person who, the point I'm trying to make is the person who experienced that shock, experienced the loss, experienced death of family and so on. They are the same ones who have to get up and clean up and put everything back together, the exact same person. So nobody, if you get hit by a car, a doctor puts you back together. No, in these countries, the people who are damaged, who are hurt, have to put things back together again. So this type of approach is really important to get that human spirit to work and put the country back together as quickly as possible before you have secondary and third knock-on effects. So I think this is very good. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Diane. I don't see any other comments from the TC members. So, Matthew, did you want to still provide some remarks, or should? Yes, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I think I just wanted to say that WFP is, of course, like providing more contribution to the loss and damage conversation. So if there is need, we are very happy to bring some other experts to that. We do remain obviously available to go a little bit more deeper into these different tools, because that was still quite high level. I'm personally very convinced that they have a very important role to play in addressing loss and damage. So I do hope that the conversation will continue. So, and good luck for your work. Thanks.
Yeah, but it's
Okay, thank you very much. We would then move to the next presentation, which would be by the IFRC. So Mary Friel, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Yes, you're there. Okay, the floor is yours.
That was perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, co-chairs and members of the Transitional Committee, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent. I'll start, hopefully the presentation slides, by briefly explaining the work of the Red Cross and Red Crescent National Society Network, what actions we are taking relevant to loss and damage. And in this, we are very mindful of the limits of our action, which do not respond to the full range of losses and damages experienced by countries, communities, and people, such as major reconstruction to cultural loss, but rather, in the spirit, look to share insights and to signpost where we can provide relevant as requested expertise and insight, such as on rapid finance support, post-disaster, anticipatory action, and cash approaches. And I will also share an overview of our finance response mechanisms, and following discussions yesterday, some further information on triggers. So the IFRC is a network of 192 national societies, each working at the national, regional and local levels with communities through local branches and local volunteers, and with around 16 million volunteers globally. National society actions take place through the full disaster management cycle of preparedness, anticipatory action, response and recovery as outlined. We work in collaboration with governments, humanitarian agencies and with local communities, and are different in a few ways from our counterparts. We respond to small, hyper-local, as well as medium to large-scale disasters. Our humanitarian action is through Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, who are national organisations with a permanent presence in their country. And each national society acts as an auxiliary to their government to support in preparing for and reducing disaster risk, responding when disaster strikes to support early recovery and then longer term resilience building post-disaster. And a number of countries, we play a role in the inclusive design of disaster law, input into national adaptation plans and disaster risk reduction, and also scaling up climate adaptation programming. National societies are there before, during and after a crisis, focused on local action. And in that spirit, we raise the critical importance of inclusion of people and communities, including Indigenous people who are directly experiencing loss and damage, to participate as part of an inclusive process, which we appreciate will be at the forefront of minds in the work plan and design of workshops. We've been asked, what are you doing to provide support to address loss and damage, with a particular focus on post-disaster support? So firstly, the Red Cross and Red Crescent National Society seek to minimise loss of life, loss of income, loss of livelihoods, loss of health through taking effective disaster preparedness measures, pursuing anticipatory action, scaling up early warning, early action, including through the Early Warning for All initiative, and with support as well with disaster law. When a disaster strikes, we respond to impacts to meet people's immediate needs into early recovery, including provision of emergency shelter, healthcare, including mental health support, income loss assistance, access to water, sanitation, and support to people displaced, targeting support to those most affected and with the least resources to cope. In terms of our approach, we focus where possible on cash assistance for people and communities, focused on dignity and to make choices on what actions will best support, meet personal, family and community needs. Also, a number of national societies play a role in helping to leverage social protection systems, which have a key role in supporting, minimising and addressing loss and damage. So to provide an overview of our finance mechanisms, we have two main channels: the DREF, which is the Disaster Response Emergency Fund, and traditional emergency appeals. We have about 77 active DREF operations and 27 emergency appeals at the moment. More than 2/3 of these are responding to climate and weather-related disasters. Emergency appeals are used in the context of large-scale emergencies where the scale of needs surpass the upper threshold of the DREF, the Disaster Response Emergency Fund, and that upper limit is 1 million Swiss francs, and that's based on needs assessment led by the National Society, who's coordinating with their government, with local authorities in their auxiliary capacity. I will focus my remarks mostly on the DREF, which has more transferable learning, and noting this also appears in the draft synthesis report for the committee. Let me start by briefly saying why we have the DREF and the purpose it serves. It's there to respond to small and medium-sized emergencies, which often occur in relative silence on the regional and global stage, but with devastating impacts on people and communities. With limited visibility beyond the local and national level, these events often do not receive the influx of financial support that can follow larger scale events. And the DREF works in the following ways to address this and focus on speed of action and access to finance. Firstly, by allocating grants for small, medium-sized disasters to national Red Cross, Red Crescent societies up to 1 million Swiss francs. For example, this month, following back-to-back cyclones in Vanuatu earlier this month, the DREF released approximately 800,000 Swiss francs to the Vanuatu Red Cross in less than 1 week post-disaster. To trigger this, the DREF application must be completed within 10 days of the disaster occurring, and this is done based on an initial post-disaster needs assessment, which is carried out in conjunction and coordination with the Government Disaster Management Office. And once this application is made, it takes 24 hours for finance to be released. In the meantime, during this first week post-disaster, before the DREF arrived, the Vanuatu National Society provided initial emergency support alongside the needs assessment with pre-positioned emergency supplies. The second way the DREF works is to provide rapid finance while waiting for an emergency appeal to arrive. The DREF provides startup finance to national societies so they can take immediate action, and then this is replenished from the emergency appeal. This happened this month for the Malawi Red Cross, who received 1 million Swiss francs from the DREF following the recent cyclone within the first week post-disaster, while an emergency appeal was raised of 6 million. Additionally, while not exclusively focused on the question of addressing loss and damage, the DREF has a window to fund forecast-based action. This is a way to get funding to communities before a disaster strikes to reduce the impacts for people. On the question of scale of finance, the DREF has been in place since 2009, but has significantly scaled up in recent years. And this slide just gives a snapshot of historical data on types of events, and this is open source available on the IFRC website. But to give a rundown on last year in terms of 2022, there were 154 allocations that were made to 91 national society with allocation of 58.1 million Swiss francs, 11% of which was allocated for the anticipatory pillar, an area we wish to scale up to make anticipatory action the default. And last year, 17 million of this was allocated to flooding operations as the highest category and type of disaster. On the question of triggers, which came up in yesterday's discussion for anticipatory action, we use risk analysis of the hazard, assessment of prior impacts, vulnerability data, and weather-related information, working closely with hydromet services, with climate science input led by our expert reference centre, the Red Cross Climate Centre, to co-develop and approve approaches well ahead of a disaster impact. National societies define in advance the actions they will take in response to different triggers, and this can range from like distributing cash to higher risk communities via debit cards through flexible cash assistance. People can take early action of their choice to best meet their needs, from evacuation to selling livestock. And I also wish to flag the Anticipation Hub and Expert Reference Centre of the IFRC, Red Cross Climate Centre, and German Red Cross, which has created an open platform on anticipatory action to connect policy, academia, and practitioners well beyond the IFRC network and wider movement. And I wish to highlight just a number of very practical resources which can help in unpacking this area of triggers following yesterday's discussion. Humbly, to just conclude with a final thought, is again to reinforce the importance of seeking the direct input of people and communities who are right now impacted and experiencing losses and damages, as well as local actors who can provide valuable insights on gaps, solutions and actions. And we look forward to continuing to engage in this process and wishing you the best with this work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for a very insightful presentation. And indeed, as we are preparing a mapping or synthesis of what already exists there, so whatever you have kind of in writing or written inputs, that would be most helpful. I think that would also help the Secretariat tasks with the preparation of the paper. Diane, please.
Just within the context of our conversation here, just want to ask the question: why is it that the fund, oh my gosh, let me see the language of it, the DREF is capped at 1 million? Is that because of that's the resources available, or and basically is that enough? And if it's not, what are gaps in codes.
Thanks. I'll collect some of the questions. Shinad, please.
Thanks very much, Mary. Yeah, I mean, I think along the lines of what you were just saying, Uti, I'm starting to see in my mind a little bit how some of these presentations that we've had today and yesterday kind of, fit together or touch different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, as it were. So, for example, we had the OCHA presentation yesterday, which was quite the sort of big picture of disaster response. And I think one of the things that's interesting about the IFRC is the much more local approach, and I think the focus that's also really needed on the emergencies that really don't get the international attention, that maybe get into the big appeals, so I feel like it's I mean both are obviously really critical, but like you said, Uti, I'm kind of starting to see what would be really good to come out of the mapping in terms of some of these gaps that are being met, and just to point out one point. I mean, I think the mental health point is something that maybe, Deanne, I feel like you have been very sort of illuminating on, talking about the stress, particularly, I think, Deanne, you mentioned the other day, people dealing with 6 hurricanes in 15 years. And I mean, the toll and the stress on people is so difficult to imagine. So I sort of liked the notion in there about mental health support, and again, it comes back to one of the other pieces of the puzzle. I suppose it fits within the non-economic losses and damages, and maybe one of the ones which is particularly neglected. So yeah, I think it would be just great to see the mapping capturing the different the different sort of strengths and kind of categories of what's already there, as we try to figure out then, what needs to be scaled up and what needs to be started from scratch. Thanks.
Thanks. Then I have Adao, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning, friends and colleagues. I think this presentation is very good lessons learned in a way that can deliver financial support quickly to the most affected communities. But this is after the disaster, so we can also compare this presentation to the previous one. The previous one was before and after, so I think those 2 presentations quite useful. But my question is, how do they get fund? The source of fund, it's critically important to be part of the discussion for this set, I think. And disbursement issues, I think I did see the presentation there, but in terms of communication with country level entities, what kind of cooperation taking place? I mean, the modalities that applied for quickly responding the needs of developing countries or affected communities. I think that's my 2 questions, but in fact, this is a good lessons learned to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sumaya, please.
Thank you. Also, thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, you touch on issues related to income loss assistance and mental health assistance as well, because in the context of our work, one of them is touching on economic and the other one is non-economic losses. If you just elaborate by giving example as how could you do that? Thank you.
Thank you. And now I don't see any more. I do see, yes, sorry, Sunan and then Christina.
Thank you, Chair. Just a short query. Thank you for the excellent presentation. I was I wanted to, in fact, know about in terms of the relief and the slightly longer term. You're talking about in both areas 3 to 6 months, then 3 to 9 months. In terms of this restoring livelihood, a little bit on the recovery side, and then the immediate relief. What is in terms of let's say if you take a percentage, what is the proportion of the early versus the later, and also in terms of the funding, how rather do you have it for both, or the later one you have to in fact involve other stakeholders, in fact the build back better one? Thank you.
Thank you. And then Christina.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary, for that presentation. Just two questions. One is maybe following Diane's of whether the 1 million in grants is generally sufficient to manage the early response. And the second is how and who makes the decisions of where to respond. There was a point, I think, made at some point yesterday that decisions on humanitarian assistance tend to be based on geopolitical interests, and given sort of the role that the IFRC plays, it would be helpful to learn more about, given the resources that you have for DREF, how do you make those decisions of where to respond, and who makes those decisions? Thank you.
Jean-Christophe, please.
Just a very quick one. Thank you very much, Mary. Just to give you the opportunity to tell us whether you see limitations or margin of progression on the way you address the emergency situation. Maybe you do evaluation. So if you have some insights on that, I would be happy to hear them.
Thanks. So now I don't see any more flags. So over to you, Mary, for responses.
Thank you very much for the range of questions. I'll hope to work my way through them. So firstly, on the scale of the fund and the DREF and the 1 million cap, I think it's important to start with what purpose is a DREF trying to serve, which is that the small and medium-sized crisis that national societies are responding to, we're seeing major funding gaps. And this is a gap that is present for national societies in terms of both preparedness to respond, but then actually whenever the response happens. So this financial mechanism is designed to address that gap and to support national societies to be able to take effective action. I think the broader context in terms of humanitarian assistance was well laid out yesterday in terms of the gap in the humanitarian financial architecture of severely being underfunded to meet the needs. So the DREF is there in order to fill that gap between emergency appeals and also the role of national societies, which have a permanent presence, working as an auxiliary to government, providing support as requested, in helping to build resilient health systems, volunteers who are active in first aid, through to a number of different climate adaptation actions. So again, I think it's important to see what the fund is designed to achieve, and the purpose that it serves in terms of filling that major gap that we were seeing as national societies. The question came as well, maybe to try and take it in thematic order, around how the DREF is approved. So again, we really focus on rapid access. Every national society can apply to the DREF. That request is processed within 24 hours. There's a designated appeal manager who reviews that, and then the cash is released accordingly based on the needs assessment. In terms of, there's a different level of eligibility for the early action protocols for early action. That goes through a process because there's an automatic trigger which connects and releases finance. So there's two different ways in which finance is approved. One is the early action protocol, protocol, which involves a process of being co-produced with a national society leading and that being validated in advance, and so that whenever that trigger happens, finance is automatically released. And when it comes to the DREF, post-emergency disaster, that is led by the National Society to apply, and then a rapid approval process. In terms of the concern as well with the growth of humanitarian need and making sure that the DREF is able to respond responsibly to National Society requests, IFRC is also has been looking at putting an insurance element under the DREF to ensure that year on year, if the requests from National Society surpass what we would have budgeted for or anticipated, that there's an insurance mechanism that connects in to make sure, as the Federation, we're consistently able to support national societies as they put in requests as needed post-disaster for these small to medium term disasters. In terms of the gaps that we see, health and mental health would be very much at the top of some of the impacts that we would see, and would welcome further discussion or providing input as relevant to discussions on non-economic loss. In particular, I wanted to highlight the rising impacts from heat risk. You may have noticed on the DREF that a lot of our responses are in relation to floods, but national societies are taking action on heat risk, often outside of the traditional humanitarian system, working with local authorities with really critical life-saving actions, which can help to save lives, so that whenever extreme heat forecasts come through, that volunteers are able to take action and support people to be able to stay safe and well during extreme heat. Again, this is outside of the kind of financial architecture of the humanitarian system, but based on local volunteer action and also the actions of other community members and local volunteers and civil society groups. So I wanted to highlight that as a particular gap. In terms of income loss and how that is responded to, the first approach is always through cash assistance, and then supported as well as appropriate through technical support and provision as well of training and support. And that again is based on needs assessment. And something as well to flag is that a humanitarian response and the initial release of finance is based on an initial needs assessment, and needs and vulnerabilities change throughout the lifetime of an emergency and the experiences and what it needs to be prioritized. So what is released in that initial assessment is based on what the immediate needs are. And as you move through the cycle of an emergency, that amends, and there's flexibility then to respond to income support and then also on kind of wider livelihoods. I think some of the gaps is the gap between where humanitarian assistance ends and where, I suppose, traditional development begins, and where people can fall between the gaps, and something to be explored within this discussion. On fund disbursement, I think I've covered that already on rapid needs assessment. And happy again for us to be able to connect more broadly. As mentioned, we are a network of 192 national societies with our Secretary Generals and different climate leads across the world who also have valuable insights to input. Our priority is always around local action, and so we are keen as helpful to be able to connect with that direct evidence and support, as well as some of our technical expert centres, which again may be able to provide further support around triggers or around innovative finance or other areas of interest to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. So very, very good and substantive presentation, and indeed we look forward to receiving further written inputs that will help with our synthesis. So then moving on along the list. So next we move to migration issues, and we have Caroline Dumas from the International Organization on Migration. Yes, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, co-chairs. Good morning, members of the TC. So now a vision, if I can say, by the International Organization for Migration. I'm trying to be sure. Yes. I received 3 questions that I'm going to try to address. The first one was, what are the triggers that unlock IOM's support or facing loss and damage, of course. The second one was, what is IOM doing to provide support for addressing loss and damage? And the third one, what is the scope of IOM's action? So to start, I chose to start with the triggers, which might maybe answer a few questions from that were on the table since yesterday. IOM is one of the largest humanitarian organizations in the UN system and a partner of governments in a threefold, if I can say, action or approach: preventive action, anticipation, disaster risk reduction, humanitarian action, and solutions for displacement, reconstruction, sustainable development. So IOM works on a main trigger corresponding to its mandate, which is the global growth, first of all, of disasters in the world in the last decade at least, and the growing number of affected populations. We're going to see it in the next slide. In just the last 12 months, I mean, we've seen it in Malawi, Mozambique, Vanuatu, Pakistan, but many other places, north and south of the planet. We work on requests for cooperation and support, requests from communities, but as well from local or national authorities. But these requests are complemented by global risk assessments from the IPCC report, for instance, the Ecological Risk Index, early warning systems, for instance. We work, of course, on specific fragility and or vulnerabilities of communities impacted and or countries as well, based on local needs assessments, capacity assessments made like in the Kadri assessments. We work on requests, received by communities or authorities or donor bilateral partners in the framework of the bilateral cooperation. And we work, of course, in the scope of IOM's mandate, which is the UN Organization for Migration, including its mandate as the camp coordination and camp management co-chair with UNHCR for disasters. So our way of acting, if I can say, and this presentation will focus on that. The focus is to react as well to the human face, if I can say, of climate change. We have been presented these figures yesterday, actually, by OCHA. We have the same source, fortunately, and you can see on these 2 graphs, first of all, the very high increase of disasters in the last 20 years, 2019, compared to 1960 to 1979. 83% of increase of disasters all over the world. Then impacted on the right, the impacted populations, you'll see we went from 40 million people impacted before 1980, let us say, to 250 million people impacted in the last 2 decades. This is, of course, a huge increase. You'll see that drought and floods, I mean, drought in orange and floods in blue, are the two main types of impacts on populations. And one word to add that the global economic costs of these impacts have increased by 82%. So what is IOM doing to provide support for addressing loss and damage? We invest in supporting governments and communities before and after disasters globally, to say it simply. We work on what we call a whole HDPN approach. I mean, humanitarian, development, peace, nexus. So how do we work? Well, developing protocols, trainings, capacities for communities or for countries, governments, to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage, and avert, minimize, address climate displacements. Capacities as well to manage emergency response operations, to work on post-disaster reconstruction, on risk reduction, which was in the preventive, and losses mitigation and prevention. For who? We work again for governments, but with the local authorities as well, and local communities and individuals mostly. We are really embedded in local communities and work at that level, where all over the world, actually, from West Africa to the Eastern Horn of Africa, to the Caribbean, to South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Pacific, or even Eastern Europe, both in slow onset situations and fast onset situations. And so why do we have that print, if I can say? It's just because we are one of the key actors on humanitarian assistance, with dedicated responsibilities at the global co-lead on displacement, as the global co-lead on displacement focused on disasters, with UNHCR, as I said, in the CCCM. We do believe that no person should be displaced and impacted by preventable disasters. So, you know the figures, 2021 alone, more than 22 million new displacements, which were triggered by weather. This is a trend. This is a trend of more than 20 million a year for the last 10 years. Just the new displacement linked to disasters. It is going to go on like this, unfortunately, and it was predicted by the IPCC, the latest, AR6 report published last year, but as well confirmed last week. So IOM works inside its displacement mandate. For the last 20 years, it started in 2005 under the interagency coordination cluster UN system. IOM and UNHCR were appointed as co-leads of the global, again, camp coordination and camp manager cluster, respectively, for camps for disaster and conflict-induced displacement management. The CCCM cluster works to ensure that communities affected or at risk of displacement have their rights and dignity respected and have access to the assistance, the information, and the protection they need and they require. So IOM has a role of coordination, monitoring humanitarian assistance in temporary sites, hosting displaced populations. You can see on the global pattern on the left-hand side, not so clear, but we are working so as the coordinator with UNHCR in all kinds of services that populations need in the humanitarian response, whether water resources, health, food, social support, with relevant partners from the UN family, of course, they are all written there. I mean, WFP, UNHCR, of course, I mean, UNICEF, all partners who are working in the same sphere of humanitarian action. So we are working as the coordinator, but as well to advocate and help identify durable solutions for displaced persons, just to help for the transition from displacement to recovery. And our work as well is to build capacity of local authorities and community leaders to prevent, to prepare, but as well to respond to displacement. Just a quick focus on climate displacement, which is both, again, the prevention dimension and the response dimension. We've worked in the last decades in supporting governments to develop protocols, trainings, capacities to manage climate displacement and emergency response operations, and again, before and after the disaster, to try to reduce the loss and damage and the human suffering. We do it in all these countries, but even, I mean, more. One important word is contextualized. I mean, every action, every response has to be specific. We believe that everything has to be tailored to the situation, to the country, and even to the region affected or to the community affected. And of course, to prepare, I mean, a better response and a better preparedness for next disasters when we are in situations where they are occurring fast, we have to train. So the last paragraph shows that we are training thousands of officials, communities on displacement management and disaster risk reduction to avert the loss of lives and assets. And this work needs to be scaled up and expanded rapidly with the urgency in light of what is happening at the moment. So, third question I was asked to answer is, what is the scale of the support IOM provides for what types of interventions and actions? So, only speaking of climate change action in disaster prevention, emergency response, reconstruction, which is not representative of the whole action, of course, of IOM, which is taking care of migration for, conflict or economic reasons, but only, again, focusing on loss and damage linked to climate crisis. We do run at the moment 217 active projects for a global amount of $1 billion. And again, this involves a diverse portfolio of activities such as displacement response, the human mobility management, reconstruction of infrastructures and livelihoods, humanitarian assistance to disasters, which includes the classical, if I can say, toolbox of humanitarian assistance with wash, shelter, health, non-food items, dedicated services, and the rest. I mean, sustainable development. Now, a few maybe examples that I will go through quickly. They all have a very interesting dimension. All our actions and responses are, again, as I said, tailored to the situation with a mix, mostly a mix of both technical and capacity building response or, reaction from outside and support. So in the case of Mozambique, we have the preparedness dimension, the support to government capacity building and community level preparedness for floods. If we go to the last, paragraph, you will see construction of boreholes, water taps and flood-resistant infrastructures, post-flood community structures reconstruction, such as schools, police posts, market areas. So we are in the preparedness, in the disaster risk reduction there, in preparedness for next step, next disaster. But if you go back to the second dot, we are as well in the capacity building, support to government capacity building and the community level on displacement avertment and management. And of course, then we are in the next phase, the last one, which is the relocation as much as possible, supporting governments in permanent relocation of communities when they cannot go back in their places because of either, again, a slow onset situation, planned fast onset situations. Another case which is extremely important as well, which is the case of South Sudan. In South Sudan, we are as well both in preventive action and solutions. We are in the preventive action, because in the region of the Sud, the largest wetlands in the world, which cover 20% of the country. Populations during the wet season, the populations are secluded, trapped in islands, and they cannot grow, they cannot move their cattle, so they have to move. Actually, most of them try to move along with their cattle to drier areas until the water levels recede again. So to mitigate flood risks, we developed technical interventions with reservoirs to keep IDP camps drier, to help populations to stay in drier areas. Last dot as well, we support water management activities and infrastructures to allow people to mitigate the impacts of more recurrent flooding or drought periods. But in the middle, the middle dot is a solution. We are implementing, for instance, this is a longer term project, $100 million with the support of the World Bank that will be used on infrastructure to protect communities, support better management, so of flood risks and impacts, and reduce the loss and damage and the economic losses. A different case, which is rather complete, if I can say, with the 3 levels of action, is Philippines. With the technical support, we provide technical support for renovation of evacuation centers, capacity building of disaster management at national community level, community infrastructures and livelihoods diversification for coastal communities, and shelter improvements in vulnerable communities after disaster. We invest in capacity building and preparedness mechanisms, strengthening the government response and preparedness. We support through data collection, analysis on displacement and on risk, and we support, which is not always the case, but which is in several countries in the world. We do work with the authorities on evacuation planning and preparedness. So this is pure, really anticipatory action for cyclones impact, and we do it with OCHA on the fund, which was precisely highlighted by Greg yesterday from OCHA, that UN pooling, if I can say, money, the Central Relief Fund. Case of Bangladesh, I won't go through. Bangladesh is a country in which we work a lot, a very close partner, both on capacity building at community level, at the government level. A lot of technical, this is the second dot as well, a lot of technical work on innovative safe water supply projects, for instance, with solar-powered collection, storage, distribution system, which is supporting 30,000 refugees and host communities, that reduces need for hand pumps and supports better water usage in dry season, saline intrusion. We do renovate evacuation shelters, but mostly we work, this is the first dot as well, with the government of Bangladesh in the framework now of a national displacement management cluster. So this is, of course, a higher achievement when we reach, I mean, the point that migration or forced displacement are integrated in a whole of government approach, in the policies, in government policies, so that they can be tackled before the disaster and after. And an interesting example on precisely, I mean, the landing on a policy dimension is the example of Vanuatu and the Pacific, where thanks to the displacement tracking metrics, we are working closely with the National Disaster Management Office. We provide data, but we work with the government and the authorities on these data to anticipate displacement. And what is interesting is it gave way to a regional platform integrating these dimensions of disaster displacement in the national policies. We are mentioning here Micronesia and Marshall Islands, but I know that now the Pacific program is much wider, which is a very interesting example. Case of Somalia, very classical, the Horn of Africa. We work a lot in Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya. I'm not going to go through all the figures, but you will be able to read them. In that case, what is interesting is the minimum response package, which is an initiative in coordination with UNICEF and the World Food Programme, plus local partners, which provides a package with immediate life-saving relief, like water, hygiene kits, cash, shelter, nutrition supplements for the populations. Look at the figures. We support the management of 628 displacement sites only in Somalia. And people displaced for droughts are, between 2021, 2022, so 1.3 million people. Afghanistan, a very complete example as well, which goes from the before and the after in the framework of the HDPN, the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus, and on which we work both on the prevention at technical level with flood mitigation infrastructures, gabion wall construction, which are working well, I was told. We use cash for work in local communities affected by these floodings. Everything is based on hazard mapping in flood-prone areas to avert new displacement. We work on transitional shelter construction, but as well on early warning systems, of course, providing first aid, training, but going beyond on more durable solutions and working as well with the authorities to try to stabilize populations as much as possible. So in conclusion, after these few examples, and we have many more, of course, maybe coming back to the subject, I mean, that subject of course, the financing. Our recommendations based on our field experience is that we have to scale up investments for facing loss and damage at three levels. The prevention level, again, early warning systems, evacuation protocols and facilities, dedicated disaster displacement policies and capacity building programs, climate resilient infrastructures and livelihoods, but also social protection networks, and so disaster risk reduction. We must work second level on the humanitarian assistance. Again, I know we are not here to say that we need more money, and we all agree on that, but I would like to explain that the more money is just to be able to address more affected people. A lot of people are suffering. We cannot help all the ones who request it or whose governments request it. And as other players in the humanitarian world, what we need is more targeted, maybe, humanitarian assistance, but for people affected both, if I can say, by slow onset and rapid or fast onset disasters. Third level, more investment in durable solutions for climate displacement, including resolution of protracted displacement, the mitigation of cyclical displacement in several places of the world, West Africa, East Africa, Asia, well, different places where disasters are coming on a regular basis, and supporting the restart of lives, enabling, development gains and safety, of course, for the people. Now, a few words, maybe a few ideas from our side of what kind of financial sources we would need. They have to be inclusive first of disaster-affected communities, disabled people, it was said yesterday, indigenous people, women, children, and elderly, who are often the most vulnerable ones. In terms not only of the beneficiaries, but in terms of mechanisms, what we think is that we have to combine different kinds of financial support. We still have to have public support in specific situations, maybe mostly fast onset situations. But this has to be blended money, blended finance on PPPs, for instance, or with anyway the inclusion of the private sector, which is an evidence, for instance, to support the preventive action. All the technical work on infrastructures, on water management, on all this technical work can be done with the support of companies, private sector. We have to use as well green, social, sustainability bonds. Of course, invent more concessional, maybe, types of financing. We have to integrate maybe carbon credits, which can be reinvested in a country for investing in its own transition, including blue credits in countries which have mangroves and or wet areas. The financial mechanism have to be adequate, specific, rapidly accessible, it was said a lot, and sustainable, not to burden more the debts of vulnerable countries. And all these measures contribute to respond to existing losses, but also will help reduce and manage impacts of preventable future losses in terms of deaths and displacement, and support resilience and progressive adaptation of the communities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very detailed presentation. And again, these slides will obviously be shared with the committee, and if there are sort of further relevant inputs that would be useful in terms of putting together the mapping, those would also be very, very welcome. Do we have any comments to the presentation? Diane, please.
Just one short, the $100 million from the World Bank, is it a grant or loan?
Very specific question. I don't know, Caroline, if you want to answer that.
I could not hear the question properly, sorry.
Okay, so the question from Diane was that whether the 100 million from the World Bank, whether that was a grant or a loan.
No, it's always concessional. I'm not sure it's grant, pure grant. I don't have the details. I'm not in the operational part of IOM. I can ask and answer, but my knowledge is that it is mostly, on concessional, on the concessional guichet, if I can say, of the World Bank. So, but I can ask and have a more precise answer.
Thank you. Then I have Debbie, followed by Sumaya.
Thanks for such a detailed presentation. At the end, you talked about the different sources of finance. You touched on carbon and blue credits. Could you say a little bit more about whether you're aware of any examples in the world where that's already being done, or where you see specific opportunities to take that forward? Thanks.
Could you just repeat the last part of the question in front of the microphone, please?
Apologies. You talked about blue and carbon credits. I'd be interested to know if you are aware of any parts of the world where that's being pursued, or whether you can see opportunities to do it where there are mechanisms already existing. Thank you.
Well, to my knowledge, it has not been used, if I can say, by IOM purely for the moment, but it is clearly something that we see as a solution for countries who can offset carbon. So, I mean, at least on the free market, I mean, there is then the UNFCCC one, but on the free market, as you know, there is a strong, I mean, a debate on how much would be the price and how much to valorize and offset these carbons. They, of course, are a source of revenue for countries with big forests, big, again, possibilities, but as well, I mean, beyond the classical, if I can say, carbon, I mean, you have the blue one, like in Indonesia, in Bali, different places where you have again, wetlands, mangroves, and it's a working in process at the moment to identify these carbons, to give them a value, if I can say, and it is clear that they can be then reinvested by a country. When a country can sell them on the private market, can use them, reinvesting in its own transition or needs, I mean, linked to disaster, again, facing disasters and loss and damage.
Thanks. And then we still have a question from Sumaya, and then we'll move forward. Well, we still have two more presentations, one from the UNEP FI and one from UNDRR, and we're hoping to take those before coffee break. So Sumaya, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. One of the solution or the type of your intervention, you mentioned the issue of durable solution for climate displacement. I see this one as the most challenging, and I see it most expensive, and I see one of the issues would be pounded with very little achievement as well. So I just wonder how successful IOM have been in doing that, and the percent of your resources allocated to that, if possible.
Well, thank you, Sumaya. First of all, I must say the percentage, I cannot give it. I know that actually it's our preventive action, adaptation, disaster risk reduction, which takes most. So I would say 60% for adaptation action as a whole, and the remaining part for precisely the solutions. This is a trend. I mean, trying to work on durable solutions with relevant partners. We are working, for instance, a lot with UNDP on these, I mean, that reconstruction part of, it can be infrastructures for stabilizing populations. This is an important part that we see as, of course, again, a solution that we have to develop with the given not only communities but countries. We work on these solutions as well, for instance. So first it can be the reconstruction after displacement, and instead of keeping people in camps, of course, trying to help them rebuild a life when they cannot come back on the place where they were living because of a huge flood and they cannot rebuild. We help to rebuild in a new, area. So it can be, first of all, actually, we try to focus on services, schools, rebuilding hospitals, rebuilding even, I was saying, one of the examples, police postings, well, trying to rebuild a normal life, trying to work with partners to provide social protection, social services. And on this, we are working, for instance, more and more with regional banks. So the African Development Bank, for instance, in one of the main partners, the European Reconstruction Bank, the Inter-American Bank. So these partners are working with the governments and with us as an implementer to help that reconstruction. One thing I should say, which is important in terms of that vision, that broad vision from the humanitarian, where the prevention, the humanitarian response, and the development, has been really shaped by Africa, by East Africa last year in a meeting which was in Kampala. They adopted a declaration in end of July, which was the Kampala Declaration, which addresses its both an acknowledgement of the disasters, the populations impacted, but as well commitment to policies, to local, national policies to address the situation. And so you might know that there is a summit in September called by Kenya, which aims at enlarging and widening that declaration. We do work inside these kind of frameworks, which are policy framework, to rebuild, reconstruct again, and participate on a more durable offer for populations impacted. But again, on the request of governments, with the acceptance of governments, and building the policy with them, with each of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So then moving on to UNEP FI and Hermelo Bakani.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, co-chairs, for having me today. I'll share my screen. So I hope you can see that. Okay. I was asked to give a brief presentation also about the insurance industry at large. So I'll start with that. I think one thing to keep in mind first is that if you think about a world without the insurance industry as a private market mechanism for the pooling of risks, in 2009, if we did a study of what those risks would be borne by governments and entities and individuals if the insurance industry did not exist. And so that was 15 years ago, and we came up with a rough figure of around $400 trillion, which is 15 years ago, but even by today's standards, that's 4 times the global GDP of 100 trillion. So if you take out that industry, that is the risk that society has to bear on its own. The second point I wanted to share is to dispel the misconception about insurance simply being about a mechanism to pay losses. So in the slide in front of you, I tried to configure the risk management continuum before you get to the sharing or transferring of risk to an insurance company. And the first port of call always is to understand and assess the risk. Ever since Hurricane Andrew hit Miami in 1992, the insurance industry suffered an existential crisis because of the severity of that event, that it led to the evolution of risk modeling and risk analytics that help determine the determinants of catastrophe risk, which are hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. That really led to science being combined with engineering and insurance to really have a more sophisticated understanding of how to quantify and model risks. And this is more in the view of what exposure an insurance company has to natural hazards, for example, typhoon or flood. However, that skill set that the industry has developed in the past 30 years could essentially be transferred to public entities and to businesses and communities so that they can determine their risk appetite, be it 1 in 100, 1 in 200-year event, or a 1 in 500-year event. So one of the bedrocks of insurance is first to understand the risks. Now, the second step is, once you've understood and quantified the risk, what can you do to prevent and reduce losses to begin with? No one wants losses at the end of the day. So everyone would like to try to see how can we prevent losses. So this is a reason why the industry has been a strong advocate for more sustainable land use planning. The updated building codes and the implementation of building codes and standards, all the way to disaster preparedness of communities in the event an event happens. And then you come then to the part where an insurance product is designed and priced that could cover risk at different levels of exposure, be it at the micro household level, at the meso level of cities or communities and businesses, and also at the macro level of countries and regions. And if you can see this risk management continuum, this basically mirrors the classic disaster risk management continuum as well. And this is why the insurance industry has been key in ensuring natural hazards, be it climate or geological hazards like earthquake risk, biological hazards like pandemics or endemics, or technological hazards like industrial pollution or cyber risk. Now, if you go to, we've heard a lot of presentations today, but if you simplify everything in terms of what insurance solutions can do at different levels of risk, you can have insurance solutions at every level of risk. So at the country and regional level, you can have indemnity insurance. Indemnity insurance simply is about paying for the value of the asset that's lost after an event happens. That means you need to assess the loss to determine the loss, and then an insurance company pays out that loss after that assessed loss is quantified. That's the more classic form of insurance, and still prevalent around the world at all levels of risk exposure. A newer than that, but it's been already out in the vocabulary for the past decade or so, is parametric and index-based insurance, which the industry developed as a form of innovation. And all it means is simply insurance payout being triggered by a defined parameter or a defined index, be it the amount of rainfall or wind speed, etc. And the benefit of this is timeliness. It doesn't have to be the loss doesn't have to be assessed. It's based on the payout is based on a predetermined trigger, and once it's triggered, there's a commensurate payout. So it's a more efficient form of insurance compared to indemnity insurance. Then there's insurance pools in different markets. There's you can have a catastrophe insurance pool in certain jurisdictions. You can have a terror risk insurance pool as well. And then you have alternative risk transfer solutions, which is simply insurance, but buying insurance from the capital markets, where an insurance risk like a flood risk or a cyclone risk is securitized into a bond, and then issued so that investors can invest. And if there's an event that happens, then the capital markets would pay out the claim. And you can apply the same concept, a lot of these concepts at the meso level of cities, communities, and businesses. Although in the overall scheme of things, if you look at all the literature there, there's a lot of underserved communities there at this meso level, be it local governments or micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises or cooperatives that exist in different countries around the world. And then at the micro level, there is at the household and individual level, there's already a lot of experimentation on inclusive insurance and micro insurance over the past 2 decades or so. There's been so many examples that have been already laid out. But this is hopefully summarizes where insurance can play a role in tackling losses and damage. And basically, it spans all levels. Before I go on, and I know there are also questions about slow onset events and what's the applicability of insurance there. And that's still an under-tapped opportunity. What's the role of insurance in slow onset events? But take the case of sea level rise and rising temperatures. One could have the view that a direct manifestation of sea level rise is storm surge. And at that level, there is insurance that could cover storm surge risk. Last month, on rising temperatures, a direct manifestation of that could be extreme heat. And last month in India, the first extreme heat income insurance for a women's trade association in India was rolled out. So there is potentially a role for insurance regarding these types of events. But if you are talking about insuring the event of sea level rise happening itself or rising temperatures, it may be a little bit more challenging given the certainty of these things happening, the lack of fortuity, which is a key principle in insurance. But it doesn't mean that there is a solution cannot be designed, because insurers also provide life insurance and pension, which the techniques around it could be potentially useful in designing an insurance solution for slow onset risks. However, I'm not here to say that the private insurance industry would be the silver bullet for that. There's a lot of challenges around insurance penetration, and in certain cases, private insurance is not the solution to cover loss and damage. And it may be a public scheme or a public-private scheme where public money could be used for lower levels of exposure, higher levels of exposure, and then on the other end, you will have private insurance participating on higher levels, but less frequent types of risk. I did fail to mention that at the macro level, we've already seen many evolutions of facilities around the world. You have the African Risk Capacity, you have the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, which has been around for several decades already. You have now emerging facilities in Southeast Asia, the Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Insurance Facility, and the ones in the Pacific as well. So what are the challenges to scaling up insurance solutions? There's many, but these are some of the most chronic ones. And I would start with poor disaster risk management, because if we follow the insurance risk management continuum that I shared earlier, good risk management is the bedrock of sustainable insurance solutions. If there's poor land use planning, if there's no implementation of building codes, or if they're totally outdated, if there's no flood prevention measures, if there's lack of disaster preparedness, no amount of insurance solutions with increasing risk on the ground not being reduced or mitigated or prevented, no amount of insurance solutions could be sustainable going forward, or at least it will become unaffordable. It will come to the point that the price is unaffordable, that it won't make sense. Low insurance penetration and density, that's a classic case of products being unaffordable or not accessible, particularly to low income and vulnerable communities. And financial literacy, and more specifically insurance literacy, people do not understand what insurance is all about, and what an insurance product is for. And you also have on the supply side poorly designed insurance products where it's meant for a different risk profile and not basically for low-income vulnerable communities. And then a major factor globally is really just a lack of appreciation and focus across policy and regulation on what insurance can do for sustainable development. And that could lead to a lack of policy signals on what insurance can do for building resilience, on addressing loss and damage, market barriers that inhibit cross-border insurance and reinsurance being the insurance of insurance companies, or lack of regulation on inclusive insurance products or innovative insurance solutions that may be useful in a particular jurisdiction or context. Now, at UNEP, Principles for Stable Insurance, so which I lead, and it's the largest collaborative initiative between the UN and the global insurance industry. We recently designed and conceptualized an insurance facility with the Vulnerable 20 group of finance ministers, knowing that there's already a lot of facilities there at the sovereign or regional level, and also a lot of experimentation on insurance at the household and individual level. And we felt that there was a large underserved community there, basically micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in developing countries. And we work with the VN20 because these are the countries that are most systematically vulnerable to climate change. And the one thing that we wanted to have, which is different from most types of mechanisms out there, is that we wanted to have a facility that is owned by the country that needed it, the countries that need it, specifically by their ministries of finance, and that it's also demand driven, meaning it's not simply what the donor wants to do with the money, but what is really needed by the country that's seeking insurance cover for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And we're focusing on MSMEs because we believe that that's a very underserved market globally. And if you look at developing countries and even advanced economies, they basically represent the backbone of the economy. So if they are constantly threatened by climate risk and systematically threatened by climate risk, then this will really undermine economic prosperity and sustainable development in developing countries. So we have, this is a relatively new facility. And what we've done is that based on the money that funding that we got from the German government, that money is not money to insure MSMEs. That money is to set up a project office within UNEP where you have technical experts who are basically matchmaking the demand for insurance solutions from MSMEs in V20 countries that will crowd in private and public finance towards those solutions. And we expect to yield a pipeline of insurance solutions for MSMEs already this year, particularly for Asia Pacific, Africa, and the Middle East, and Latin and the Caribbean already. And last but not the least, departing a little bit from the agenda of loss and damage, I also just wanted to share the fact that the same companies that represent the private insurance industry who can contribute to the loss and damage agenda, they are also coming together to find solutions to decarbonize the real economy. And you have here two alliances that we've established in recent years: the Net Zero Insurance Alliance of UNEP and the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. And what it does is that it leverages the influence of the insurance portfolios of insurance companies to engage with their corporate and retail clients in the real economy so that they can have decarbonization pathways that are in line with a net zero trajectory of the Paris Agreement. And the same on the investment side or the asset side of the house. Globally, the insurance industry has over 36 trillion in global assets under management, and we want to maximize and harness that to decarbonize companies that insurance companies invest in the real economy. So I'll end my presentation there because I know you've had a lot of download already, but I hope this gives you some fresh perspectives of what the insurance industry can do to tackle principally loss and damage, but also contribute to addressing the root cause of climate change, which is greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hermelo. Just in the interest of time, we'll take the next presentation directly, so that we can then sort of have a discussion, perhaps during the coffee break while having coffee. So next, I would invite Animesh Kumar from the UNDRR to make a presentation, and if you can keep it fairly brief, would be most appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Co-Chair, and thanks, Co-Chair, and the TC members for the opportunity for UNDRR to present. Apologies for not being there in person, but our colleagues are there in the technical support unit as well, supporting the TC. So while the slide comes on, it does make sense for UNDRR to be the last presenter, as we are neither a financing institution nor an operational entity. However, we facilitate the information, data, standards, and matrix for loss and damage funding mechanisms to operate through common approaches, gaps and challenges understanding, and making recommendations. Are my slides on? Okay, great, thanks. So next slide, please, and the next slide. So disaster risk reduction, maybe we can go to the next slide straight away. Yeah, so I would start with giving a kind of an overview of how disaster risk reduction, and as I said, we are working more at the data and policy level, so I would focus more on that rather than the different funding arrangements which have already been outlined by different organizations. The DRR requires a layered financing strategy, bringing to bear all sources of financing. So while risk transfer, contingency funds, deferred drawdown options, and debt restructuring play important roles, they're not sufficient to incentivize risk reduction and finance building back better. Hence, each layer of risk financing requires a set of information to take decisions in terms of how much of risk to prevent, how much to avoid, how much to retain, and how much to transfer. Next slide, please. Such decisions on risk management decisions require the right data and matrix to be well taken. As we always say, what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. And this applies from global to local levels. The UNDRR has been working with partner organizations to create a strong data ecosystem that includes official statistics reported by governments, data from different sources, and all compiled in a common access window with a set of tools and mechanics to translate this information into action. Once we know how much we have lost or are losing and how much we may lose in the future, risk management decisions become more concrete and are well informed. Next slide, please. In terms of understanding how much we have lost, next slide, or impact of disasters, so losses and damages, UNDRR collects official data reported by governments against a set of intergovernmentally agreed indicators on the Sendai framework. 155 countries are currently reporting on this, also contributing to SDG targets. UNDRR also supports countries in better understanding losses and damages at local levels. In the last 25 years, 110 countries have been supported in developing loss and damage tracking system, and I'm very pleased to inform that this system is now being revamped, collaboration between UNDRR, UNDP, and WMO, and the new system will be announced at the COP28. Next slide, please. Building on historical losses, we also support countries in understanding risks and potential losses in the future through risk profiles and risk projections, including through the Global Risk Modeling Alliance that was mentioned also in WFP presentation. Next slide, please. Now, all of such risk information come down to decision making. As per our analysis across good practices on risk financing mechanisms, we have observed 4 key components for effective financing of risk management measures immediately before or after an event. And this includes a fund that is readily available to be accessed in such an event, an early warning system that triggers this fund, readily available operational or contingency plans on how to best use this money, and the right governance and institutional capacity to make all of this happen. I must add that risk financing mechanisms, including risk transfer or insurance mechanisms, often do not work in isolation and need a vehicle for it to function. In particular, when it comes to reaching the at-risk or affected populations and targeting them well. In such a scenario, and has also been mentioned in other presentations, social protection or safety nets have been found to be a good such vehicle where they offer an existing mechanism that can be scaled up using the additional funding triggered by early warning and through existing plans, rather than establishing new delivery mechanisms in the event of a disaster. We have also found that while in most cases parametric insurance payouts are indemnity-based, while index-based insurance are better as ex-ante measure, in such cases as well, social protection again acts as a good means to both act as an incentive for quick dispersal of the payout, which has a major innovation. In fact, if I recall 15 years ago, Harita model of Northern Ethiopia, which now has become the foundation of many of risk financing models. Next slide, please. Now, let me start with the bottom point, the governance, as the overarching point for all of this to work. We have observed that countries follow different policy and planning instruments to work to operate financing, including disaster risk reduction plans, NAPs, loss and damage plans, response plans. So we have been promoting a comprehensive risk management approach to bring all of these together so that governments can benefit from their synergies in implementation, as well as of the funding instruments that they govern. Next slide, please. Early warning system is one such example that gets reflected in all the planning instruments that I just mentioned. Yet their coverage and effectiveness remains limited, as we analyzed in our report released in the run-up to COP27. In this context, early warnings for all assumes a high significance, which was an initiative also launched at COP27, as it will follow a systems approach to early warning, strengthening all of its 4 pillars as well as cross-cutting elements. And the pillars are led by UNDRR, WMO, ITU, and Red Cross. Next slide, please. One such example is from our work in Africa, where working closely with regional economic communities and governments, interlinked situation rooms are being established, which are equipped with common instruments and protocols to produce, disseminate, and action early warning systems. Now, recalling the previous slides and referring to one of the guiding questions, I would like to point that the thresholds of early warning and resultant actions should be predetermined and pre-agreed. And this assumes very high importance in the context of risk financing mechanisms, where the early warning trigger to release contingency fund or insurance payout should be automated, as often some precious time is lost in just agreeing on when to release money. And this is from experiences that we have documented across many such good examples. Next slide, please. Now, one of the key things that I would want to emphasize is that risk financing is not equivalent to insurance, as most of us already know. Insurance at best is a very expensive risk management tool and should be resorted to only when other layers of financing have been breached. The more risk we transfer, higher will be the cost of insurance and hence amount of premium. Hence, less number of people subscribe, and the insurance company will further increase the cost of the premium to retain profit. And this vicious cycle continues. This takes us back to the risk management decision-making process that I mentioned at the outset. It definitely doesn't make sense to construct a poor quality house and then insure it. So to untangle this complex equation, better partnerships with the insurance and reinsurance industry is needed, as we're doing with ICMIC, for example, with the International Cooperative and Mutual Insurance Federation. If used well, insurance can also become an instrument of averting and minimizing losses and damages if the correct conditionalities are inbuilt and if risk-reducing behavior is promoted and moral hazards reduced. Next slide, please. And to inform this process further, we also need to have a good understanding of the global and national financial landscape. Sometime back, we produced a report on international financing for disaster risk reduction. And we regularly support governments in tagging and tracking DRR and adaptation investments to better understand the extent of public finance to be used domestically. I'm happy to inform that we are entering into a collaboration with a set of global thought experts to better compile and frame different DRR funding mechanisms as relevant to this discussion on loss and damage funding arrangements. We should be able to release this report at the subsidiary body meetings in June. Next slide, please. A lot of what we do is through partnerships, while our work is already supporting a series of different initiatives and networks. Equally important is our existing network of stakeholders, ranging from civil society to the private sector and science and technology networks, that continues to work closely with us to support the ISDR Sendai system. We'll be happy to continue supporting this work further and bringing their voices to this discussion table. Next and final slide, and thank you, co-chair. I've taken 9 minutes for my presentation.
Thank you so much for a very substantive presentation. I think there's an echo right now. Yeah, okay, that's gone. Good. Just in the interest of time, I don't think we really have the possibility to ask questions. Maybe we can just take 1 or 2 questions, given that you are online and for the IOM, we can also do that during coffee break. So, Sinead, please.
I think Debbie was before me. Debbie? No? Okay. No, thanks very much. And I'll be brief, Uti, but just to maybe flag something that we can come back and talk about in more detail later with respect to insurance. And thanks to the presenters for highlighting the role of insurance in the mosaic of loss and damage solutions so eloquently. I think many people in this room know about the Global Shield that was developed by the V20 and the G7, and Germany have a very prominent role in this, and Ireland and others around this table, I think, are financing or involved in some shape or form. And I think this is something that is important. I mean, it's obviously mentioned in the decision, so it's on people's agenda already. But I think it'll be important that we come back to talk about this a little bit, because I think some of it is trying to pull together and make more coherent at a national level. Some of what's been talked about this morning, including the CIF, which is linked to the Global Shield. So it's looking at more coherent financing for climate and disaster risks, including social safety nets and insurance. Launched last year, as many of you know, and it has a budget of 220 million for its first year, which is this year, and it's starting with 7 Pathfinder countries that were chosen by the V20, and that include a regional approach in the Pacific. So very much a focus on country ownership, moving from gaps to priorities to financing, and linking to the presentations as well. I think the vulnerability point that we very much obviously will be talking more about in this committee is there's attempts to address that through things like premium subsidies. So it's maybe not to go into huge detail about this today, but maybe to flag it as one of those mechanisms which we also have the advantage with the Global Shield that it's still quite new. So there's absolutely still possibilities for this committee to make proposals on how it could be strengthened as part of the mosaic of what we need. So to flag and maybe to come back to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I should have said from the outset that we indeed want to share the presentation, and also if you have sort of more detailed information that you think would be useful for us in terms of as we go forward with the mapping exercise and the synthesis, that would be extremely welcome. Now, is that Debbie? Do you have your flag up? No? Is it okay? Then it's Diane.
Thank you. So thanks for the presentation. I was arranged. I want to just highlight a couple of things that which has always been difficult, but I think for us here we have to do, and is the role of national legislation and policy, like land use planning and building code has to be a very important part of whatever we are creating, because we do have to be responsible and have risk mitigation, risk reduction measures if we are going to do something that would work. So it's called risk reduction behavior is going to be promoted. I also want to point out, I'm just making comments that we are seeing that a lot of money being spent already and in the trillions of dollars. And that one of these things that we could do is to work together to help to coordinate some of that and maybe streamline some of that, not to actively go in and change anything, but to see how we can work better together to reduce costs and make savings. So we're already spending a lot. And one of the issues of the previous presentation that I wanted for us to really be a key feature of whatever we are creating here is that we're going to look at risk reduction measures, risk transfer measures, and so on. But whatever the funding that is generated, there's always some investment money that is going to be generated as well. And as you could see, there is important for us to work with the insurance industry to ensure that that money is invested in the root cause of reducing greenhouse gases. So that's going to be really important that we do that, because one of the interesting thing that we're seeing in the last year or so is that here it is that we're seeing in all of these presentations a dramatic increase in the impact of the climate change on people and how much it's costing to fix these things. But in this year and last year alone, the fossil fuel industry made record profits. So we need to tie it together so that we are that we can bring the big picture. So when we say the arrangements here should not just be, it'll be interesting to hear from all of us what is the scope of the arrangement. But in our view, the scope of the arrangement should be to create something that can impact in the investments and how we invest. So we tackle the root cause as well, because through insurance and risk mitigation and risk transfer, thing that generates a lot of funding that you can actually use for the investments that we need.
Thanks a lot, Diane. Animesh, any final words before we close and all go for our group photo and coffee?
No, I would definitely not stand in between the group photo and coffee, but just a closing thought from me that while I understand that the focus of the discussion here is in addressing loss and damages, but we should also be mindful that a few things have failed for us to reach the stage where addressing is the only option. So let us not lose sight of them and look at the whole picture while moving towards the better mechanisms of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now break for coffee. Let's be back at 12. And we will take our group photo during the coffee break. So we'll continue at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much. Okay, time for family photo, please.
Okay, colleagues, can you take your seats from being paparazzied? We have work to do. Okay, colleagues, so let me just give you a further update on where we are. So Uti and I are still working with the Secretariat to update the potential scenario for the work of the TC this year, particularly on the dates of our upcoming TC meetings for the year and the interface between those TC meetings and the mandated events, the workshops, and the Glasgow Dialogue, and everything else. And as you can appreciate, our year is pretty full. I think we've probably got 200 days of meetings or more already on other things. So it is presenting a challenge, but we do need to leave here tomorrow with an agreement of dates set in stone. We may in some places have venues, but in other cases we won't. The one thing is that we have to be quite flexible, particularly on the ministerial mandate, because that's going to be, it's not our decision to decide when that meeting happens. That's the decision of the two presidencies. So we'll be guided by them on that date, so that it fits into their schedules. Secondly, we're also inputting our final comments to the Secretariat that we've got from our constituencies on the working modalities paper, and I hope that we can share something with you after lunch, and so that we can proceed to clear those documents and then sort of at least conclude the major decisions of this meeting. What we're going to do now is I know we spent 2 days in the retreat on the exchange of views on the funding arrangements, including the fund. But I understand that there was a desire for us to have a second round of that discussion, particularly since the retreat was off the record in Chatham House, and some colleagues, I understood, felt the need for us to actually have some kind of a public discussion on those things. So what we're going to do now, I guess we'll start for the next half an hour until lunch and then reconvene in the afternoon, is just open the floor again for a tour de table for members to share their views. And for those of you who were not there, we have some members, at least three members, I think, were not with us in the retreat, to share their views on the 4 elements of the mandate. So one on the new fund, the second one on the new funding arrangements, the third one on the sources, and the fourth one on complementarity and coherence. So I would ask colleagues that we don't need to go into a detailed set of presentations. We should try to be like Twitter and speak in the 140 characters, or a little bit more than that. But maybe if colleagues can keep their interventions to maybe 5 or 6 minutes and speak on those 4 issues, to share again, so that we're all clear what our expectations of the outcomes we will adopt and report to the COP CMA, and what the views are of the different elements. I know it is a bit of a repeat, but again, it always helps to convey and make sure that we're communicating effectively amongst ourselves, but also to the colleagues watching on the webcast and in the observer room. So with that, I'll stop and open the floor for anybody who wishes to go first. And if nobody puts their flags up, I'll just randomly choose people. I see Khadija, you go first, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Co-chairs and colleagues. I'm just sharing what's important for us as a Maldives and SITS. We believe it's important to discuss the scope of both the new fund and funding arrangements, We also need to have clarity on what the fund will do for Maldives or Pakistan and other countries that are facing rapid and slow onsets. We imagine the fund and funding arrangements on loss and damage working together before, during, and after climate impact. Whether it's a disaster such as the one in Pakistan that displaced over 8 million and will take 16 billion to reconstruct its lost infrastructure, or in the Maldives where the coastlines are eroding and where the corals are bleaching. Maldives and Pakistan, for example, will need very different responses coming from the fund and from the funding arrangements. For the fund, we believe it must be trigger and need-based. The fund needs to quickly disperse the funding and provide relief to save lives and to support a life of dignity for those affected. The fund should have a funding for short, medium, and long-term climate impacts. The funding arrangements should complement the efforts of the fund. We need a nimble coordinating entity that will connect countries in need of support to others in the mosaic to provide. For example, financial stability, climate debt swaps, loss and damage bonds, SDRs, and other macroeconomic and financial tools. The mosaic should also connect and work closely with the humanitarian agencies like those we heard today. And we see the loss and damage architecture as part of the momentum of reforming the financial institutions to meet Article 2C of the Paris Agreement and now the Decision 2 CP27. So I believe that the following questions are important to answer. What functions do the new funding arrangements for addressing loss and damage, including the fund, need to have? That is, what is the scope of the funding arrangements? 2, which of these functions will be handled by the new fund as opposed to enhancing the existing arrangements? And 3, what sources of revenues are available for these funding arrangements and are at scale? And 4, what is the nature of the coordination mechanism that will bring together all of these elements in the mosaic, including the new fund and funding arrangements inside and outside of the climatic system? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Hatice. Maybe I can ask you a question. Can you, just to help us and help the TC, you mentioned this coordinating entity role. Are you able to expand on that so that we can understand better? Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's important to think about where we'll place this fund. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we have been discussing the importance of filling the gap that exists under the Convention on Addressing Losses and Damages. But we also know the gaps that exist in terms of the financing that's available. So in order to connect what's outside of the system and what's inside, we need a coordinating mechanism that will be able to do this, and it has to fit in with the legal structures of whatever kinds of entity that we choose. And I think that's really important because we have been discussing over these 2 days the existing landscape, what's missing in that landscape of what exists. And we want to see how this new fund will actually add to what exists already in order to not duplicate. So if we imagine that all the funds that exist today are that we have the funding and it's working, just imagine what's missing, and that missing piece should be what makes the loss and damage fund. And there has to be a coordinating mechanism in to actually implement that.
Great, thank you. So the coordinating entity could be the new fund, or it could be something else. Okay, great. Thank you. Colleagues, again, does anyone want to comment on that, this notion of a coordinating entity or not? Or I'll just hand over to Diane, followed by Kunal. Diane?
So I'll be short because previous speakers mentioned that what AUSS would want and island states would want. I think I want to just expand on what she had said in terms of a vision that we would want to have. And the vision that we want to put forward is based on the experiences that we've had before. As you could see from presentations we've had so far, that the amount of damage that is being caused by the impact of climate change is really difficult. And we have done many things under the convention to create a fund or to create a financial mechanism to be able to do this. From small and developing states as well as my own country and others in the region, is that what we want to see is a joint effort by all of us, not developed and developing countries, not Annex 1 or non-Annex 1 parties, but all of us. And we would like to see a fund with funding arrangements supporting this fund created, and we all call something other than beneficiaries, other than donor, other than contributor. I think all of us are shareholders, where all of us are should be called shareholders. All of us are investing into climate change. All of us have a vested interest to work together on this. And we need to be called something else so we can behave like shareholders and not negotiating against each other. If we're negotiating against each other, as you can see, we have failed. The reason why we have to set up a loss and damage fund is because we failed. We could not come together to decide on something as simple as reducing greenhouse gases. So clearly, I think another modality will have to take place and at scale. We're talking about trillions of dollars a year worth of damage. And we're not asking, at least from AOC's countries, we're not asking the donors to pony up, all of this money from their national, treasury. That is not what we're asking. We're asking for all of us to get together to create, for want of a better word, a company with all of its associated bits and pieces that we make a company thrive and do what it's supposed to do. Set up a company so that we can have a risk reduction measure program. Like many have, you must have a risk reduction program. Any country that want to join this company must commit to building stronger buildings, building stronger bridges, building and adhering to whatever the guidelines and the standards that have been set. And the company should be able to assist them in a timely way. Because one of the issues why developing countries cannot build and construct in the way that a developed country would is that, and you know this, Richard, is that we have to go to 3 different, if you see any of the JEF projects and the GCF project, you have like 4 different funding streams. How do you coordinate that in time so that you can build the bridge properly, or the school, or the clinic, or the hospital well? So we have to be able to pull all of these resources together in time, and it has to be done before the idea. There's a market for all of these things. We have to do it before so that the country can have this funding in place. Now, I think I speak a lot on the issue of the risk transfer. It's not that I'm saying other things don't occur, please, as you can see in the presentation. But the risk transfer facilities that we're setting up now is too expensive. For the CRIF, Antigua and Barbuda, a small little island, paid $2 million in premium per year. We got hit by a Category 5 hurricane, the strongest storm ever in the Caribbean. And the payout was less than $9 million. And we're paying $2 million US per year in premium. We can all join together and work together so that we can make sure that the risk is spread across a greater pool rather than that little pool that has been created by the CRIF, which is in the World Bank. However, I think with one of the presentations that was really important is we need to close the loop. We cannot create a loss and damage fund without actively seeing how we can create something that can also is an opportunity to also provide financing for our mitigation. We have to cut our emissions. We have to do it quickly. I said in the retreat that the best form of adaptation is mitigation. You have to mitigate like there's no tomorrow. This is what we need to do. IPCC is calling for it, other agencies are calling for it. But when you have a risk transfer facility, it does generate in the private sector a pool of funds for investment. I think this fund that we are creating, one of the functions of the fund should be that it has an investment arm. We are all shareholders in that investment arm because we're all buying our insurance, and we should turn that money into equity and make it available to all to as many shareholders who want it, so they can invest in their renewable energy, in their energy transition and other transition. And I think if the fund is structured that way, because we're struggling here with a particular issue that we're all asking ourselves a question. We're coming from the Climate Change Convention, and we know the politics and the dynamics of those negotiations. We would have to create a fund. If we create another GCF or adaptation, we can see where that's not going to get us anywhere. And mostly because of the politics of it. The adaptation fund is working great. The Green Climate Fund is going and will eventually be a good fund as well. It's still working out some kinks. But the politics of it prevent us, as well as the structure of the convention and the legal framework of the convention prevents us from really, investing in those funds. We should not create something here that will be restricted in the same way. And we have to start using the word, instead of saying we have conditionalities for countries or punitive damage for fossil fuel industry and so on, we can all incentivize good behavior. Can we create a fund that incentivizes good behavior, where countries would want to participate in this fund because there is equity that we can access, high level of technology that we can access some grants, and so that we can really predict and get a source of predictability towards getting ready so our people will not be displaced. People don't want to leave their homes, right? So we have to really understand that is the source of this fund. On the issue of arrangements, I think this is the vision that we have, and for that, we want to know that the arrangements can support this vision. As I said to you at some point, is that what would the COP decision would look like? Well, we can give clear directions to the Green Climate Fund, to the Adaptation Fund, and others. And by the way, we should not, I know we don't like it, but we should not forget the CDM. The CDM was a particularly efficient methodology of transferring technology from developed to developing countries. Once again, because of politics, the mechanism itself was just discarded. But the idea behind it was a good one. And it helped to transfer in 3 years, $17 billion worth of technology. The GCF and the Adaptation Fund never could do that. So, and it did it. Yes, it had a long lead up time, but it eventually did it. So we can look within our own selves. We can look into the private sector, and we can look at the presentation that we're making today. And finally, I'm appealing. If you can hear from, I had asked Christine about this in the break. If you can hear from FEMA, if you can hear from what did the Germans do when they had all the floodings? What do developed countries do? How do you manage your own processes and procedure? And see if we can learn from this and set up something that is created to support somebody living in a developed country. And then that is the standard that we would like to develop for this fund for persons living in developing country. Let us all have one standard of response throughout the world. So I just want to emphasize that we want to be able to create this new fund, is not a good word, but a company that will, all of us will be shareholders. We are all shareholders. We all participate one way or another in the decision making. And we make it feel like and look like a business as we move forward. And then let's see if we can generate enough income to actually cut our emissions and close that loop. Thanks.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dan. I'm going to ask you questions just like I asked Khadija. I'm not taking any positions on that, but maybe it would be useful just to expand on some of the ideas that you're suggesting. So you're suggesting a new model of governance, which I think is suggestive of a much larger institution where we would all be shareholders based on a burden sharing arrangement or a percentage of GDP, and how does that relate to the provisions of the convention that call for equitable geographic representation on the board? So maybe you want to just, I don't know if the company was the right word. I think you're talking about a new development bank type institution, or the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, maybe not a bank, but is that what you're talking about? Or maybe you just want to be clearer so the colleagues understand fully. And then what I understood was that this would not just be a loss and damage fund. It would deal with the lack of mitigation ambition, or the lack of, maybe you just want to highlight. Thank you.
Okay, so on how that will be structured, I'm still here to learn and to hear what I think. I'm looking forward to the 2 workshops so I can keep that in my mind, and to know, you will know what you're you will know what you're looking for when you see it. And I think I'm not an expert on all of the options out there, but I think there are options that you can piece together to create something new and innovative. And the innovation is not only in the funding stream, but innovation can be how it is structured. So my government and I and 6 countries are open to something. We have been advocating for something like this for the longest time, and we know that we can't do it without all of you sitting around the table. And this is why we advocate for us to know if there's an information gap and to make suggestion and put it out there. And those organizations or people who would have suggestion on how to do something like that. So I'm not talking about, I know we all hear something new, we revert to our own experiences. So a bank or a fund, like an investment fund or a Wall Street fund or the private sector investment fund, we don't know. But the idea is that is it possible that, coaches, I'm asking all of us, can we have an open mind and then see what is possible? Under the convention, in the convention or out of the convention, my country too also have an open mind. In AOSIS, we have a range of views on this. But in AOSIS, we have one common understanding, as indicated by the Maldives, is that it has to be according to a scale. And one of the things that we know on the Standing Committee of Finance, the scale is hundreds of millions of dollars worth of payout every single year. So what can we create if we cannot create something that cannot, if the convention does, the legal framework of convention does not allow for that, AOSIS will not agree to that. If we can create something that can generate that amount of money within the context of the convention, we're wide open to this. And this is something that we want to make very clear. We're not married to anything. We're coming here, we're trying our best. You know how hard that is to keep a very open mind but one thing we do know, we don't really want to repeat. I'm not saying that the Adaptation Fund, the JEF, or the GCF are mistakes. I think I have to correct myself when I say that. But they are serving the purpose that we created them for. We need to state clearly what is the purpose here. And yes, when you have a risk, when we have a risk, for example, we talk about it. Richard, you're personally affected by this. We have the Green Climate Fund. The trustee is the World Bank. Who is funding coal-fired plants? Do you understand? So we're saying is that this fund will generate money for investment. What use would it be for us to generate funding for some investment? We will have to have an investment committee, and then that is going to be invested in coal and gas, and we talked about it at the Green Climate Fund. We tried to get the World Bank to stop doing that. They eventually decided to do it, and but we have to make absolutely clear, and we should state here and now that whatever funding that is generated, we can convert that to equity. We can invest that in all developing countries, all countries, and grow and make sure the transition occur as fast as possible. That would be if we don't talk about that now, that's an opportunity that we would waste. And also, it is that thing that will make developing country come to the table, because you feel like you have a say, you're a shareholder, and you feel like you can benefit from these investments yourself. Right now, all of the investments the World Bank is doing and the profits that are made from the World Bank or IMF, that doesn't go to developing countries. We're not shareholders in the bank. So we're asking for us to be shareholders in the bank, which is why South Africa and other countries went off and formed the BRIC Bank in the first place. So I'm not asking for a bank or anything like that. I don't know. It's wide open, but we're asking for something that we all feel the pain to go in, and we all feel the benefit of our efforts to reduce emissions.
Great, thanks, Deanne. So colleagues, there you have a challenge from Deanne to keep an open mind and to think out of the box and to think big, because we actually do have, I mean, we might not agree, but we have that opportunity to do something quite fundamentally transformative for developing countries. Thank you, Dan. Kunal, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I also missed the retreat, so I take the opportunity to come back after listening to all the presentations and all the submissions yesterday and today. And I'll bring the disaster management lens into what we're trying to discuss in climate change, UNEP FI. So as is, and I'll be guided by the decision that has been taken at Sharm el-Sheikh, and it clearly says we acknowledge the existing funding arrangement have fallen short of responding to current and future impact. So the gap is in the decision, We also realized from yesterday's presentations and today's presentation that the gap is evident, the gap is there, and how much we imagine that adaptation and mitigation is addressing loss and damage, it is not. So on the new funding arrangement, there are a few in the three domains that we talk about, scale, scope, and speed. I'd like to come in. So, and I'll also borrow from what we're trying to do back home and what the APG thinks about. So it is important to understand four important scope that we talk about when we talk about disaster risk reduction or disaster management. First and foremost is capacity building and preparedness. So when we talk about early warning systems or dissemination or common alerting protocol or training the communities and the local bodies, we're talking about capacity building and preparedness. This also goes in line with the anticipatory action that a lot of presentations have touched upon, and that is very important to capture, but that is not what we are looking forward in the funding arrangement and the fund that we're talking about today and yesterday. Yesterday's, the second pillar that disaster management and disaster risk reduction talks about is mitigation and adaptation. Those words of mitigation and adaptation in the disaster management domain is totally different from the words that we play in the climate change domain. Mitigation and climate change is talking about something else. Mitigation and disaster management talks about how do you make sure that there's no landslide, there's no flood. So mitigation is, in disaster perspective, is basically trying to avert something happening. So that clarity is very important because we mix both the words. Both words have very different connotations in the DRR framework and the climate change framework. So mitigation and adaptation are important things to do. They are long term, but that is what not the decision is talking about, and that is what Paris doesn't talk about. The third and fourth are quite critical, and that is what we are discussing since yesterday. Yesterday, everybody tried to imagine that adaptation and mitigation is addressing loss and damage. I don't have that imagination. I tried to do that yesterday. I failed miserably to imagine how that adaptation and mitigation is talking about addressing loss and damage. So now the two core pillars, the third and fourth. Third is what we say life-saving tools, and that we call response and relief. This is short-term, this is current, this is during the disaster, this is ongoing, and humanitarian aid. So this is important, 3 Rs. Response, relief are very important to cover, and humanitarian. And this is addressing loss and damage, but this is in very short term. This is required. This is people are doing. We have heard the presentation since morning. Everybody is doing response, relief, humanitarian aid. So that is the third pillar. The fourth I cover by 5 Rs of the world of disaster management. And the 5 Rs are recovery, reconstruction, rehabilitation, resettlement, and resilient infrastructure and resilient livelihoods. These 5 Rs are very critical to address. Addressing loss and damage is going towards these 5 Rs. We should leave everything else to the other bodies and the other processes that are already in place. If we try to mix both of them, I think we are getting lost in the whole chain. So if we look at the decision and we look at the framing of the word, it says it is about addressing loss and damage, especially in the context of ongoing and ex post, including rehabilitation, recovery, and reconstruction action. So this is the mandate, and we should not be diverting from the mandate. And this is what our discussion should be focused on when we go towards paragraph 5.1 and paragraph 5.2. And this is what this I'm not saying because of my understanding about disaster management. This is what we have done in our country back home. So till last year, all the amount, say, for example, we had $100 to spend on disaster management. By the tripling of disasters, we have increased the budget allocation to 3 times. That was clear mathematics. Beyond that, what we have innovated is exactly what I'm talking about. So now, out of $100, we spend $10 on capacity building and preparedness. And that is generating common alerting protocols, having great early warning systems. You might have great early warning systems, but if you don't have the last mile connectivity, you don't have great preparedness. Raising volunteers, working with communities is what we do in $10. $20 we use on mitigation and adaptation. And that is not mitigation and adaptation. I'll again come in. This is not adaptation and mitigation in the climate change perspective. This is mitigation and adaptation in disaster management perspective. So we are having large programs on wildfires, heat wave, drought mitigation, urban flooding, and all that. So we are devoting 20%, $20 if you add 100 on mitigation. 40 still goes for response and relief. And we have been carried forward in the discussions yesterday and today. We have been going too much into those $40 that we spend on response and relief. That is very critical. That is very important. But from our own resources in the national framework, we are devoting $30 to recovery and reconstruction. That is very critical. And we try to understand that recovery reconstruction actually means addressing loss and damage. But in the loop of things, it actually makes you better prepared. It mitigates future damages. So we don't need to have thinking in silos of capacity building, preparedness, adaptation, mitigation, recovery, relief. Addressing loss and damage is, again, all the 5 R's working together. And if you do address loss and damage by those 5 R's that we talked about, and resilience, the most important, you actually help the cause of preparedness, you help the cause of mitigating, you help the cause of adaptation. So that is the journey we should take in the discussions now and the next TCs. We are also trying to, having made that submission, borrowing from my own, we are struggling with that because we don't have the tools currently in the country. I just completed a tool of post-disaster need assessment after the floods of last year. It is extremely difficult to capture that, but it is important to do that because you need to capture what is to be done now in short term, what is to be done in mid-term, what is to be done in long term. So having said that, I think if we are having discussions on para 6, which is supposed to be informing para 5 as per the decision of the mandate, we are trying to cover the current landscape, gaps, priority gaps, most effective ways to address the gaps, and also the potential sources of funding, which could be wide variety. I agree. You can't have public grants, only public grants to put into the funnel that we're trying to design. We'll have to go to innovations that are already existing in the world. We also need to have much more wider variety. But public grants help you galvanize support. That is what we realized back home, that if you have a dedicated amount for public grants coming to loss and damage, you galvanize all the other modes of financing. It's impossible to get into financing, addressing loss and damage and building back better. So I think we should be very sure that the scope is totally different. The scale is enormous. Scale is too hard. We should all acknowledge that what we're talking about is not $1 million or some few amounts here and there. The scale is very, very large. So we have to be very imaginative and creative in designing something that we are trying to design. It is not the normal process of funding some projects, but that take 3 years to fund. You make a project, and this speed is very important. You're talking about disaster which has happened. You're talking about ongoing disaster. You're talking about immediately after a disaster. So the speed is very different from what you see the speed in GCF and GEF. We all understand what the processes are. We don't have that luxury. So we'll have to innovate to make some funds which are readily available to a country or community which is facing a disaster. So it has to be, I think the speed parameter also has to be very critical in the discussion that we're having. Scope, certainly, the scale is enormous. And we should all acknowledge that the scale is much beyond what we have handled before in the UNFCCC process. So my take would be that we should be, I always say we should be creative in designing this funding arrangement and fund. Yesterday I also mentioned that we should have learned from what GCF and GEF have not been able to do and take that into account and try to make a better funding arrangement when we design something here. Because this is totally different from what we have already done in the processes. We also need to be very sure that the fund is supposed to be much more varied, much more innovative, much more creative, and has to be very, very flexible. So I think those components we have to capture as we decide today and the TCs 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I'll stop here, but the only thing is we need to. Yesterday's presentations were all imaginative and very helpful, but very helpful from the adaptation and mitigation hat. I did not have anything to gain from the addressing loss and damage. Today's were more relevant, but only at the in the domain of relief and recovery. Nothing beyond that. So that's my submission at this stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kunal, and good to hear from you because we didn't get to hear from you in the retreat. So again, you've made a very clear case that the focus of the new fund should be on the 5 R's. So would it be correct to suggest that you saying the fund should have at least 5 windows, or 5, whatever we call them, operational areas on the 5 R's, and then there's a question of putting enough scale in there, and then having the not only a discussion on complementarity and coherence with the other humanitarian processes that are not addressing the 5 R's, and then would you also suggest that, or are you also suggesting then that we would then have in the subsequent funding arrangements to the 5 R's, or maybe you can just give us your thinking on how we would take the concept of the 5 Rs and put it into either a new fund or a new funding arrangement?
Thank you, Richard, for that opportunity. I think it's right on track, because that is what I'm looking forward to, because I am guided by the decision of the COP27, and that clearly says you need to identify. We are looking at identifying. It also talks about expanding the sources of funding. And when you identify the currently available, I'm perfectly fine with identifying the current landscape of funds available. But I'm very clear that that is available for relief and recovery right now. None of them, for sure, is going for anything called recovery reconstruction right now. It could be bilaterals, but nothing in the multilateral processes. So those 2 Rs of immediate short-term response and relief, and the 5 Rs should guide the fund. Should guide the fund is my submission. I have the elements also. We are discussing the same thing in the G20 discussions. I made the concept paper for that also, but we are aware about these possibilities, and I would be coming back with the elements of the fund as and when we take the journey. But we have some thoughts on how this element should be, how this fund should be governed, and what it should take in and how it should take out, how effective it should be. So we have, I'm perfectly fine that we should be covering those 2 Rs for short term and 5 Rs for long term and mid term.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My list is growing. Colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Christina on the list, and then I'm just going to check with Uti what time we're probably going to have to spend the discussion for lunch, and then come back. But I have a list on my list. Next is after Christina is Lotte, Ambassador Dar, Jean-Christophe, David, Mohammed, Sinead, Stephen, Jun, and then Debbie. So I've got you, but Christina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you both for the opportunity to have this session. I think it's really important. I wanted to pick up on a couple of points that I think Diane and Kunal raised in terms of the. I want to emphasize just that the importance of mitigation as our first line of defense, which is what I heard Diane really emphasizing, not just now, but throughout the course of the last 5 days. And adding the support to that point and underscoring it, but also, of course, no one would argue the importance of adaptation as well as another line of defense. I raised my flag. I want to respond. I think Haja's questions that she put out there were really good questions. And I want to try to answer them, at least at this stage of our thinking at TC1, based on our initial homework that we've done on the questions that were posed in paragraph 6 of the Sharm decision. For us, thinking about the fund, we do think that, it is reaffirmed by the presentations we've heard, the excellent presentations we've heard today and yesterday, that the fund should be targeted, specific, and not duplicative of what is already happening in the existing systems. For us, one of the gaps that has been raised in previous years, and also that has come up at this meeting and at the retreat, is the gap that we see with respect to measures to address slow onset events. And the fund could become a specialized place for us to be galvanizing the expertise, the institutional and technical capacity to understand, plan for, and implement measures to respond to, with a particular focus on addressing slow onset events. There seems to be a clear gap there. And from our perspective, there's value for a dedicated fund to be focused on specializing in that area. When it comes to humanitarian assistance, or this piece that Kunal was talking about with respect to the short-term immediate response, I would agree with Kunal that from our own gap analysis, which has been reaffirmed through the presentations here, that there are funds and sources and institutions and processes on the humanitarian space. Granted, there are gaps as well. So we do see that in terms of the other elements of the funding arrangement should speak to, and in terms of what makes a new funding arrangements, we think changes or adjustments to existing funds, processes, and initiatives is an important aspect of 5B. One of the key things that was raised that struck me from Greg's presentation from OCHA was when he was describing anticipatory action. And I think the way in which I'm understanding OCHA, World Food Program, Red Cross using the term anticipatory action is different from how we use it in the adaptation space. It is, in my understanding, the prearranged ability to respond in that immediate aftermath, but doing so in a way where the timing of that response is faster. I recall Greg noting that while there is pilots and experiments in OCHA and World Food Program, I think in their presentation on this kind of anticipatory, trigger-based, forecast-based humanitarian response, it's small in scale. And so what can we be signaling from this process for greater investment in anticipatory action as defined that way? Then we get to Kunal's 5 Rs. I'm struck when I talk to people in the 5 R space that there's no clear shared definition of those 5 Rs, but I'm going to use the word reconstruction just to try to cover all of those. I am still unsure to answer Haja's question of whether by the fund or whether by other elements of the funding arrangements on reconstruction. What I heard from the presentations from the World Bank, from IOM, which I didn't know was in the reconstruction space as well, that things do exist outside. I think it was, I can't remember if it was Jean-Christophe or David who asked for more information from the bank about the small island economies exemption. I think there's an opportunity we have to look at what adjustments can be made or what changes can be made to the small island economies exemption, which is not something the fund should be doing, but it is something that the other elements of the funding arrangements could. In terms of reconstruction, I think getting into, in terms of the fund itself, there are lots of questions that have been raised in the context of the last 5 days. What aspect of the reconstruction is our expectations for the fund? Is it the entirety of the reconstruction? During the coffee break, having a discussion with some of the other TC members, something was raised in terms of maybe the fund is helping with the climate resilient component of the reconstruction. So there's an issue. And then also, are we thinking about the Santiago network as a element of the funding arrangements? We would think that the Santiago network is an important element. If they're providing technical assistance, if they're providing help with needs assessments or planning, those planning and technical components should be part of that piece of if we're talking about reconstruction in particular. I wanted to raise one final piece, which I haven't raised before, but has come up in previous discussions about loss and damage, and that is about fiscal space. And for us, debt deferment is an important tool in the funding arrangements. It can be an effective tool. And I wanted to just cover 3 aspects of debt and it being debt deferment and its use as a tool in the funding arrangements. First is related to sovereign debt. We have the common framework for debt treatments beyond the DSSI, which to us is a key multilateral process to address long-term debt vulnerabilities. It also includes not just about debt deferment, but about debt reduction. We are wanting a conversation, given how new it is, there is room for improvement, including by expanding eligibility and to include middle-income countries. And other aspects of ways in which the common framework can be useful in creating that fiscal space for countries. Then there's the debt treatment with respect to MDBs. We want to, I think there needs to be a gap analysis and an analysis of coverage with respect to the MDBs. I'm aware that with respect to the regional MDBs. IDB may be the only one that it's including climate debt deferment clauses. My understanding is also that one of the challenges is that a country can only use that debt deferment clause once in the lifetime of that debt. So what does that mean for countries that are facing frequent, repeated disasters? Is that something that we should be talking about in the context of the funding arrangements and any sort of adjustments or changes which would be part and reflected in terms of the new funding arrangements? I've also heard from some regional banks that these kinds of debt deferment clauses are not necessary. And is that true? It would be really, as we balance hearing from the MDBs and the UN institutions, helpful to balance that with hearing more from the countries themselves in terms of whether that is necessary or not. And finally, there's the issue of private lending. I'm aware, the UK has been a leader in this space in terms of developing templates on climate resilient debt clauses, and we're supportive of this and would like to explore how we can implement those templates. But I wanted to pick up on the fiscal space piece, which I think is and debt deferment and debt treatment as part of the funding arrangements conversation, which we don't think should be part of the fund. So it's just another example of how both the fund and funding arrangements discussions are equally important. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. So I have a couple of questions maybe you can expand on and just give us more level of detail on. So this notion of a specialized place for slow onset events, so that would be like one component of either the new fund or the funding arrangements, and then I guess there's the other component of loss and damage, or and how do you see sort of the role of the GCF or the GEF or even the adaptation fund in augmenting that specialized space? And then I'm really interested in how you would see us going forward on these issues of providing signals of adjustments. And then the fiscal space issue, because so are you seeing a component of our recommendations as being sort of non-binding, non-COP directive recommendations, but sort of like a section that says, holistically for the international community to address loss and damage, there are these components that should be addressed. So is it something like the Sharm el-Sheikh decision where we asked the MDBs to consider something, or is it, how would you see those issues, the climate debt deferment, how are you seeing, again, this is just an initial exchange of views, how is it just a recommendation that the G20 and the MDBs consider that, and as simple as that, or would you see a section of our recommendation, the TC, as talking to the broader community and us identifying things that we've identified as being important to the loss and damage fund and funding arrangement that we can't address, we don't have the answers? And to what extent would you want us to go into these types of issues in the workshops or in our future TC work, knowing that we don't really have the authority to instruct anybody? Thank you.
Thanks, Richard, for those questions. Thinking so far in terms of in terms of slow onset events, and in terms of our thinking about the fund itself, the fund and the 5A, is that the fund should be targeted, specific, and not duplicative. And for us, I think a key sort of one of the main things that have come up in our own gap analysis is measures to address slow onset events. I think, yes, you saw pieces of that highlighted in the presentations from the Adaptation Fund, the GEF, and the GCF. So I'm not suggesting that nothing exists, but in terms of like the magnitude of the gap, this seems like one that the fund could pick up. Now, in terms of the ways in which the other funds could support, it's a great question, and one would love to explore more in terms of the space, right? There obviously the existing funds are doing a lot in the climate information services space, which is really important with respect to better understanding of slow onset events. So I think that as we talk, we can come up with sort of who's doing what. in terms of your second question, the recommendations, let's say specific to the MDBs, would be in terms of what I was talking about with regard to the MDBs, I would see it as recommendations to the shareholders of the MDBs, for example. But I think we need to get more granular about how do we see that section of 5B articulated in our final recommendations and what we put forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Colleagues, again, you're welcome to respond and engage with Christina's ideas on that one, as with other people's. So my next on my list is Lotte. You also were not with us in the retreat, so we look forward to hearing your views. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor, and I apologize to everyone for being late. I will not bore you with the details of that, but here I am, and I'm happy to be here and be in this room of collective effort.
Please speak close to the mic.
Yeah, is it not? I hope this is better. So, what I said was that I'm sorry I wasn't here from the very beginning, but I have been briefed about your discussions yesterday and during the retreat. But of course, I will try to catch up with every one of you during all our breaks and hopefully soon lunch. Apologies also for maybe stating some of the things that you heard before, but since it's the first time that and this is a shared sheet with Holland, I will just run through a few quick points. So what I would like to say is that I come from a background of development, State Secretary for Development, and this is sort of what I bring in and hope that I can share some of my knowledge within the development and humanitarian system and bring it to the floor here. So I understand that you had briefings yesterday, and I heard the briefings today, which really underscores two things: both that the humanitarian response system is there. There's a lot of mechanism already working. It's locally based. It's acting fast based on triggers with speed in terms of access to finance, but also, of course, that there are gaps. The same with the development finance system. It's evolving. The MDB reform is ongoing. I heard already other speakers before me has been alluding to that. But again, gaps here also. Within the humanitarian development system, we are talking a lot about the nexus, how to bridge, how to be better in terms of prearranged financing to react and bridge between acute measures and the long-term efforts. I think, and this is also what I hear, that there's a lot of understanding of what's already out there, and instead of trying to build a new silo, we should tap in and tie into that, in an essence, ecosystem of finance, which is there, look at what is, and then focus in on where are the gaps. I think what are some of the presentations I've heard today were really strong on the case studies, and having even more regional case studies, I think, could be extremely helpful as we move forward, because that can actually help us in practice see what do we have, where does it work, but where are the gaps. So making it contextualized and locally based, I think, is an extremely important way as we move forward. But since it's the first time also that I take the floor on behalf of Denmark and Holland or the Netherlands, I just want to make sure so everyone knows that we, of course, are committed to advance on all 4 areas of the mandate of the TC, operationally on the funding arrangement and fund, identifying and expanding sources of funding, and including innovative sources. And here we, for example, from the Danish side, are leading very forward when it comes to the maritime sector, and then fourthly, strengthening coordination and complementarity. I think one of the things sort of coming in late in the discussion is that I'm still not sure that everyone knows what we say when we say addressing. Can we still work on sort of unfolding that? And as we move forward. Last point, just to say that I think we should make clear that we have an open mind, as has been said, that we put function first, and let form follow from the function. So we are absolutely clear of what we are trying to achieve and who we are trying to target. And I like ideas of trying to sort of say that is instead of having an all encapsulating arrangement, should we maybe specialize in there where there is a concrete gap. But lots of things to come back to, and thank you.
Great, thank you, Lotte, and welcome, and thank you for sharing those views. Just hang on a second. Just consulting with Uti. We're going to continue now until about 1:30, and then we'll have a lunch break, and then we'll come back. So next on my list, Adel, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. I would like to express my concern with regard to our discussions that are more focusing only on para 6. So we need to have a balance, but para 6 and para 5, there should be a balance discussion on those. But in terms of your focus guiding discussion, I think we do see that in terms of fund, I think decision from Sharm el-Sheikh is very clear. Para 1 of the decision is new, additional, and predictability. This is something that we need to consider under the scope. And also the next paragraph says to respond, especially addressing real loss and damage in terms of both extreme weather events and also slow onset event, economic and also non-economic losses. I'm trying to focus on the scope of the fund itself. So in terms of how to get there, I think we have a mandate to discuss further what are the key elements under the para 5 of the decision. So para 5 is very clear. First, we need to see the institutional arrangement. So in terms of institutional arrangement, I think we need to keep this under the COP and CMA, under the convention and also the Paris Agreement. And of course, in terms of responsibility, I think accountable to the Conference of Parties. I think that's critically important for us. And in terms of modalities, I think we learn from the past experience and also presentations made by different financial entities and also agencies since yesterday up to now. So there is a gap, coordination issues and ad hoc based financial resources. It's not continuity there. So predictability, it's critically important for this decision. That's why we need to operationalize a new fund. Again, new fund under the convention. And in terms of ensuring the sustainability, we further request to have public financial resources as additional, as main resource, and also, of course, we also need to consider the COP decisions, HEMI decision with regard to innovative financial resources. And we can elaborate a little bit about how to get innovative financial resource later on. But in terms of modality to deliver, we need to have a governing body. We need to have some sort of board that is mandated to govern this resource. And we do not need to have a very long and let's say complex bureaucracy, but we need to have a straight away body that will be quickly delivering the fund to the most vulnerable one once they need to deal with addressing loss and damage in the most vulnerable developing countries. I think that that's my third point. And also with regard to the issue of type of resource, I think mobilizing, also accessing to the fund, and also I mentioned before, type will be around public and also private, innovative, and so on and so forth. But it's not possible for us to decide everything. We can hand over those technical issues to the governing body. Let's say a board can further decide what are the key, let's say, innovative resources that will be contributed from outside. I think that will be very useful. And also, when it comes to the issue of structure, again, we are going to have some sort of structure that will be very rapid response, deliver and response to the needs of developing countries. So we need to learn from GF, GCF, and from Adaptation Fund and others. So there is a big gap there, so we need to fill the gap. So quick response structure will be critically important. And in terms of governance issues, I think it will be handled by the governing body. Like I mentioned before, that board will be taking responsibility of this. And in terms of additional elements that we need to think about for this new fund, I think we need to have a trustee in place to deliver quickly the fund. I do understand the humanitarian assistance out there, but it's bilateral issues and ad hoc. But one that we are going to start to operationalize is predictability and also sustainability, and also quick response to the needs of developing countries. I think that that's the key for us. And elements will be also covering issue of criteria needs to be assessed. I think that will be also, I mean, that eligibility criteria, that will be also very good one, but not very long criteria, but we need to have some sort of criteria that will be helping the fund to be dispersed very quickly to the urgent needs of developing countries. I think that's the key. In terms of identifying and expanding a source of fund, once again, I have already mentioned, so I do not need to repeat it again, but public fund, new fund to the existing one, and also innovative one will be critically important. But one of the innovative issues that I learned from the presentation since yesterday would be how to address issue of premium pay principle for addressing issue of insurance. I think some of developing countries, they are having difficulties to pay the premium fee, and we do not want to have additional burden to the most vulnerable countries. One, if they don't have a capacity to pay back, or at least to pay the premium fee, and then it will be trouble. Even loans, I also learned some views from outside. Loans is it's a burden issue for some of developing countries, so we really need to avoid that gap as well. And in terms of coordination and complementary issues, coordination will be there. So the existing mechanism will be still allowing to go by their own business, but they can also contribute to the new one. So the financial flows for addressing loss and damage will be in a comprehensive and then a unity manner that will be useful to ensure the transparency in terms of a reporting system, who is contribute how much and who is implement what and how much, with how much money they received. I think that will be also part of the accountability to the conference of parties. I think those are key issues. Just try to answer the paragraph 5, A, B, C, and D. So I'm ready to answer some questions if may. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask you questions because I'm trying to get people to not say what we know, but give us some more detail, because it's useful for us as the co-chairs to understand what it is that. So, I mean, this morning my constituency complained to me about the presentations because they know these things. They want to hear other things. So the more detail you give us, you don't have to have all the answers, but the more detail you give us, the easier it is for us to make sure that the next set of presentations and the workshops go into these things. Because when you say, and this is the question I'm going to ask you, you want this fund to deliver quickly. What are your ideas on exactly what that means? Because that may have a direct correlation to what kind of governing body you have, right? So is it, if you have a resident board, you assume it'd be quickly. The World Bank has a resident board, but the World Bank presentation said it takes sometimes up to 365 days to disperse money. So the assumption that, if we have a board like the other funds, you meet twice, adaptation fund meets twice a year, and GCF 3 times a year. And sometimes you can get disbursements from 100 days to 600 days. So I think it's useful for us to understand when you say quickly, what exactly, I mean, how would you see that happen? Is it because there's a trigger agreed, and then once the trigger it's been triggered, then the money flows? Is that maybe you can just expand on that, please?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yes, for the quick response, I think we need to request the entity to revise their internal policy. I think this is also part of the decision. So the current policy is very long bureaucracy, but they can narrow it down in a way that can quickly delivering the fund. I think one of the presentations was useful to at least quickly respond to the needs of developing countries by utilizing some modalities at country level, so they can cooperate very directly with social protection entities at country level, so they can disburse this fund very quickly. I think it was Red Cross presentation. That was also very good for me as lessons learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adao. So I'm going to end up with the last 2 speakers for this session. I have Jean-Christophe, and then followed by David. And then I will ask the questions. So Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Richard. I have 3 points. Try to make them brief. The first is to answer Adao and Kunal to some extent, and to explain why I do think that we need this committee needs to base its recommendation on a systemic vision of the global architecture of climate finance. And when I say base, it's not to say that we have to redesign the whole system, not at all, but to understand how it works, how it doesn't work, where there are gaps, and where we have to fill these gaps, and how to improve the other mechanism. That was the spirit of the European position at Sharm el-Sheikh, and I think we still stick with this position. And honestly, the mandate is really pleading for that. When you look at the mandates, the four tracks that we are mandated to deal with, they are calling for coordination on these four tracks. And I'm quite happy that we have been able to engage on this discussion earlier yesterday and today, because the presentation I think have been quite illustrative on the continuum of action, continuum of institutions that we have before us, starting with actions before loss and damage happen, with action confronting loss and damage, and then action post loss and damage, and some of us mention reconstruction, relocation, etc., etc. That is really a complex landscape that we have before us, And it's not to say, Kunal or Adao, that I am not ready to take on board the easy solutions. The easy solution will be part of the recommendation. If there are low-hanging fruits, let's take them on board, no question about that. But the worst for this committee would be to make recommendations that would allow euros to be redundant, or worse, euros to be in competition with other euros. That's something that France would not accept. We have to be strict on that. Money is something important, which is very much needed on the ground, so let's make it efficient. The second point is about vulnerabilities, and it's not something that I want to address right now, but at one point in our discussion, we will have to deal with that. And certainly when we'll be digging into the mechanism themselves, be it the fund itself or the other financial arrangements, I think that we will have to keep in mind the mandate, which asks us to focus our action on the most vulnerable country and communities. That is an important point. And my third point at this stage is really to call for this committee to get more feedback from the ground. And I would support Lotte in that, but I would probably echo also some of us, namely Diane, Kunal, Adao, Oja, and others, who have started to give us some elements of their experience on the ground. That's very important to me. I need that myself, and maybe others would need that, but I will make proposal later on the process, specifically on the working program, to have this information brought from the ground to the committee. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. I won't ask you any questions on the vulnerability issues because you'll discuss them later, and then we'll wait with expectation, excitement for your proposal on how we get more feedback from the ground. I just want to ask one question. Do you see the fund as being the center of normative policy making for loss and damage? So you said you don't want to see the existing humanitarian organizations become redundant. I don't think that we want to see that either. But if they're, and I think Kunal said it, that we don't feel as if they're doing loss and damage per se. They're still doing their existing work in the context of climate shock. So do you see this fund being setting the policy direction or the signal, or becoming specialized in loss and damage and giving better direction to the existing agencies on how to do loss and damage better? Or do you see that as something that could be done as an arrangement, so like a coordination arrangement amongst agencies that come together to set a policy direction? How would you see that?
Thank you, Rich. That's a very good question, actually, and we will have to address it at one point. My plea was really for this committee to work out of the current silos, to work on innovative solutions, and not to be blindsided, actually, by our current perspective. On things which happens to all of us, including myself, actually, and more than I would like. But I am not either naive about the capacity of this committee to revamp the whole global coordination, actually. And I see you're just smiling. Yes, I'm not that naive, even though I have ambition for this committee. So my sense is that the fund could be a driving force in sending messages, being able to coordinate itself very clearly with all the other institutions involved in this continuum I described, and certainly to be also to exert some kind of convening power. Now, from that, I I'm happy to discuss that during the course of this committee. There are probably other ways to implement what you suggested, which I think is very important. And yes, the funding, the fund and the funding arrangement, that we have to have that in mind where we work out their mechanism and the way they work.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. And now David is going to be my final speaker. And David, please respond to Christina because it's the same question that you asked around the adjusting the small islands exemption. Again, in your response, and tell us how you see that recommendation emerging from our work, and where do you see like specific recommendations that can be actioned by the COP versus recommendations that I think Christina said we encourage the shareholders to do. So if maybe you can also in your response give us your views on that.
If you give me a moment, perhaps I will, Mr. Co-Chair. This has been an incredibly useful exchange from my perspective, and I've certainly learned a lot and benefited enormously from it. I just wanted to make a couple of points, and then I'll attempt to answer Richard's first barrage of questions. I think I'd like to sort of start with what Hadja was describing as this need for greater coordination, which I feel very keenly, and it certainly echoes what Jean-Christophe was talking about as well. It is not, in my conception of where we ultimately get to, going to be within our purview to dictate how the entirety of the system that touches on loss and damage operates. But in order to do our job, as I understand our mandate from the COP, it is imperative that we understand as well as we can that system, so that we can provide the best possible advice to the COP when we get to the end of the year. And so that coordination function, I think, is absolutely imperative. And when I think about the work in front of us, it's absolutely about developing a deeper understanding, certainly than I have at the moment. But it's also seizing what Diane has sort of offered us, which is an opportunity to be creative and to think less in terms of the punitive and more in terms of the opportunity and the creation of incentives, which I think is a really interesting conception. So I welcome what she has offered us and Hadja has offered us over the course of our conversations to date, and just wanted to sort of emphasise the value that the perspectives that those that are representing the most vulnerable offer us, and I want to acknowledge Adau's contribution in that regard as well as part of this conversation. So Australia will try and do as Diane asks of us, and try and be as flexible and open-minded as we possibly can be as we go forward. And we have heard the call for a fund clearly, and it is articulated in black and white in our decision, and that is something that we absolutely will work towards. But we don't want to lose sight of the opportunity we have, not to prescribe to institutions like the bank how they need to operate, but to reflect on how adjustments to some of those other practices might benefit those that we are seeking to assist through this exercise. And it is for that reason I asked questions about the operations of the small island economy exception, not because I necessarily have a predetermined view as to how that might operate differently, but when we talk about the way IDA operates inside the bank, and when we talk about the way vulnerable small island states are operating when battered repeatedly by hurricanes or tropical cyclones, we need to be mindful of the tools that are available to the international system, and where potential refinements of those tools might yield dividends. So that was the basis for my question. That's something that I'm interested in more information on. I do think that the IFIs and MDBs have, well, they are critically important in this space and others. And I certainly second Christina's suggestion the other day that we'd like to hear from the other MDBs, not just the bank. And then maybe sort of finally to echo the comment that Jean-Christophe made, and to welcome Lotte and also acknowledge what she said with respect to, you know, a deeper understanding of the context on the ground and how imperative that is for us to do what we need to do. And so as I think about our working arrangements and the modalities that we will take forward through you as our co-chairs, ways in which we're able to have presented to us the tangible, the concrete experience on the ground, move us from the abstract to the tangible, I think will enormously assist our work. So if my friend Jean-Christophe has a proposal to put forward to us later today, I'm all ears. With that, I'll end. Thanks, Richard.
Great, thanks, David. I think that was clear, and we'll wait for the proposal, and we've heard you clearly that you want to hear from the other MDBs and the regional MDBs, and thank you for that. So let me just do the list. So on my list, I have. I'm going to start, Milagros. I'm going to start with you, if that's okay, because you also weren't here. So when we come back from lunch, we'll start with you first because we haven't heard from you, and then I'll just go with the list, which is Mohammed, Sinead, Stephen, Ewan, Debbie, Sumaya, and Georg. And then I'm going to hand over to Uti to make an announcement and some housekeeping, and then we'll go for a bit of lunch.
Okay, so you've received a number of versions regarding the various dates for our work, including the dates for the Transitional Committee meetings, the 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th, and the workshops and the Glasgow Dialogue. Now, based on the scenario 2, we'd like to put forward a co-chair's proposal. So it would be based on the scenario 2, meaning that the 2nd Transitional Committee meeting would be in May, 3rd one end of August, and the 4th one in October, with the slight change to the date of the 2nd Transitional Committee meeting. So in the scenario 2, it says from 24th to the 28th. We would like to suggest that the meeting is from the 23rd to the 27th. So sort of bring forward by one day. Still venue or location to be determined, but it would be in Europe, clearly, because everyone then needs to be in Bonn shortly afterwards. So this is the proposal that the Secretariat will now circulate to all of you, and this is the co-chair's proposal. We know that there are national holidays, there are weekends, there are, sort of, it is just impossible to just bear with us. It is impossible to find dates that would be suitable for all and that would avoid all national holidays. So we're not going to take any views now. We're going to put this forward and we'll come back to this later this afternoon. But this was just to inform you that we have been working on the timetable. And now lunch, we'll just give you half an hour. So do be back by 1:15. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we're back from lunch and we're running late again. Can I encourage colleagues to please take their seats so we can start with our list? Do you have a quorum?
Let's see.
1, 2. Okay, colleagues, we have a quorum. My first speaker on there's Milagros. Paul, can you ask some of the secretary to go and gather other board members? It's kind of rude that people speak and then not all the board members are in the room. PC members, not board members. Mr. Higgins, please. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. So we're going to continue with our list, and our first speaker for this afternoon session is Milagros. Milagros, welcome. You're also not with us on the retreat, so we look forward to hearing from you. Just before you go ahead, we, as the co-chairs, had a request from the Observer constituency to speak, and we've agreed to let two members of that constituency address us at the end of our speakers list. So just to let you know, they'll join us, and we've asked them not to repeat what they said yesterday. So we're interested in new things, new issues, and new specifics. So with that, I'm going to give you the floor, Milagros. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And since this is my first intervention, I would like to start thanking Egypt for their hospitality. I mean, it has been great so far. I'm sorry I missed the workshop before, but I heard great things about it. I would like to also congratulate the co-chairs on the amazing job that they're doing. And basically, I would like to echo what Maldives, what Khadija and Diane have been saying, and build a little bit on it. I think it provides what Khadija proposed provides some clarity and a good way to start structuring our conversation, at least the substantive part of that conversation, and with an open mind, like Diane said. And regarding what other members have been talking about, form follows function, we already know a little bit about the function that this fund should have, and it's addressing loss and damage related to the adverse effects of climate change. And delving deeper into that and the granularity of what that means is something that we can do. We can do in parallel, we can do in the workshops, but I don't want us to waste time in building on substantive stuff. And I agree that the base should be a systemic vision for the global architecture of climate finance. But this is something that we can work on as we move forward, and the details on what loss and damage is and can be is very broad, and we can even do a PhD on it. So I don't want us to waste time on it, especially because the important things that we need to address are already clear. There are gaps there are big gaps, then our needs are increasing with time. Countries don't have access to funds, and the funds that are already existing or the financial institutions that already exist don't have a clear mandate on loss and damage. I would like to thank very much the organizations that have presented the work that they're doing. It helps us understand a little bit the current landscape of institutions that are funding activities related to loss and damage and the gaps that are existing. But I think that we were aware before coming to Luxor that the existing funding arrangements fall very short and are not sufficient to address the existing funding gaps related to providing action and support in responding to loss and damage. Maybe what would have helped us a little bit more from those institutions is understand a little bit on their how they work and the mechanics, and what we can learn, their best practices in providing quick response to the climate crisis, which a couple presented, and to identify the most effective ways in which to address the gaps and in setting up this fund. I think Ocha's presentation helped us have an idea on the amount of funding for immediate response, but we need to be cognizant that it does not account for recovery, especially environmental recovery, which is outside of the scope of OCHA. And humanitarian action is not loss and damage. Their objective is to save lives, and loss and damage is way more than that. I think Maldives mentioned it before about the idea surrounding dignity and how we can rebuild lives and livelihoods, but we want an unbiased process that's based on our needs. And I think we need parallel discussions on what this means. Regarding the Adaptation Fund and the GCF, they also don't have a mandate on loss and damage, and therefore they don't report on it. I think that the expert group for action and support of the WIM is currently working on reviewing the projects that relate to the work stream of the WIM. But because these institutions don't report on loss and damage, it's very hard to identify what activities they're financing in that area. So in any case, usually what we see is anticipatory action or readiness, which has important gaps on addressing loss and damage, like I mentioned before. And regarding the GEF, the project executed in Haiti might be a good example to learn on how to mobilize funds quickly, but maybe we should try to find out also if they were as quick to disperse those funds and for those funds to get to the country. And the analysis on the institution is something that I think the Glasgow Dialogue can do and can work further on. It's important to understand that we already have a mandate, that there was a decision of COP to meet the immediate need of new, additional, predictable, and adequate financial resources. And in the context of new funding arrangements, there was a decision to create a fund for responding for loss and damage and other funding arrangements. And this is what we should be focusing on. We should focus on exploring the structure of the fund, type of financing instruments, ideally grants, but also guarantees and others that respond to economic and non-economic loss and damage, including extreme weather events and slow onset events, especially in the context of ongoing and ex post, which includes rehabilitation, recovery, and reconstruction. We need to define the sources of funding, the processes and initiatives under and outside the convention and the Paris Agreement. And I think that I want to talk a little bit more about the experience of Latin America, which is a highly indebted region. We are the most indebted and the second least financed in terms of climate change. We cannot take loans for actual losses and damages whenever we are hit by an extreme weather event. And we can also not take loans for slow onset events like loss of biodiversity, land degradation, sea level rise. And to give you an example, we are already the Dominican Republic already took a loan, a budgetary support loan for recovery after Hurricane Fiona last October, which does not cover the losses that we experienced, only partially, but in any case, it was a loan. So what we also need to see is that this fund needs to respond to climate justice and not our category of country development. And that's something that I'm that will be very decisive on. We could borrow and are borrowing on to increase our resilience to reduce future losses and damages, but we need to find alternatives and alternative instruments for countries that are highly vulnerable and that are middle income. And I think I want to leave it there, and then we can discuss further at other points.
Thank you, Milagros. And to continue my approach to prodding people, can you? So, I mean, you used the example of the loans that you took for the recent hurricanes in your country. Can you reflect on this question of should the new fund a portion of the recovery, or should it be funding the whole? What would you tell the TC that we should be setting up a fund that once we trigger an event, then the majority of the support comes from this fund, or how do you see that process of the scope working out?
I think that's something we can explore further, but right now I see that this is something that could be financed by the fund. My concern is mostly on the type of instrument, and it's a loan for a country that is one of the most vulnerable, considering we're a small island developing state in the path of hurricanes, but we also have highly vulnerable ecosystems in the country. So I think that we should explore in the ecosystem of available finance that we have, but we need to focus also on that big gap that we already know that exists. And that is what I wanted to highlight on.
Okay, thank you very much. So colleagues, there we have it, that the expectation that the new fund will fund a significant component of the costs of loss and damage. We'll have to see institutionally how that works, or what kind of institution that looks like to do that. So I think there's a challenge for our further work. Thank you very much. Mohammed, your turn now.
Thank you so much, Richard. I think this is a very good discussion, and bear with me if I'm taking a lot of time, but when I was sharing, I didn't get this time to engage. So just bear with me. So first, I mean, we have to be all very clear that we are working here based on a decision with a mandate. So what we're going to create will have to be under the same institution that gave us this mandate. So we are not creating something that is outside. We are creating something that is within the COP CMA, within the UNFCCC, so it has to be within the process. Otherwise, we can go out and we can have those who are interested in doing a fund outside, and we can go do it under the World Bank, have it as a fly alone. But here we have a mandate to deliver something under this process. So this is the first point. Second point, of course, it will be a duplication. Of course, because what we have seen in the course of the 2 days, that all those institutions are either doing something relevant to loss and damage, or they are dealing with something directly relevant to the disasters. But there is a gap. Of course, there is a gap. There's a gap on the scale. There's a gap on the predictability. There is a gap on the response. There is a gap on the access. There is a gap on eligibility. So we have those gaps among others. Three, and in this part, let's be also very clear that when we were creating the Green Climate Fund, other institutions were there. And we are not saying the Green Climate Fund is repeating or replicating, or it has to be different, or it has to not replicate, but it was replicating. We had the SIPs, we had the World Bank, we had the Adaptation Fund, we had the JEF, we have others, but there was a gap. So we will, under any circumstances, be duplicating some of the work that is there. But this, the mandate that we have, we need to ensure in our duplication that we are complementing and not really doing something different. So it has to have, as Jean-Christophe was saying, it has to have some sort of a facility. It has to act. It has to have a role of ensuring complementarity. This is the number 4 mandate that we have. But it will be duplicating some of the work, of course. But it should be additional, so we should not be taking from the humanitarian or from the adaptation and putting in the loss and damage, and then recalling and calling it this is the global response to the process. So this is another element that we need to deal with. And then we need to look at the bigger picture. So let's look at the disaster process, unfortunate disaster process. You have the resilience building before, then you have a disaster that you're hit with. You have the day after, you have a short term, then you have a medium and long term. What happens is if I live in a developed country, if I'm blessed and live in a developed country, well, the country, the government, and the institutions and the government is assisting us to build the resilience. But if disaster happens, what happened is that you have the capacities as a government to intervene. You do the humanitarian stuff as a government, be it a local or federal government, and then you provide the people who are impacted with compensations. You rebuild their livelihoods. This is on the spot, and then on the day after, you assist them to start rebuilding their livelihoods. Otherwise, they will have to move. And then in the short term, you start giving them through different processes, including insurance, and through direct intervention from the governments and the local institutions. They provide them with the funding and the support that is needed. Then on the medium and long term, the federal government or the local government does the rehabilitation of the infrastructure. So if you have the capacity, you will be doing that. In the case of a developing country, what happens is you get hit and you have limited capacity, but you contribute. I don't think that any of us sitting around the table think that the local governments or the governments in our countries are hit by a climate disaster and they're just sitting there saying, okay, the national system give us money. This is not the case. So the idea of a contribution from the developing countries is already done because those countries, those governments and the local governments are already paying from their pockets to deal with the impact. But their capacities are limited, one. Two, that they already have a lot of competing development needs to deal with the disasters, and those disasters were not anticipated, so they were not part of their development planning. Second thing is the day after the disaster, you need to have livelihoods to restart it partially, which many governments cannot do. And if we say that the humanitarian system can intervene in the once you are hit, the climate this system cannot intervene in supporting those communities to have a partial rehabilitation of their livelihoods. It's very limited capacity there. They cannot deliver on that. Even if you have an insurance scheme, they will give you some money, but they will not be able to deliver on that. And if you have a recurrent process, recurrent climate disasters, then your insurance scheme will be like that high. You will not be able to pay the premium. Even if you do all this risk sharing, everything. I mean, and then there is a very important element that we should not forget, that those communities, those developing countries, are not the reason for that. Their contribution to this climate change is very limited. I don't want to invoke or bring the historical responsibility part, but this is a reality. So those people who are in Pakistan, in the small islands, in South Africa, what is their contribution in the climate and the emissions that we have now? It's very limited. So based on this understanding and based on the principle that we are doing a solidarity scheme, we should not ever forget that this is partial support, not to compensate, but through the solidarity part, we are assisting those governments and those countries to deal with the issue. So what we have now is on the day the disaster happens, the humanitarian system kicks in, as we have heard, but it is limited because they say the needs are 50 billion, what they have is 25 billion. So the limitation is there. This is one. Two, for many countries, the humanitarian system will not come forward to them because they think that those countries have already the means to do that. I don't know when the humanitarian system kicked in South Africa or in Pakistan. Because you are a middle income country, it is told that you can always cover whatever. You cannot cover that. So you're still highly indebted. Then the third point is the day after. So what happens to the day after? If you don't compensate those communities, what happens is internal displacement. This will evolve into migration, in climate-induced migration. This will evolve into whatever, the process, how it goes. So if you don't provide for livelihoods in the day after, or the very short term, then you are not only having challenges and retaining development in the country, but you are creating a bigger problem. And we have seen that, and this all documented in if you look at any of the studies that is there, how much climate change or climate-induced impacts are leading to external additional stress for the communities and is impacting the sustainability of the communities. So we have a gap on the day after. So how can we just give a glimpse of hope that we are restarting this livelihoods of those affected communities? And then you have a medium and a short-term process, which is more complicated because it's rehabilitation of the infrastructure. So I think yesterday we heard the number of 1,300 schools that needs a rehabilitation because of one incident of climate impact. What happens in the process there, be it for the short term or the medium term? On the short term, what you have is a pledging conference. So you have a very voluntary goodwill process. If the climate system, if the UN system likes you, they will go in for a pledging conference, and this pledging conference you will be promised with a lot of money, all of it in loans, and most of it will not materialize. If you say no, I need real support, you'll have a lot of UN missions, and Diane, we were discussing that, the UN missions coming to your country to assess what are the impacts and what are your needs. It will take them like months to do this process. So it is more of this UN officials trying to assess. While you know what are the impacts are, we already have the studies, you already have the expectations. Not everybody knows, but you will go in a very long process. So you have one humanitarian system that is not sufficient kicking in on the day. Two, you have a pledging conference that will come as additional burden to you, to the government, because it comes mainly in loans. And then three, on the medium and long term, what you're facing is, I need to rehabilitate, I need to do this restructure, rebuilding back and everything. What do you get? Loans. So if you are a highly indebted country, the cost of finance that we all know will be very high. Do you think the MDBs will be able to cover all those billions that we're talking about? This is a very wishful thinking. Do you think that through a very facilitated process we'll be getting, through the existing mechanism, we'll be getting this much money? Look at Pakistan, and we have a representative from Pakistan sitting here. They have 40 billion in economic losses. I don't know how much they got in the pledges and the pledging conference, I think 8 billion, and 90% of what they got was loans. So the ability of the government and the country to take more loans because of a disaster that they had nothing to do with, but they are paying the price, is again part of the impacts that we need to be looking at. And then this process of rehabilitation, how are we focusing on that? How are we doing this medium to long-term rehabilitation of infrastructure, especially in the areas where you have recurrent impacts? I think this is something else that we need to look at. And then this takes us to the second element. What are the gaps in the current system? And I think what have we heard from the presentations and also from the different parties around it here and in the discussions. We heard that you don't have sufficient resources, you don't have quick access, you don't have facilitated access, you have the wrong instruments, and you don't have a scale, right? And then we are told that the reform of the MDBs and the World Bank will provide us with the solution. Well, I have a doubt about that. First, we don't know what is the reform about. Nobody knows. We don't know what is the outcome of the reform. And we don't know if the World Bank and the other institutions have the right policies to deliver on what we are talking about. It is not there. I mean, the reality is it is not there. They have, of course, something, but their share is very small. So what are we expecting from the arrangements that we are working on? First, we are expecting funding arrangements. We have to be clear that it is an ecosystem, it has different elements. But in the core of it, there is a fund. And this fund has to do the following. It has to be able to provide financial resources at speed and at scale and respond. This does not mean that this fund should be in the scale of 100 billion, by the way. But let's discuss all the innovative ways to do that. And part of the instruments of this fund will be the insurance schemes. And how can this fund participate or pay part of the insurance schemes that are much needed? So you reduce the burden or reduce the cost on the international community when disaster hits. So this is one. We need to, one of the tools of this fund or this fund will be funding will be the insurance schemes. No, I had take my time, Richard. Second one is that it has to provide funding. It has to provide funding, very quick funding, and based on triggers that have to be agreed on. But it should not also discriminate because you are a middle income country. You cannot come to our fund. So where should I go? You should go to the World Bank. Why? Because the World Bank will be dealing with middle income countries or high income countries. In the case of SIDS, you go to the World Bank, they give you loans. And if you are highly indebted, these loans will be at cost. And if you're not able to access it, you will have to go to the market and take extra money. So this is where we are. What we should be constructing, we should be constructing a facility or a mechanism that looks at all what we have heard yesterday. All those are providing who is providing what, and within that there has to be a fund under this process that we are working on because it follows this process, and this fund will have process to replenish, a process to leverage, a process to look at the innovative sources, be it an SDR like, whatever like, and the capacity to do immediate action and the capacity to deliver long-term program. So if you look at the IMF has this long-term programs for financial restructuring. It can have the ability, or it should have the ability to provide a long-term program for the reconstruction for those affected areas. It is a 5-year program, 7-year program. This will not be funded mainly from the fund, but the fund will provide the seed for that and can provide that channel where countries can go to the fund, say, I want to be funded for a program for rehabilitation, not through loans, but through concessional finance and grants. But it has also to respond on the spot. So it has to provide the insurance, cover part of the insurance schemes. It has to provide financial, direct financial support. It has to be quick. And the board or whatever governing body that it has to be taking decisions based on clear criteria where everybody, all developing countries can go to and say, I have a disaster. That's why yesterday I was asking about the triggers. And you had different triggers in different places, but they are all the same. If a government decides that they are in need, that you have to respect that they are in need. Of course, there will be certain criteria, and we need to know that in this replenishment process, don't expect developing countries to come and contribute. So they will be paying from their pocket for part of the rehabilitation. They are paying already for the adaptation part. By the way, the African countries are paying up to 5% of their GDP in adaptation actions. And third, you expect them also to contribute to the new fund. I don't think this is fair. I don't think this goes within any principles that we agreed to. So I'll just stop there and waiting for your questions, if any. But this is the way we should be looking at this process. So we need to be looking at creating a fund, and let's look at the modalities, the governance, and those elements. And let's look at the bigger arrangement. Let's look at a facility to cover everything. Complementarity has to happen, coherence has to happen, but we are creating a fund. We are responding to this for the short term, for the medium term, and for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Does anyone want to prod Mohammed, or shall I do it? No, I think that was clear, Mo. I mean, I'm glad that you touched on the issue of the triggers. So just so that I got you correct, you're in favor of a soft trigger where the government just triggers at the funds, what have you. So you made mention of day 1, day 2, and day 3, right, after an event. Are you suggesting that this fund is active within that period?
Yes, the fund will, as I said, the fund will have to react for the day 0, day 1, and complement what the humanitarian system is providing. Day 1, you don't have anybody providing anything. You have very limited, like an IFRC and others, is very limited. So it has to provide this to keep the communities in place. Otherwise, they will just move. To keep the communities in place. And then it has also the ability to work on programs, or it can provide the programs like a IMF long-term 5-year program, whereby they can mobilize, it's not only provide, they can mobilize substantial amounts of finance on concessional basis for the rehabilitation and build back better for the infrastructure and what is needed there.
Okay, because you're my brother, I can prod you even deeper. So how do you see the immediate trigger, the response to the trigger happening? So event happens, country self-triggers, the fund, if it has a resident board, can take a decision, but if it doesn't have a resident board, are you saying that you're happy to delegate the approval of immediate response funding to an executive position, or how do you see that governance arrangement? Because you said it under the convention and therefore it has to have a board. So maybe you want to explain that.
You have a minimum allocation that the countries can get on the spot. This is similar to what Diane was saying on the star allocation of the JEP. So you have a minimum allocation that the countries can jump onto. And then for any fund, if there is an emergency, even the GCF, we have in between decisions, BBMs. So you have a decision that could be taken in case of such scale. So this is what I don't like it in the GCF, but I like it here. And the second thing is that it has to complement. So it has to have this, I wouldn't say authority because we don't have authority on other organizations, but it has to have this coordinating power whereby it has to talk to the humanitarian system, it has to talk to the IFRC and others and see that the collective response is going forward.
Great, thank you, Mohammed. Now we're getting into the specifics. Thank you for that. Next on my list is Sinead. Please, you have the floor.
Thanks, Richard. I think maybe what I would start with, and it's coming back to something Adao said earlier, is that we need to respect all aspects of what the decision tells us to do. And I think that means that if we don't manage to do our job on the fund, then this committee is a failure. If we don't manage to do our job of looking at the funding arrangements and designing the fund with those in mind, looking at the gaps and so on, then this committee is a failure. So I think we need to maybe have that understanding amongst ourselves that we're all committed to every element. I can certainly say from the Irish and German side, we most certainly are. Coming to the point about funding arrangements, and I think maybe Mohammed picking up on some of what you've said. I mean, what we have seen today and yesterday is a tiny fraction of what exists, right? We should not think that funding arrangements equals 10 presentations. I know some of them, like the OCHA presentation, spanned quite a wide range, but this is only a fraction of what's out there. I think the point has been made by Dominican Republic and others that, and also by the presenters themselves, these are not necessarily, core, loss and damage. They are maybe loss and damage relevant in many cases. And I think, I don't think anybody in this room, and certainly not sitting here, would say that these are adequate. So, I mean, I don't think anybody's saying there's not a gap. If we didn't believe there was a serious gap, I don't think any of us would be here. So I think there's some things that we can just take for granted. We don't need to be convinced that there is a gap. But I think we also need to bear in mind, coming back to the point about mandates can and will and do evolve. Just because some of these organizations and some of the others that haven't presented yet, but that hopefully we'll be seeing in the mapping, just because they may not have a core loss and damage mandate today, doesn't mean that they can't acquire one. And part of the reason I say that is because in many cases, these organizations are us. They are funded by our countries are members of them, shareholders and different things. So these are not a separate body of organizations that we have no control over. And I think it's one of the things that each of us as members needs to take into our personal responsibility. We may not be the focal point within our own government for all of the things that we're hearing about, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility to discuss within our own systems how the work of this committee should be influencing our government's engagement in some of these other organizations. And hence, coming back to that point again about maximizing the funding arrangements before we figure out what are the real priority gaps, coming back to paragraph 6, what are the real priority gaps that we need to address? And I suppose that's one maybe request I might put to the co-chairs. I'd really love us, before we leave Luxor, to, I suppose, receive assurance from the Secretariat that the revision of the synthesis mapping document, that the Secretariat is clear on what the committee is really asking for it to do in terms of the revision. And if the Secretariat is not clear, then I'd be really happy for us to have a discussion on that, because I think the mapping exercise is really important to lay the foundation for us to make decisions on what the real priority gaps are and how should we work on them. And it's wonderful to see, the TSU and all of these, sort of organizations that see the work of this committee as so important that they have donated staff. And so I'm sure that gives you an ability to task the TSU to really help us to have a real solid mapping that we can then work on in the workshops and so on. Coming to Diane's points about structure, I mean, I think we're open-minded on the structure of a new fund. I think we agree with a lot of what's been said about creativity. Some of the points you made, Mohammed, in terms of being able to engage with innovative sources in the private sector and so on. I think that's really important. I think the only thing we would maybe say on structure, said it before, is the whole point about form follows function. So, we need to figure out what do we really want this fund to do, and I'm afraid the answer to that can't be everything, right? So we need to really be quite targeted. What is it that we want the fund to do, and then what function is going to follow that? I think Lotte, you made this point earlier on as well, but 100% agree with Diane about needing to have much more of a partnership approach. Recognizing, as Mohammed said, the contributions that are being made by local governments, local communities, national governments, apart from what may come from outside. So I think lots of scope for us to be creative on structure. And then a final 2 points, and like Jean-Christophe, I don't think we'll get onto this today, but just to flag, I think that for the Irish-German seat, the vulnerability point is really, really key. I don't think it'll be a particularly easy and straightforward discussion. I think we'll all have different views on it, but coming back to how we have to respect the language of the decision says we have to focus on particularly vulnerable countries, and you can't focus on all countries if you have to focus on particularly vulnerable countries. So I agree we need to know what that means, but the one thing I do know, and this is just as an English speaker, this is not coming with any expertise, that particularly and all do not mean the same thing. And so we need to respect that, and we need to figure out how do we define what that actually means in our context, because that is our mandate. And then the final point is just on sources. It's I think it's important to us. We definitely agree, and I think this is a point that Adao and Sonam and others have made. There is a real role for public grant-based finance in this new fund. We absolutely agree with that. But coming back to the scale of the needs and how enormous they are, we know we need to go beyond this. We know we need to broaden the contributor base. We know we need to look at innovative sources. And the decision, again, coming back to that, the decision basically instructs us to do that. So yeah, really look forward to working with you all on this. Not looking forward so much to what questions I might get from Richard, but I'll leave it at that.
No, I think I'm going to give you a pass on the question because you asked us a question. So, I mean, I can't really. I mean, Lotte, maybe you want to try. I mean, the synthesis report is a secretariat document, right? So we're not trying to interfere. I mean, I think the secretariat has heard, and maybe Paul wants to respond to be clear that they've heard us. So everybody has spoken about areas that are a priority to them, and I can only hope that the secretariat has reflected on that and will reflect on that. But I don't think that, at least from my perspective, and I think Uti and I shared the same perspective on these things, we don't want to be micromanaging the secretariat's work on the synthesis report. If unfortunately we come to the next TC meeting and the mapping document doesn't reflect on it, then we'll have to deal with that by either seeking further mandates to the secretariat or getting into a discussion on the terms of reference. So at least from our perspective, we hope the secretariat has been listening. Uti, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Maybe on this particular point. I mean, it's absolutely essential, obviously, that we have a solid synthesis and mapping, so that we can sort of make recommendations evidence-based recommendations on how we see the funding arrangements as they are right now, and how we would see them then evolve. And in order to do that work, we do need that really, really solid work from the secretariat and assisted by the TSU. Now, at no point in time is the secretariat paper going to become like sort of something that we would negotiate line by line, or something that we would not everyone needs to agree on everything, but at the same time, should there be, and I think that's going to be the point at the second transitional committee meeting, should we come to the conclusion that the synthesis paper doesn't do the job, then I would suggest that we as committee, we would then commission other papers to do the job. I mean, or get the knowledge from somewhere else. It's just sort of, in order to make everyone's life easier, obviously, we really, really want the secretariat paper to be the foundation on which to pin the recommendations. Because if we then, and we've been in this kind of situations also in the working with the Standing Committee on Finance, that it's always easier if we have a sort of a secretariat basis to build the recommendations on. If not, it becomes very quickly this kind of back and forth in terms of picking and choosing which source to rely on and so on. So if need be, I mean, I don't think anyone is flying home until late tomorrow night at the earliest. Very happy to sit down as co-chair with the secretary to make sure that the points conveyed here, but also happy to have a broader discussion in terms of making sure that that all the inputs that we will have discussed over these days that they are indeed conveyed, and we'll make sure. And also and we will get to the working arrangements later this afternoon, but at least the idea is that that obviously it's going to be a very busy schedule for everyone, and we have 4 meetings this year, but there will be intersessional work, and we will be meeting virtually. I think we're going to suggest like once a month, just to make sure that when we get to the second transitional committee meeting, there are no surprises in terms of the material prepared for that meeting. But thank you.
Thanks, Uti. Paul, do you want to jump in on this quickly?
Thank you, co-chairs. We have been listening, and I think there's still a lot of differences in what is expected in terms of the additional analysis and perhaps the propositional suggestions that some members refer to. But I think more guidance, perhaps through the monthly meetings that you talked about, I think would be quite helpful. And I think we're quite flexible in terms of sharing successive drafts of that to make sure that all the information that you would find useful is included. So I think we will respond positively to suggestions of additional data and so forth. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Paul. So Sinead, I hope that satisfies you, and Uti and I can continue to discuss if we have to give a 10-day deadline for people to make comments or members to submit. We can look at those things and get back to you. But I hope that's okay. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move on. So next on I'm just going to read out the list as I have it. So Stephen, followed by Jun, Debbie, Samaya, Georg, Sonam, and then Ren, and then we'll have the presentation from the 2 observers. So Stephen, please.
Thank you, Richard. I listened to, I think many people have had a chance to speak yet, obviously not everyone, but I think it's useful just to take a moment to reflect on the conversation that we're having. And while it's clear that we have a long way to go, of course, this is the second day of our first meeting. It's March and we have until December. What I think is also worth reflecting on, though, notwithstanding the distance that we have to travel to reach conclusion, is the distance that we have traveled together since COP27 already. And as I listen to the substance of this conversation, I don't hear anybody saying we shouldn't have a fund. I don't hear anybody saying we shouldn't be talking about funding arrangements as well. And maybe even more importantly than that, is that the tone of this conversation I find to be very constructive. I think that people are now injecting ideas and experience and expertise, both from TC members, but also from others that we've heard from, and helping us to continue to move the conversation forward. And so from that perspective, it's been a really helpful conversation, and I'm hopeful for the way forward. I'd like also just to reflect on and maybe give emphasis to a couple of the things that I've heard in the course of the conversations. And the starting point is that I recall having this feeling, and I think I spoke this out loud during the retreat, that many of us came into the conversations the first day with mental models of what loss and damage means, bringing the experience from our own countries, and holding those as we look up at the work task that we have before us. And those mental models are quite different depending on the circumstances we face, depending on the geography and in various conditions and circumstances of our countries. And in the course of this conversation, I think that, including through the presentations we've heard from various presenters, that we are starting to broaden those notions of mental models. And as we talk about loss and damage, it's clear to me in various interventions that more and more we're talking about the full spectrum of loss and damage as we speak. And I think that that's a really helpful place for us to be. But as I reflect on that, what also becomes increasingly clear to me is that as I understand the breadth and the complexity of the different kinds and cases of loss and damage that we face, that breadth and complexity itself requires different types of responses, different kinds of solutions, including on anticipatory and post-event and sudden onset and various kinds of slow onset events and economic, non-economic, et cetera. And each of those categories can be broken down even further. And again, the types of response that we provide to each of them has to be tailored and specific. I've also heard in this conversation, just as examples of some of those, it's I think clear in one of the mental models that we frequently hold of loss and damage is the notion of a sudden onset event that requires disaster reconstruction post-event. And that is very different than one of the new constructs that I haven't thought about before this discussion, but I've heard reflected in Sumaya and a couple of other interventions, is the impact of mental health on people who are experiencing loss and damage. I think we sometimes think about loss and damage as being a single event, and some speakers have spoken about the notion that people in particularly vulnerable communities are often experiencing losses and damages over and over and over again, and the continual toll that takes on mental health is something that at least needs to be thought about and at least needs to be spoken about in our context. And that's hard. That's hard because we don't necessarily have immediate and ready solutions to those things. But my reflection on that is that is maybe a useful way for us to be thinking about gap identification. Because the fact of the matter is that if solutions were easy, if solutions were readily available and right in front of us, probably one of the expert organizations that exist already is doing something about that. And we can talk about sufficiency of that, but somebody would be at least thinking about that. And so when I think about priority gaps, I'm probably not thinking about low-hanging fruit. I think the low-hanging fruit are picked. And so the fact that we sit in day 2 of the first meeting and identify an issue in the context of loss and damage that people in particularly vulnerable communities face, but we don't have a ready solution to it, to me, that's a signal that's probably something that we should keep on a short list to continue to think about. The next element, as I think about that complexity of loss and damage events, is the notion of who is going to be doing something about it. And this is where we continue to carry on the conversation about gaps. And we've heard from a number of presenters who are part of the TSU, and I'm really grateful for the expertise that they're going to bring to this work. We've heard from a number of them that there is work underway in their institutions. They have the mandate, the expertise, and the experience to develop certain aspects of loss and damage. Of course, none of these interventions are perfect, and that clearly came out in the conversations. It clearly came out in the presentations from those experts. And in those cases, the easiest and the most efficient thing for our governments to do, notwithstanding mandate and jurisdiction, but for our governments to do, is to make adjustments to those existing entities. That's the fastest, that's the quickest, that's the most efficient way for us to make the kinds of improvements that this TC is mandated to carry forward. So let's build off of the existing expertise and experience that exists in that broader ecosystem, where that is possible to do and where it makes sense to do. And of course, as we all recognize in the decision that our ministers took at COP, there will be gaps. We've already recognized that those existing funding arrangements are insufficient, and that we're going to create a fund, and that we're going to look at gaps and prioritize those gaps and identify a purpose for that fund. I think that it would be useful for us to not talk about gaps in such a generic way. And from my perspective, maybe just to help start that conversation or continue that conversation, there are certain kinds of gaps that will make sense for us to try to tackle through the creation of a new fund. And there will also be gaps that will be better addressed through existing institutions, existing funding arrangements, and adjustments to those funding arrangements. Just to highlight one of them, and I think Christina and Jean-Christophe spoke about this already, maybe not exactly in the context of a gap, but we've heard a couple of speakers reference scale, reference the sufficiency of funding. And I think it's useful to reflect on the sufficiency of funding, because from my perspective, that is a gap. It's acknowledged in the decision as being a gap, but it's one that is better addressed through the existing architecture, through adjustments to the existing architecture, rather than creating a new institution, for some of the reasons that some of you around the table have already articulated, including the fact that it's difficult for us to all go to our governments and put forward recommendations that suggest creating a new institution that competes with an existing institution, that is competing both in terms of mandate and delivery mechanisms, but also in terms of the dollars that or the euros that we're injecting into the institution. We will need to, the fact that a gap exists in the sufficiency of funding does not mean that a new institution is better able to attract those dollars. So those are decisions that our governments need to be able to make in the context of the architecture that they have. And those funding decisions in our governments are not made in the silos of various UN treaties. Those funding decisions are not made in the context of the UNFCCC in a silo and other institutions that we've been speaking about in separate silos. Those funding decisions to fill that sufficiency gap that we've recognized are decisions that are made collectively and corporately by our governments in the context of which institutions are best equipped and able to most efficiently deliver the results that we're trying for them to achieve. Just two other reflections on other things that I've heard from speakers as well. One is this notion of future orientation. I think that's something I haven't spoken about, but I'm really compelled by that notion that we're here talking about loss and damage, not because it's a new thing. Many of you have been engaged in loss and damage work for decades, quite frankly, but that it's becoming an increasingly urgent thing. There's clearer and clearer science demonstrating the importance of this conversation, but also that in 10 and 20 and 30 years from now, we don't know what the needs will be on loss and damage. We know that the science says that the impacts of climate are increasing. We know that the science says that in certain contexts, the limits of adaptation are being reached. And we need to be able to create something that is adaptable, that is future-proof, that is able to respond to a world that we don't necessarily see or experience right now. That is a compelling thought that I have heard in the course of this conversation. And the final compelling thought that I've heard in the course of this conversation is the simple notion of dignity that Diane spoke about, that we need to partner together in solidarity. Whatever the specific nature of the fund is that we're creating, we need to be working together. And just thinking back to the outset of my comments, I am heartened to see the tone and the constructive nature of these conversations, and I think that is something that will continue. That notion of partnering together in dignity is something that Sinead raised as well, and just one of the reflections that I have thinking about Diane raising this notion and Sinead raising this notion, reflecting on the question of what is within our mandates as TC representatives, what is in the mandates of our ministers as party, as the embodiment of the parties to the UNFCCC, But what is in the broader mandate of the outside arrangements, the mosaic we've been speaking about as well, well, actually, those are our governments as well. And one of the tasks that we have is to figure out how to leverage our governments to make those decisions, to make those changes to their own institutions as shareholders and representatives of them. We can have those conversations. The World Bank is just one example, and this is why I think about Siobhan and I think about Diane. Siobhan and Diane and me, our governments are all represented by a single constituency at the World Bank. So we can walk away from this conversation thinking not only about the narrow mandate of the UNFCCC, but we can carry on the importance of this conversation in that context as well, and make sure that our voices are being reflected there as well. And I think that is entirely consistent with our mandate as the TC, just as the decision in the UNFCCC invited us and invited those outside organizations to respond to this mandate. We don't have fixed views. Canada, as I sit here on the second day of our first meeting, we don't have fixed views, but we do agree with the sentiment, the notion of the letter that the presidency issued, that the executive secretary issued, that this is not a mechanical process, that it's a creative process. And from our perspective, what that means is that we're not here just to answer mechanical questions about how to build a fund. We are here for a creative process, which takes time. We have limited time, but we do have time, and we have a process to work through to make sure that when we get to the fund at the end of this process, those recommendations that are being put forward at COP, that fund is built for purpose, that fund responds to the gaps that we've been able to identify and is able to arrive at outcomes that we're looking for it to do. So I'll stop now and just saying that I have heard and I'm heartened by the many good interventions that we've heard that are starting to dig not only into what we need to do, we all know what we need to do, but how we need to do it. And peeling the layers away of that challenge is something that we've started to do in this conversation already. We are listening and learning, and that we are listening and learning in this conversation and through this process is a signal of our commitment to this process and a signal of our commitment to carry forward to COP recommendations on both a fund as well as funding arrangements. And I hope it's appreciated in that spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Just two things from my side. One, you mentioned this issue of the future orientation. So a question to you is, would it be useful if we ask the Secretariat for either the next TC meeting or the informal TC discussion we may have, or even the workshops to give us a sense of what the IPCC sixth assessment report is saying, because that is the future orientation. I mean, I'm not an IPCC person, and at some point I would find a succinct assessment of what the IPCC is saying on loss and damage quite useful. But again, that's just a preference. So maybe you can respond to that. And the second thing is, you said that we need to have different types of solutions for different contexts. Now, do you see necessarily those different types of solutions being in the fund or in between the fund and the funding arrangements? And so, you know, and can they be done by the funding arrangements, or are we simply talking about a fund with quite a complex set of priorities or thematic priorities, given the fact that there is such a gap, right? So it'd be useful, you know, because I think Christina was saying, on the one hand, we need to have a specialized focus on slow onset events, right? Not that you were saying exclusively, but that would be a really important thing for the fund to do. And Dow was saying non-economic and economic losses. Other colleagues were saying rehabilitation and recovery. So maybe some thinking on. And I know you don't like the mechanics, but this is a mechanical process, and I would disagree with the executive secretary, because essentially what we're doing is a decision that is a mechanical operative decision that allows the fund to work, right? So I mean, maybe just if you could expand on what do you see the breadth of the scope of the fund doing, or should we just be looking at the fund having one or two priority areas and then figuring out the rest in the arrangements?
Yeah, thank you. The first question, I think feels like a softball answer in the sense that I don't know if there's anything other than one answer. Your question was whether or not we should ask the Secretariat to inform us about the results or the IPCC synthesis report and what it might say about the future evolution of loss and damage. And what I reflect on is that our decision that has been given to us from COP does not say that we need to just create solutions out of a vacuum. It says that we need to inform ourselves by a number of things that are articulated in paragraph 7, 8, 15, sorry, 6, 7, and 15. But what it also says is that we need to inform ourselves by science. I'm not a climate scientist. I surround myself by experts. And in that context, I think it's entirely relevant for us to have a scientific basis to the work that we're doing, and would invite the Secretariat to have a conversation with the IPCC to make sure that we're all informed by the latest science on that issue. With respect to the second question about different types of solutions and how those fit within the architecture of funding arrangements and a fund, I think that different solutions can be accommodated within the funding arrangements. Different solutions could also be considered in the context of a single fund. I don't want to suggest that a fund can only address one type or one solution at a time. That was not the intent of my comment. But the intent of my comment, and linking to your notion of mechanics versus creativity, I do think that this process at the end needs to be mechanical. There are very clear and mechanical issues that we need to include in our recommendations. And I fully anticipate that we will be able to respond to those in our process. I guess as someone who is actually more inclined to the mechanics than the creativity, I speak about that dichotomy because it's a reminder to myself not to jump too quickly into the mechanics. We're going to get there, but the reminder to be creative and to try to expand the box as much as possible at the outset of our work to make sure that when we get to the mechanics, those mechanics are purpose-built for the solutions that we're trying to arrive at. And if I just think back to the breadth of the examples that I have been reflecting on, which is things like post-disaster reconstruction versus the impact of mental health on people experiencing multiple engagements of loss and damage. The mechanics of a fund to be able to respond to that breadth of issues is different. And I guess I just keep open the possibility that maybe the answers about structure or governance or terms of reference may be different for those different things. And so until we have that creative conversation and land and focus where we're going to target the fund, I'm okay having a conversation about the mechanics. I don't think that we need to save it until November, but I do think that we need to just hold that conversation loosely in our minds so that when we do get to the mechanics, it is purpose-built for the purpose that we have decided together on for the fund.
Great, thank you very much. So again, just final thing. So maybe what we need to be doing, or you and I can be doing with the Secretariat, is creating a sort of like a running list of recommendations that are not necessarily specific to the mandate, but what has emerged in our discussions are important to the overall system of dealing with loss and damage. So that this issue of mental health would be, we could consider a recommendation that's not for the fund or a mandate for the fund, but the recommendation to the international community that says, look, there's an important dimension that's often overlooked in response to loss and damage, and that is mental health, or even we could get more specific, the impact of loss and damage on education for young children or something. So maybe we should consider, again, just throwing this out and being creative, a way of just capturing this so that we don't forget them. Thank you for that. So next on my list is Yun, and then followed by Debbie and Sumaya. Yun, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jun Yamazaki from Japan. Since there are some members who earlier on maybe did not have the chance to listen to me when I spoke in the retreat, I think it's worthwhile to perhaps just underline or perhaps reiterate the points which I feel is quite important. I have 3 points. The first point is that I think we should not lose sight of the fact that we should be addressing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. I think we feel that these friends are the ones who should really benefit from our exercise. Secondly, I think we of course talk about the funding arrangements and the fund, but talking about the fund, I think we really need to make sure that the fund will address additional needs. I think some of my some members have talked about trying to avoid redundancy, and also another way of saying that is that I think we do recognize there is a gap in what is required, and I think there is also notion of trying to figure out what are the spaces or gaps, or even I think the decision that is providing our mandate is talking about priority gaps. So we do, I think, need to really try to nail down or to see what specifically that this fund will tackle, the scope of the fund. I think that's quite crucial. And thirdly, the third point I want to say is that, okay, we do need to have funding. And talking about funding, I think it's important that we obtain funding from wide sources, meaning in addition to public funding from developed countries, we need to obtain funding from major economies and private sector. So those are the 3 points that I wanted to say, but also I think it's probably relevant to just give you some flavor or some examples of what we have been doing and what our thinking is about this area. Response to natural disasters, pre-arranged mechanisms such as disaster risk finance and standby loans, we feel is effective to make disbursement. It would be effective to make disbursement rapidly. Japan announced that the previous COP, the assistance package for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. In that package, we explained that Japan provides post-disaster standby loan to developing countries that are exposed to risk of natural disasters by providing rapid assistance when a disaster occurs, by having yen loan agreements signed in advance. Japan also led the effort to bring about disaster risk insurance, which utilizes insurance schemes to provide rapid payouts without insurance claim investigations in the event of large-scale disasters. This we can see in this Southeast Asia disaster risk insurance facility. I think we heard about that, or Pacific Catastrophe Risk Assessment and Financing Initiative. So what I'm saying is disaster risk financing is utilizing knowledge and funding of private sector. Another point is that Japan, as a member of the G7, is also part of the Global Shield that was established in the previous COP. We recently paid in $7.4 million to the Global Shield financing facility. So I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Yun. I don't think I have any specific questions, but maybe just a request. It would be useful if you could share with the TC members. Maybe you can email it to the Secretariat. You mentioned the loss and damage package that your government announced at COP27. I mean, if you could provide more details to the committee at some point, that would be extremely useful, I think. And thank you for that commitment from Japan. I think also it'd be useful if colleagues have examples of private sector responses to loss and damage. I think we do need to look into this. We in South Africa have a very interesting institution called the Gift of the Givers, which is a public sector entity, but it doesn't take any government money, and they raise private capital from individuals for disasters. So there are some useful examples, and maybe useful, Paul, if we start identifying some of these more innovative approaches from different regions, and somehow find them, put them in a workshop, or just provide that information to your members. So thank you for that. Debbie, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Richard. So to begin by saying I'm really enjoying this conversation. Actually, it's great to be getting into the nuts and bolts, and it's wonderful the gusto with which we're all sort of engaging on the content. It's been really energizing. I also really welcome the ambition. I think we're starting to meet Diane's challenge to be ambitious and creative across all four elements in the decision text, which is what we've committed to do. We've already agreed we're going to maximise funding arrangements and try and ensure we maximise the impact of what we already have. I've still got Simon Steele's words ringing my ears from the top of yesterday about the fact that the existing arrangements are not sufficient. And of course, we're all committed to increasing volumes as well through public finance, private finance. And Kanala, I endorse your attention to innovative finance as well. So for me, the presentations have been really, really helpful. They're starting to give us a sense of the landscape in terms of what already exists. My sense is we've probably spent a little bit more time in the presentations thinking about rapid onset than slow onset. That's an observation rather than a position. Although, of course, those two are very intimately linked. Obviously, the slow onset tends to reduce the resilience of a community to be able to cope with climate shocks, but it's often the climate shock itself that then becomes the really big impact event. So we're beginning to get that sense of what exists. I think we're also obviously directed by the decision text to be informed by priority gaps. So I'm keen that we start to get into that part of the analysis. Some of it's coming out already. I thought the UNEP presentation was really helpful for us in terms of setting out not just what insurance can do for us, but also very explicitly what it cannot do for us and the circumstances in which it may not be appropriate. I thought it was also very helpful the way the IFRC highlighted the gap between where humanitarian action ends and development action might begin, which I think also might be a propitious place to start looking in terms of some of our work. Others have alluded to this, but I personally have quite a strong sense that it would be helpful to start thinking about almost some case studies. We're blessed and we're enriched by the experiences of colleagues around the table representing various countries, but I almost wonder if we should look at a set of case studies from sort of typologies of countries. So one from a small island developing state, one from a fragile state, one from another sort of lesser developed country, etc. So something that that begins to set out for us the lived experience. So as I said, some of the gaps are beginning to come out. And sort of I agree with Jean-Christophe's the way you talked about a systematic vision of the global architecture. And as I said, there's some of it where our experts will help us identify some gaps because they work in these fields. But I think that lived experience would be really, really helpful in beginning to tease out, are there challenges being faced by countries for which there is no instrument in the toolkit? Are there challenges or circumstances being faced where there is an instrument, but it's grossly underfunded? Or are there circumstances where there is an instrument, but it's either poorly functioning, poorly targeted, inaccessible, various other challenges where it's simply not fit for purpose. And I think that will help us start to work out, if you like, where those gaps are and therefore what we need to do to fit them. And then others finally have talked about this, but I do feel very, very strongly, just to endorse your point, Steve, that, and Haj has talked about this a lot, we do need to do some future forecasting so that we don't design and make recommendations based on today's problems. We need to make recommendations based on what's going to be coming at us in the coming decades. So for me, that's sort of what exists, some work on the gaps in order to help us do that, some case studies, and then finally some future forecasting, I think would be really, really helpful if we could find ways to think about that through our work planning. To turn to the fund, there's been lots of great discussion on it, and I'm enjoying noting down all the adjectives that we can all strongly endorse around ensuring it's targeted, not duplicative, specific. Kunal, I think you talked about being creative, innovative and flexible, which I strongly endorse. Adele, your commitment to fast disbursement. Mo, you've made a set of points as well, which are really helpful. I really liked Milagros talking about looking at types of financing and learning from different funds. Deanne, you talked about equity and making sure that we're turning our finance into equity, which for me is about leveraging and making sure that we are not just at the retail level, we're also at the wholesale level, which for me I think would be really important. I've got two questions which I'd love us to think about for the fund. I don't have answers for these, Richard, before you ask me, but the sort of questions I would pose are, first of all, there has been a sort of a proposition that's been surfacing about whether, alongside a set of other functions, as one part of its role, the fund might helpfully act as a coordination body. For example, guiding governments and countries in how they might make best use of existing mechanisms, understand the menu of options that's already available, develop a better understanding of the risks that they face, be able to quantify those, potentially monetize them, think about cost structures. I'm conscious, for example, the GPE, which is a big education fund, does a lot of work in this way, where it does a lot of surveying and supporting countries to understand the position they're in and then think about how they can access various pools of funding. So it's a question, it's very much an open question, but whether that would be useful. I think secondly, I'm conscious that a range of countries are looking at how they can address loss and damage within their national action plans. And again, a question is whether there is a role for the fund, the new fund, in supporting this, whether there's anything useful in that space as well. So those are just two thoughts that we might test. We could test them through the case studies, we could test them in other ways, but they're sort of open questions at this stage. I just want to say one word, because it came up, on climate resilient debt clauses. To be clear, this is a very tiny part of the architecture, so I don't want to dive down the rabbit hole too deeply, but simply because it came up. Obviously, countries need a range of tools to respond to climatic events and disasters. And, as we all do so, debt service can crowd out the fiscal space. So if we're in a situation of high debt service, obviously it can reduce options for vital spending on response and recovery in the kind of rapid timeframes that are needed. So simply the CRDCs are a way of deferring debt. It provides a sort of a debt holiday, a repayment holiday, if you like. So that helps mitigate that risk by automatically suspending those debt service payments. I mention this simply because the UK at COP27 became the first export credit agency to offer CRDCs. In our case, slightly contrary to what Christina said, the UK allows for 2 deferrals over the course of a loan. I'm not claiming in any sense that this is some sort of revolution in terms of managing debt wholesale, but it simply helps with temporary liquidity challenges. I know that the Inter-American Development Bank has developed a product that's similar. I know that other MDBs, regional banks, are also looking at this. I don't think those models are yet fixed. So there is an opportunity again to be engaging and thinking about how those processes work, if that's something that the committee wanted to do. But finally, I just wanted to go back to this gap between where humanitarian action ends and development begins. Lotte, you talked about the nexus, which I think was really helpful. The UK, like others, has been heavily invested in this space since 2017. And it's striking, on the one hand, this challenge is going to get more difficult, more vexed. We've already seen the gap between humanitarian need and humanitarian funding. We can see that's going to get more difficult as we go forward. We can also see that the development challenge is going to get more difficult as climate impacts occur. I think, therefore, there's a set of things that we can draw out of that work on the nexus that we maybe ought to think about focusing on. The first is, I think it was very clear from the presentations yesterday and this morning that we do need to increase investment in early and anticipatory action. The IFRC was kind enough to give us some data and said it was 11% of their response. I'm sure it's a similar sort of magnitude for other agencies as well. So I think that's one area where we might want to focus. Secondly, I think it would be helpful to think about how we can understand the nature of risk. So we had some typologies come out this morning, short, medium, and long term. And of course, we need to ensure we maintain a focus on the most vulnerable as we do that. But thinking about risk and actually how that plays out in different countries, including with different cost structures. And then finally, as we've already mentioned, sort of thinking about recovery and rehabilitation in a future of significantly increasing climate impacts and what that might look like. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Debbie. There was quite a lot there. So I think with you, maybe when we get to the work plan issue, we could look at this very useful suggestion on the case studies and different typologies. I guess that links also to the proposal we're going to get from Jean-Christophe at some point, and also what the observers said to us yesterday about bringing the lived experience. So that's really important. I think I think we'll clearly have a discussion on the coordination function, whether it's the fund or the coordination function of the arrangements. I'm pretty sure that's a big thing. And then the role of loss and damage within our national adaptation plans. I think you said that also definitely a key component of the financial arrangements. Maybe you can just give us some direction on how you see the future forecasting so we can consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, so simply for me, I suppose it could be a very long, complex exercise. I don't think it necessarily needs to be at this stage. I think it needs to be something that gives us a sense of scale and how scale may change, and a sense of types of event or types of need. So, for example, some of the forecasting on extreme heat. The more that it could be geographical, perhaps the better, because that would help us if we do case studies to understand in which types of geographical zones it will most be impactful. But something that just gives us some orders of magnitude, some big handfuls to work around, to make sure we're not, there aren't gaps in what we're proposing that wouldn't meet future needs.
So just on this as a follow-up, so there was a GCF project that I think a year ago or 2 years. It's a World Bank cooling project, right? So do you see that would possibly be part of the funding arrangements, rather than we wouldn't necessarily see the fund itself doing that type of work? Or
so I don't have a direct answer to that because I haven't, forgive me, seen the analysis, but I think that the important point is, as a committee, we all have a degree of common starting point in terms of an analytical basis, so that we don't talk at cross purposes, is the long and short.
Thank you very much. I now have Samaya, followed by Georg.
Thank you so much. Initially, I had a lot of things to say, but with a lot of things already being said, I will do my best to be short. I guess I will just reiterate that we need really to work on in a simultaneous manner on both the arrangement and institutional arrangement and the fund, because we just have to do justice in our coming meeting on both, because from our side, we were hoping to start talking about the new funding arrangement as per the convention principles and convention articles and that. And we were also thinking about that the funding arrangement will guide us into the issue of the linkage as well with the institutions inside and outside the Convention of Paris Agreement. And I guess we will operate under the principles of the convention. However, we also hope there have been a lot of talk about the debit. We might be saying similar thing or different, this similar to Nefertiti thing. But anyway, I think the way we see it, we think the fund should not increase the indebtedness of the developing countries. This is very important from our side. We are talking also about innovative sources of finance. However, we also see importance of engaging in innovative measures to address loss and damage as well, and to keep the flexibility as we move along, because climate change is a moving target, and the IPCC report is talking about increasing severity and intensity of event that would cause climate loss and damage. When it comes to the issue of exemptions of countries and issues related to treatment of debit, I guess I see some of them could be treated in different arena, like policies, under different policies, because some of them were hand addressed long ago under the MDGs. There was issues related to exemption of countries, in particular LDCs and small island development states, and also the issue of the debit and the exemptions. These two issues, we might be able to handle them here, and we might also be able to handle them in other contexts outside this discussion. However, I think what is really important is to create a balance between what is loss and damage in the different spectrum, how does it affect countries, whether we are talking about slow onset or extreme event, or what might arise from the future. I think we need really to handle that in balance, and think about what might evolve as well, because as I mentioned earlier, we are dealing with a moving target. The issue of urgency, I guess many colleagues talked about it, and I see suggestion for a resident board, and I think that could really work, because if you want to handle issues in urgent and speedy manner, you need to provide provision for that. When it comes to the existing institutional arrangement, and how we maximize, there are so many issues, strengthen, and how we add value to what is going on. I think what I'm going to say, maybe Christine will remember this from our old discussion when we were establishing WARS International Mechanism. That was 10 years ago. I think this year will mark the 10th anniversary for WARS International Mechanism. We had similar discussion, we had similar engagement with institutions doing similar work on loss and damage. And initially the debate was, we already have enough fund, we have an institution doing a lot of work on loss and damage. Why do we have to establish a new arrangement? Eventually, because of the gap, we didn't say exactly what was the gap. However, we provide for that in the functions of the WARS International Mechanism by dedicating a whole function for cooperation and coordination. And for my understanding, I think WARS International Mechanism managed to do a lot of cooperation and coordination with the institutions. And I see this also is going to happen through the fund and through Santiago network. I think a lot of streamlining, a lot of cooperation, a lot of maximization of effort, a lot of strengthening of what is going on is going to be really and truly handled by the fund itself, because they could provide for it in their investment model and in their modalities and that. However, I guess as the transitional committee, we could use the information available to provide provision for the governing body in order to take that on board. However, I think that will continue to be a dynamic work. Will continue to be, because the nature of the institutional arrangement that will evolve over time will always provide room for streamlining the work and for aligning the effort. Talking about the future projection and order of magnitude, I think the presentation of IBCC that you were talking about earlier, Richard, will be helpful. Particularly the IBCC in their sixth assessment report, they developed what they call the interactive atlas. So with the increase of temperature, they will show you how the situation is likely going to be across the whole globe. So the interactive atlas is one of the issues that we might need really to look at in order to have some insight around how loss and damage is going to unfold over time. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sima. I just wanted to ask you a question on this issue of indebtedness. So there's the broader external context, and then there's, I guess, the funding that would come out of the fund itself or funding arrangements. Do you think it's sufficient for us to just have a principle of not increasing indebtedness of developing countries, or would you suggest more detail, or is it just fine to address it as a principled approach of funding?
I think you need to take that principle into consideration, as well as find ways of addressing the issue of suspension of debt and cancellation, and that for countries that are really facing challenges of loss and damage. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sima. Georg.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I'm not sure that's that much I can really add to the discussion just now, but let me just try with a few points anyhow. I think, first of all, I do think it's important that we look at, the end point, what the recommendations that we are going to provide to the COP. As far as I really would like us all to aim at recommendations that are consensus based, but also recommendations that are as specific and also concrete as possible, and all this to really help parties, help clear the path for decisions at COP28, and I think that's really our mandate. As far as the fund is concerned, I think we are looking for a fund that is, as others have said, is focused and dedicated to complement and not duplicate existing funding arrangements. Really a fund that can make a difference. I'm saying this also because I'm convinced that a single fund can't deliver everything for everyone at the same time, as someone said here. And I think this is the case in the area of loss and damage. I think it's the case in any area. You can't, it's just not impossible. It's just impossible to put on a single fund. And so this is why, as others have said also, we have to consider what the fund will do together with the recommendations that we are also to provide on new funding arrangements. And for us to be able to do this, we really have to go through this process of getting the necessary information, getting us all on the same page. And I'm not sure really, what I've heard in the room
earlier today that something that is a different priority or weight put on paragraph 5 versus 6 or bit 7, and I can't really see that it is. This is part of what we need to do, and it's part of how we're going to get to recommendations that are well-founded and fit for decisions to be made at COP28. I would also like to say that I would like to see funding arrangements and the fund to deliver as soon as possible what parties want them to deliver. And this brings me to my second point, and I guess it's partly related to this issue about form follows function. And I'm approaching this very open mind, but in my view, I don't think that new funding mechanisms necessarily equals new institutions. And I'm saying this not being as much of a loss and damage expert as many of the room is, although I'm looking forward to learning through our process during the next few months. But I think I can say that I do have experience with the UNSCC process, how that works. And I also have certain experience with climate finance and also establishing a fund on the convention, as others in this room also have. I was working in the TC committee for the GCF. I was an advisor to the board. I've also been a board member of the GCF. And this was a process that took a long time before the GCF got operational. And I don't think that's necessarily because we did anything wrong in that process, but I think we all have to realize that establishing new institutions and establishing new institutions arrangements under the convention takes time. And the GCF is certainly not the only example of this. And even today, a decade after the GCF was established, there's I would say, quite many parties that are not necessarily very happy with how the GCF works. And the GCF is a body that's owned by parties. It's guided by parties, by the COP, the CMA, and it's also governed by an executive board consisting of members from parties. So personally, I have a more positive view of the GCF. I think it does deliver. But I'm just saying this, just underline that, yes, we are establishing a new fund, but we have to think very seriously about how we go about doing this, how it fits with existing and new funding arrangements, and also the institutional issues about what exactly is a fund and how can we make use of institutions that are already there and can provide resources, competence, knowledge. And I'm not now entering into the question or discussion about inside or outside the convention, but I think this is part of the discussion that we have to have again in order to deliver something that can get operational and can deliver what parties wants it and other funding arrangements to do. My third point is really to one of the comments from Harcha, and I think we haven't necessarily discussed this much, but clearly part of the paragraph 5, where we're asked to provide recommendations, is on this issue of ensuring coordination and complementarity. And I do think we need to certainly discuss this further. We will. I'm not sure that a coordinating mechanism is necessarily the answer in such a complex landscape where we are talking about not only what is sitting under and will be sitting under the convention, but also other institutions. But I'm open-minded to discussing how and what we can provide of good recommendations in this area also, because certainly it is not only part of our mandate, it's also, I think, very crucial in order for us to deliver on the mandate in the end. My fourth point is really on this, and I guess this is related to scope of a new fund and the format, and that is, as others have said, I really want to stress that we are delivering something that can be useful for the particularly vulnerable developing countries, and that we cannot lose that out of our sight. Otherwise, again, we will not have delivered what we have been asked to do. And it might be easier said than done. I think I know all of the complexities about the discussion around who's most vulnerable and all of that, but we have to take that seriously in order to actually make a difference. And lastly, on this issue of the synthesis report, I would like us to see, and again, it's about the work plan, but I would like us to see that report finished by our next meeting. And almost like that's the finishing of the discussion. But we have to somehow say that, that's a part of what we have asked the Secretariat to do, which is going to help us. And then we'll see where we go from there in order to get further information if that's needed. It could be, as you said, Oti, by asking the Secretariat for further input and information and all of that. I think that's fully in our hands, but it could also be in the way we are engaging relevant actors directly with the board. So anyhow, that's really, I think, up to us how we organize that to ensure that we have all of the information that we need at any point in time. Thanks.
Thank you, Georg. So again, just on this last point of the synthesis report, let Uti and I will discuss, and maybe we can come back to you with a proposal that works for the Secretariat on how to get some more input. I don't really have a specific prod for you, but maybe a prod for the committee, and I don't want people to answer this now, maybe tomorrow or in the next times. On this issue of complementarity and coherence, the way in which the lesson from the GCF was simply to include 2 paragraphs in the governing document and delegate the issue to the board. And that was on fund-to-fund arrangements and then complementarity and coherence. It would be useful for colleagues to reflect. You don't need to answer me now whether we need a simple approach or whether it's of the view of the committee, given the complexity of, we're not only dealing with one fund here, we're dealing with the mosaic or the ecosystem and not anatomy, Mohammed, you called it, whether we actually need more detail in our recommendations that go more suggestive recommendations on this issue, but we don't need to answer that now. So I have I have final 3.
and that's it for
Coffee break.
You want coffee? Okay, no coffee. Okay, so I have final 4 speakers now, and I'm closing the list, sorry. So I have Sunam, followed by Ren, followed by Hannah, and then Harjit from the observers who will speak. Just not. So Sunam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. A lot has been said, and I believe that there's not much that I can say. I can, from the discussions, if I reflect, not only discussion, yesterday's presentations, I can say that in terms of the mandates under Para 5 are very clear. There is definitely no disagreement in terms of mandate, which means that work on each of them, whether it's the fund, the funding arrangements, sources of fund, or complementary coordination, I think these are four areas which at some time we discussed would fall under three work streams. And I was under the impression that a lot of detailing, fleshing out will be done in the work streams, and that today's discussions, we would not be bringing in specific details, solutions. But nevertheless, my colleague also raised a doubt in terms of the LDC position. And I would just like to, from what I've heard, just emphasize a little bit in the 3 or 4 areas. In terms of the fund, I think it's very clear. We have all, especially those of us from the developing group, have talked about its new, additional, predictable, it's adequate. We are also saying it has to be grant-based with quick response and access to support both ongoing and ex-post action of loss and damage events. From our perspective, we are looking at these two events as main, the extreme events and slow onset. And we believe that for extreme events, they should be rapid dispersing. It was also mentioned, and we will learn these trigger mechanisms from what exists now, those that have been tested. I think they are, we heard from the Red Cross today. For slow onset, I believe it's a little more complicated. There would be a rapid dispersing, but also we need to continue to provide ongoing support, as slow onset events are by nature ongoing and will continue till we are able to halt the temperature rise. So that is going to be there in the long haul. And we also, from especially the vulnerable countries, we feel that any funding mechanism that should not increase the financial burden in our countries, because already on our countries, as some of our colleagues have raised, we are getting into the debt trap. I mean, we have borrowed to combat the impacts of climate change, specifically in the loss and damage arena. So we would not be in a position. I think it would, in fact, really hurt us further if the countries have to chip in. So therefore, I think it is time that we start designing the modalities for the fund. In terms of the funding arrangements, also we have heard yesterday presentations on that, and from my own perspective, it was mostly in the adaptation domain. I mean, a little bit, and I believe that it should remain there. It is not in our interest to duplicate it, conflate it with loss and damage. Now, I don't think that's in our interest. I think it should remain as it is. And there are some other supports outside the convention, which are mostly, many of them from the MDBs are project-based, Red Cross, this and the ad hoc. And what is well known is that these are not sufficient. They're also not very well coordinated. And many of them don't specifically fall under the climate change domain. I think humanitarian is disaster. It is, and some of them, they do it voluntarily. So in terms of funding arrangement, I think as far as my understanding is concerned, there is no specific fund for loss and damage. So I would call this gap we are talking about, that is the gap. It's a huge gap. In terms of sources, I've heard that countries do invest. That's why we are getting into the debt trap. So currently, there are some investments are being made. But the convention is very clear under the fourth Paris Agreement where the fund should be coming from, that we all know. But nevertheless, that innovative sources, I think that is also there, and we need to. A mention has been made. Those that are not very good examples in terms of the CDM, which was a total failure. The CDM and blue projects. I think we are. That's why the in terms of the carbon market, it is dead, and hopefully under the Paris Agreement now, Article 6, something would happen, and if we can get something, there's already a mechanism there. I'm sure we can use it. And I've heard some of during in the corridors, I've heard that there is under international levy under the shipping that is for oil spills. So aviation, shipping. So these are, I think, there are certain funds that exist, and so we could learn from that. But also in innovative sources, I think when we talk about that, we are talking again at international level, not again at domestic level, where our countries, if you talk about bonds and such, we're not. It's again in many ways it's a loan, and our countries will not be able to get there. In terms of complementary coherence, I don't see any issues. These are cross-cutting, and we will be looking at that as we move forward. I think that's all I have from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam. So yes, we all look forward to agreeing on our work streams and starting the hard work so that we get to TC2 with some more information, TC3 with a straw dog, and TC4 with the recommendation. So we decided to use the time on hand while we resolve the other outstanding issues to do this. I think you were clear on what your expectations are. My next speaker is Ren. Ren, you have the floor.
Thanks, Co-Chair. The Loss and Damage Fund and the related funding arrangements are of vital importance to developing countries, as they are all particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Taking this into account, I would like to make 4 points. First, on principle, the new fund and the related funding arrangements are mandated by COP27 and CM4, and any recommendations will be discussed under the UNFCCC channel. Therefore, the new fund and the related funding arrangements need to follow the principles as set in the Convention and Paris Agreement, especially the principle of equity, CBDR, and respective capabilities, and also the principle of party-driven and agreed by consensus. Furthermore, our actions towards the establishment of the fund and the related funding arrangements should be in accordance with the Convention, the Article 8 of the Paris Agreement, and as stated by the COP27 presidency in Sharm el-Sheikh. Second, on governance, the new fund and the related funding arrangements need to follow the guidance of the COP as entities serving the Convention, Paris Agreement, and the members of the decision-making body should all be parties to the Convention. Third, on coordination, we hope that the new fund and the related funding arrangements could strengthen its cooperation with existing financial mechanisms, such as the GCF and GEF and other constituted bodies within the UNFCCC Paris Agreement architecture, such as the WIM, the SNLD, to jointly support developing countries to respond to loss and damage. Fourth, on source of funding. Recalling the Convention, the Paris Agreement, and our decision during COP27 that developed countries are urged to provide enhanced and additional support for activities addressing the loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of the climate change. The source of funding for the fund and the funding arrangement should follow Article 4 and Article 11 of the Convention, and Article 2 and Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, and the related decisions that developed countries need to fulfill their obligations to provide new, additional, adequate, and mainly grant-based financial resources for developing countries on addressing climate change, including responding to loss and damage. Furthermore, we need to keep focus and follow our mandate by COP27 on loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including a focus on addressing loss and damage. Although there is some interlinkage between climate change and debt, these two issues are systematically different. When it comes to climate finance, as I just mentioned, we need to follow the principle of equity, common but differentiated responsibilities, and the respective capabilities. New, additional, and mainly grant-based financial resources are needed. However, the debt treatment follows different principles as joint actions and fair burden sharing. It would become more complicated if we discuss about debt issues under the UNFCCC framework, as international financial institutions and commercial creditors are the main creditors of developing countries and should take part in the debt reduction and suspension for developing countries. There are specific channel and platform for debt-related issues such as G20. The UNFCCC has no mandate to discuss the debt issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Renz. So yeah, I think you were very clear on the eligibility issue that it relates to parties that are parties to the convention and the protocol. I think on the debt issues, again, we're probably going to need to make recommendations, not necessarily. I think the recommendations are more broader to the international system, but I don't see us asking the UNSCC to engage in this matter. At least I hope nobody's suggesting that. So thank you for clarifying that. My last speaker from the TC members is Hannah, and then we'll ask Haji to speak afterwards. So Hannah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks so much, colleagues. I think this has been a rich and insightful discussion that is built on both the retreat and the very insightful presentations that we've heard so far. Allow me to thank everyone once again for their contributions as well as for the presentations earlier. I'm not going to I'm going to try, as usual, to see what my understanding is of where we are, and to share sort of where I think we need to be probably at the end of this meeting. And once again, I'll highlight that the synthesis report that we very much look forward to, and we thank the excellent co-authors of it and the whole TSU for working on it, will lay out what's currently there, which is important, and everyone agrees, and everyone has said that it needs to be complementary, and we need to work on synergies. It will not answer the question of what the needs are and what is needed, and that still remains the job of the Transitional Committee. And so we also need to think about how we're going to answer that question. A lot of you have mentioned gaps, but in terms of defining that, I think when we're thinking about intersessional work, we will need to think of perhaps we talked about how can we capture the 30 years of what's been addressed as needs and what's been communicated as needs. Do we need additional regional submissions, national submissions to better understand? Because I think one of the things that's come out in the discussions today is that you need very different solutions for different regions. And in some cases in the same region, you have different income brackets, different situations. And then we're also talking about different kinds of events, whether it's extreme weather events, slow onset events. So it's a complex challenge. I think we all agree that it's a huge privilege to be able to be working on this, because this is a once in a lifetime, hopefully once in a lifetime opportunity to course correct, right? To get back on track and to create something that's like no other fund, because it needs to be responsive, it needs to be adequate, it needs to be complementary, it needs to be at scale. And I think that there's also a lot of interest that we heard from the presentations on how to also identify how they can improve their own work, the work that's happening right now, while also looking at what the fund could do. So I think that it's great that we're on the same page. I agree with Steve. I've heard a significant improvement in mood since over the last few months. And I think this is the spirit that we need to be able to get us through there. And I think our fabulous co-chairs will help. A couple of comments just for the benefit of new TC members for some of the things that I think we need to keep in mind. On scale, certainly we are looking at a magnitude that's far above level of other climate funds, noting that the GCF has a replenishment of about $10 billion over 4 years for all developing countries. I also think that it's very clear from our discussions, both through the retreat and presentations, on the limitations of scale for rapid response and the complete absence of responses for slow onset events. I know that there have been some examples of some work, but I think we can still agree it's not really there. On sources, so I think we agree, and many have flagged the need for there to be flexibility in sources. We note that the GCF, the GEF, the MDBs don't really have means of receiving private finance. I think that was confirmed over the last couple of days. What they can do is leverage private finance, but in terms of the level of detail that we might need to get to as a TC, it's probably just to call for innovative sources, have flexibility to receive public and private funds, and to have flexibility to address, again, different contexts and regional requirements. We also envisage, in a related point, a flexible governance structure that can then cater to this unique nature of sources, potential sources of finance. And in terms of the actual location, I know that there's a lot of interest in that, and it's a logical place to start. But like I said before, let's leave some work to the COP. And the ultimate decision, of course, we will provide recommendations. It's very important, but that will be a COP and CMA decision ultimately. And at the worst case, we could even look at providing options or scenarios for the COP to decide. But I just want to make sure that as we get into the conversation on the work program, that we're not just saying, oh, we have all this time now, let's try and cover more than we need to. We still, I think, would try to envisage finalizing our recommendations through the third TC meeting, so that anything that's absolutely stuck or needs to be scaled or needs to be higher in ambition can be put to ministers before we finalize in the fourth TC meeting. That would be the recommendation on my side. In terms of funding processes and instruments, I think it's very clear from the presentations and from this discussion that financing loss and damage will be fundamentally different from financing mitigation adaptation projects. A lot of you mentioned the urgency of and the need for rapid deployment of resources. I think what was very interesting in the presentations was to see various approaches to anticipatory finance. I think there's some lessons that can be learned from that, so that we can understand also how to address the challenges of scale. And I think, Sumaya, I really appreciated your comment on the need for the fund to also be able to adapt, and funding arrangements to be able to adapt and to adjust. I think what we're creating now is not going to be I can't find a suitably amusing metaphor for something that's just rigid. We need to be able to adapt to the world that Hedda described in 2030, in 2035, and so on and so forth. And then, if I may be a bit controversial, Sinead, I'm not going to debate the English language necessarily, but I just want to flag that developing countries that are particularly vulnerable isn't the same as vulnerable countries. And perhaps we could look at a formulation where the board can be empowered to work on the parameters where it determines eligibility, because ultimately that's what it would need to do, and adaptability requires that kind of flexibility. But we can debate that over coffee. Very happy to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So I'm not going to prod you because you're the COP28 presidency, but I will make a comment that one, I think we need to be clear when we're going to have this discussion on vulnerability, because there's a discussion on vulnerability and there's an understanding of whether we use the same formulation as we've used before. So the formulation in the COP decision is already being used for the last 15 years, and it doesn't mean what you think it means, Sinead, in terms of its practice, right? So it has been used, and it was actually the language from the Adaptation Fund. It's, well, I mean, we're getting into that discussion, but it's the exact language from the Adaptation Fund, and there was no qualification on it's the practice has been all, but I think my issue is we're going to have to think very carefully when we introduce this discussion, and so that it doesn't get us stuck. And I think the colleagues, if you can don't answer now, but reflect on Hannah's suggestion of whether we need to ask for submissions on needs, because I don't think we have in front of us a clear sense of countries or the regional groups' loss and damage needs. I mean, we have the general scope of the needs assessment report, but I don't think that I might be wrong, but I don't think that anyone has actually ever asked developing countries to articulate the loss and damage needs. And so maybe colleagues can reflect on that as something of our work program, because that will definitely help inform us. So thank you very much, Hannah, for that one. My last speaker on the list is, as I said to you, the co-chairs had agreed to invite the observers into the room to address us, and we have Harjit from Cannes, who addressed us yesterday. So Harjit, please go ahead. Thank you. Or you could, okay, there's a microphone. There's a microphone there. Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, for the opportunity. I am Harjit Singh from Climate Action Network, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples, Women and Gender Constituency, trade unions, environmental NGOs, Global Campaign to Demand Climate Justice, and Climate Action Network. There have been very useful conversations and input since morning, and we really need these kind of granular discussions to implement the COP27 decisions. So I'm going to make about 6 points. First of all, we all, as observer organizations, think that it's high time we settle debates on what is adaptation and what is loss and damage, and similarly between averting, minimizing, and addressing. There's enough technical expertise to clarify that if needed. We must focus on addressing loss and damage, as we have a very clear mandate from COP27. There is a small overlap, but that does not take away the focus from addressing loss and damage. And in fact, it helps strengthen the linkages between averting, minimizing, and addressing, and our overall response to tackle climate impacts. Examples like early warning, insurance, social protection, or what we heard, displacement policies, preparedness, capacity building. These are the things that you can define both ways. But at the same time, these are only tiny part. We have had some very useful interventions from the parties, particularly from Mr. Kunal from India, on those 5 Rs, which really define how big the gamut of actions are and how we need to be looking at the whole spectrum. Similarly, Ambassador Rao talked about how we need to operationalize the fund and predictability. So we have enough details on that are needed to operationalize the fund. Point number 2, we heard a lot about insurance since morning and also yesterday. And we also heard that insurance is not a silver bullet. But we see that insurance is getting disproportionate attention. We are not saying insurance does not have a role to play, but it has a tiny role to play in solving the puzzle. And we are not against insurance. I am insured, my car is insured, my home is insured. But it's about poor people. It's about people who are being battered by climate impacts. And we did hear from UNDRR and UNEP about the challenges that people are facing in terms of accessing insurance. And we also need to do technical work on defining the limits to insurability, and we need to make it very clear here. For example, insurance doesn't cover slow onset events or non-economic losses and damages. And we are also seeing many places becoming uninsurable, and these examples are coming from the UK and the US. So that's where we are heading because of the increasing intensity and frequency of disasters. Also, in terms of being realistic on how much role insurance is really playing, we have many examples, and let me cite 2. Africa risk capacity. So Malawi bought an insurance worth $5 million. And when they were hit by a drought in 2015, loss was to the tune of $395 million. It did not automatically trigger a response. A lot happened behind, and then they got the money, which was not sufficient. Similarly, Hurricane Maria in Dominica in 2017, insurance payout was just 2%. There are many such examples. And also, insurance ignores the root cause of vulnerability, whereas our response, such as social protection, provides opportunity for social and economic re-engineering and address the injustices. Again, as I said, I come from a humanitarian background. We have used disasters as an opportunity to address these injustices. One example is joint ownership of assets, of women and men that you can do, which insurance will not do. It will, at the most, restore the status quo. So there are many things that insurance cannot deliver. Similarly, there are also examples of lack of transparency and accountability. So overall, there are questions about feasibility that we heard, affordability, access and claims, who pays for the premium, which is connected to the next point. Point number 3 around loans. And there are a lot of commonalities between when we talk about loan, whether it's concessional loans. Loans cannot be a financing solution to address loss and damage. If we promote that, we are causing double injustice. We are not addressing the equity element, and we are further increasing the inequality by adding to debt. What we need is solutions such as transformative and universal social protection, and not loans. Point number 4, we are hearing a lot about role of private sector. I think we need to get realistic about it. We cannot just keep talking. Let's look at the past, recent past. There was a report by OECD itself very recently where, and we have been hearing that private sector can play a role in adaptation. So this report talks about the private sector engagement and their contribution to adaptation to the tune of $1.9 billion in 2018 to increasing to $4.4 billion in 2020. How tiny that amount is. And mostly, and the last one, the increase is driven by a large energy project in Mozambique. So it has not played its role in adaptation. And we also need to define what do we mean by private sector. Do we mean by big multinational companies, or we are also talking about small and medium enterprises at the national and local levels? Uh, Private sector can offer technical expertise, but not with the notion of profiting from people's misery. We cannot see the role of private sector in that context. And in many cases, we see them causing harm. In fact, they should be following the principle of do no harm. Mo from Egypt did mention that it can, public finance can help leverage that one. I think we need to really think through what kind of private sector and what kind of leverage we can do. I think that would be a useful exercise before we have high expectations from the private sector. Point number 5. So there was a discussion about funds role to be loss and damage funds role to be limited in terms of slow onset events, which we don't think is going to be helpful. One very important role that the fund needs to have is oversight of the overall funding, of course, in conjunction with funding arrangements, and then bridging gap. Be it extreme weather events or slow onset events. And we also heard some useful examples already in terms of gaps, like IFRC talked about mental health. Non-economic losses and damages. I think there's a notion that when we say non-economic, it means no finance is needed. I think we need to clarify that. If there is a loss of territory, loss of culture, loss of language, we do need financial resources. Even for mental health, to provide psychosocial care, we need financial resources. So let's not just take that category of non-economic losses and damages from the fund. Fund will have a role to play. Similarly, displacement and relocation and so on. And the reason we need that fund to play that role, again, circling back to the point that was made yesterday, it's about based on needs and obligation. Humanitarian system is not, and we need predictability. Again, Ambassador Adao mentioned about that, and how it needs to be programmatic. We need to help people recover from disasters. We can't do a touch and go that provide some relief or some payout from insurance. We need to make sure that they recover fully and they are resilient to future disasters. And we need to put such a system in place. And that's why we need fund to play that overarching role in conjunction with the funding arrangements. 6th and the last point, we have been hearing a lot about triggers. I think this is a very useful conversation, and we need a lot more discussion on that. As civil society, we did have some discussions based on some parametric models. Whether X percentage of population is affected or X percent of GDP affected, and it can be different based on regions and typology of disasters. So again, this is something that we need to talk more about in terms of attribution as well. So those are the 6 points, and I again really want to thank you for a very useful discussion, very granular discussion, but at the same time, again reminding that we need to build an institution that is fit for purpose, and fit for the future, and needs-based, because we will be judged by the current and future generations, not for how much we talked or debated or did any kind of creative accounting or appeared to be doing something, but how boldly we act upon now to help vulnerable people who are already facing the climate crisis, they had no role in causing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harjit, on behalf of those observer constituencies. I'm going to prod you, though. I give you 5 more minutes. So one thing I want to say is that I think the characterization that you raised, that some people had suggested that we focus on slow onset events exclusively, is not correct. I don't think anybody said that. I think there was quite a clear emphasis on slow onset. We should look at specializing in slow onset events, but it was not in the context of not doing anything else. So I think it's really important that we clarify that message, that nobody was saying we only have to deal with slow onset events. So there was a clear preference for becoming a leading institution in slow onset events. Maybe I'm wrong, Christina, but that's how I heard it. So my 2 questions to you are, maybe you can just share with us briefly in 5 minutes, how do you see the social protection support being provided, and how do you see the fund providing local access to resources? So what are the recommendations on how we would fund local communities directly? And then what the social protection, is it a window, is it a facility, or what is it?
Thank you very much, Richard, for clarifying that. Yes, there's no doubt, because we do not have concerted work on slow onset events. So if the new fund takes the lead, that will be very helpful for the sector. On social protections, we have had many examples of how social protection, one understands that there are vulnerable people who need more support, and it also addresses those vulnerabilities by providing option. And again, coming from India, and I was just discussing this example a couple of hours ago. Look at how, even in response to COVID, such a massive disaster, how these current social protection system, in terms of providing subsidized food and also a direct bank transfer, identifying people who are vulnerable in terms of elderly, people with disabilities, and widows, how that immediate support can help them recover from these impacts. And these are unconditional transfers that happen, and not really forcing them to do some kind of paperwork, because those parameters are defined well in advance. And many countries have such systems in place which can be used through this fund. So the fund can directly support those countries to enable and activate and scale up those social protection systems which can work in light of now these climate disasters. And these systems are in place, already responding to many such even economic shocks and stresses. And that would be useful. And again, this statement has also been supported by trade unions, and we are talking about how particularly the workers are demanding universal social protection. So many of the learning, from this process exists, and we can use that as a base to universalize it and provide its support to people who are facing climate crisis.
Okay, thank you, Harjit. Okay, so colleagues, so we've come to the end of this session for now. We've gone over again, but I clearly think that the BBC is not going to be hiring me to take on the next round of hard talk, which is great. But thank you very much for the indulgence. So we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break, and then when you come back, Uti will take over, and we're going to deal with organizational matters, the work plan, the dates, and the working modalities. And then we'll aim to finish as again at the same time, so that you can all go. I hope Mohammed's organized dinner for us again for iftar. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Have a good coffee break.
Hello, check this. Hello, check this. Hello, check this. Test the mic. Hello, check.
يا اما بقى يا اما هو المايك يا اما الشماعات حاجه من كده. انا حتى لو ما عرفتش اعملها دلوقتي مش هتعملها دلوقتي هسيبها النهارده انا بس بعد ما اخلص اضيف مبسوط.
Hello, it's the mic. Hello, check. Hello. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello, testing. Hello, it's the mic. Hello, test. Hello, it's the mic. Hello, testing. Hello, it's the mic. Hello, it's the mic on 3. Hello, testing. Hello, test. Hello, it's the mic. Hello, test.
No, I just
Hello, it's the mic on 3. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello, it's the mic on 3. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello, test.
Testing. Hello, see mics.
Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Test the mic. Hello, check. Hello, check. Bismillah. Test. Test. Test the mic. Hello, check. Hello, check. Test the mic. Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Test. Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Hello, check. Test. Test. Same mic. Same mic. Test. Test. Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Test. Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Test. Hello, check. Test the mic. Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Test. Test the mic. Hello, check. Test. Hello, check. Test. 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 Hello, check. Bismillah. Test. Test. Test.
Test mic. Hello, check. Hello, test. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Test mic. Hello, check. Hello, test. Test mic. Hello, check.
Okay, colleagues, could you please take your seats? We'd like to start. Okay, could you please take your seats so I can see if we have a quorum in the room so we can start. Okay, so let's start. This final session for today will be done in about half an hour. So that Richard says less than half an hour. So we're doing really well today in terms of dividing our tasks. You've done all of afternoon and part of morning, and I'll do half an hour at the end of the day. Excellent. So so a couple of things that we want to do now before we close today. First of all is to lock in the dates for the Transitional Committee meetings for this year, and also seek agreement on the working arrangements for the Transitional Committee. I will also walk you through the elements of the work plan, but since the Secretariat is still working on the work plan, that will be shared later today, and we will return to it first thing tomorrow morning. So on the dates for the different meetings and events this year, you've received a document entitled Co-Chair's Proposal. Then we also noticed that indeed in a couple of places the meetings seem to be 5 days long instead of 4 days, so we've corrected that. So yes, thank you. Thank you, Sinead. And it was actually, it wasn't just the May meeting, it was also the October meeting, which we had accidentally put as 5 days, right? So so the proposal from the co-chairs on the dates of the meeting is that the second Transitional Committee meeting would take place from the 24th to the 27th of May. It would be somewhere in Europe with an easy access to Bonn, because it's so close to the Bonn session, but the venue is still to be determined. The third meeting of the Transitional Committee would take place from the 29th of August to the 1st of September. And the final and the fourth meeting of the Transitional Committee would take place from the 17th to the 20th of October. And the location of all of these meetings is still to be determined. The workshop, the first one, would be at the end of April, so from the 28th to the 29th in Bonn. Then the second relevant event to our work would be the second Glasgow Dialogue, which would be from the 8th to the 10th of June, also in Bonn. The second workshop is proposed to be held in July, from the 20th to the 21st of July. And then there would also be the ministerial consultation dates to be decided by the COP presidents. So can we move forward based on this basis? I see, Mo, you have your flag up.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for this proposal I have, and I want to check with the Secretariat also. There are challenges there, and some of the dates especially on the workshops. The first workshop, 28 to 29 of April, there is a GST meeting happening in Bonn. I think 27, 28. So I would, if possible, move this 28, 29 to 29 and 30. Both Hannah and myself are engaged in this GST, and maybe some others will be there. The second workshop, there is in planning, and I think it has been confirmed that there are several meetings related to climate finance happening in Bangkok from, I think, the 15th to the 20th or 21st. This includes a workshop on 2.1C, and this includes the forum of the Standing Committee on Finance. So if we can move this workshop to be on the 22nd and 23rd, this would make it much easier. So those are the ones just for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm trying to see that Carlos, you have your plug up. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I just want questions for clarification. I have not clear what is the relation of the TC member with the workshop. We need to assist. We plan to have register of the outcome of the workshop, accessible to the TC members or to the public, and I need more clarifications on the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Very good question. So basically, the idea is that the workshops and the Glasgow dialogue will cover issues and sort of feed into our work. So they will cover. So there will be lots of useful, more in-depth discussions on relevant topics than what we can cover here. But the workshops and the Glasgow dialogue, they will be in hybrid format, so TC members will be able to follow those also. If you don't have to be physically present if it's difficult, and also there will be, as always, there will be a workshop report. So we'll be able to harness a lot of the material, but obviously it is helpful if a number of Transitional Committee members can also participate in that work. But also we recognize that there's a huge, it is also an investment in time. Steve, please. Oh, sorry, is it Ren and then Steve?
Oh, thanks, Co-Chair. Just one technical issue. Can we have the document on the screen so that we are on the same page that what we are discussing about? Thanks.
Yes, we'll ask that to be put on the screen. Steve, please.
Thank you very much. Just 2 points. One is to agree with Ren on that, in part because the first date changes that Mo proposed, I didn't catch. So understanding what that was would be helpful. But the second comment that I wanted to make, and the real reason that I raised my flag, is with respect to the timing of the ministerial consultation. I understand and fully respect that it's the prerogative of the presidencies to choose the timing and place of that ministerial, but I think what is important for this committee is that ministerial happen with sufficient time afterwards for the Secretariat to conduct the work that it needs to do in paragraph 15 with respect to the synthesis report that feeds from that ministerial into our work, and then our TC4 workshop being scheduled at a time when all of that work is concluded and can be considered at the work that we do. So I don't know how we resolve that issue right now. I don't know if the presidencies have some ideas of when that ministerial consultation might be that they're discussing internally and it's fine here, or perhaps we want to actually not decide on when TC4 is because we need to make sure that that sequencing is correct. I think that is the set of options that I see before us.
Thanks, Steve. I'll give the floor to Mo in a moment. And looking at Hannah, that whether they're, well, obviously we're not expecting for you to announce the date of the ministerial right now, but I guess even if we could get some reassurances that it's likely to be before the 17th of October, I think that would be helpful for us if there's any assurances that can be provided. But Mo, please. Okay, so I think it's the same question. Yeah.
If you allow me, I mean, we came here, and if I read paragraph 14, which talks about this ministerial consultations, it doesn't say that it should be before the end of the work of the TC. It just says that it should be prior to the 20th session of the Conference of the Parties and the 5th session of the Council of the Parties. So, and the aim is to advance the consideration and understanding of a possible outcome. So in our discussion in the retreat, one question was, should this happen after the end of the work of the TC and then it works on a formulation of a decision? Or should it happen before the last session of the TC so it really can give a push? Now, with our understanding from all TC members that it should be before the last TC, right? This is as per the document. And having said, and then now we know that we have to go back to the ministers because those are ministers and we cannot now, at least from my side, commit to a date, be it before or after, or a specific date that is there, but we'll be working on it to inform the TC members. So this is my first point. My second point is very quickly, I mean, maybe I missed that. The aim of the workshops was what? Was to bring all those presentations instead of having them in the TC, to move them to the workshops and have a discussion there, right? And it is mainly to inform us as TC members. So when we are having decisions, we will be informed based on that. Then now it seems that the workshops are moving to be something else, to be a workshop, and the TC members could attend virtually or physically. And so who will be attending the workshops? I mean, who are the parties or the stakeholders that we are engaging on a workshop of the TC on? It's different than the Glasgow Dialogue. Glasgow Dialogue is mandated and we have a clear thing and we have a big participation. It happens with the SB, so all parties are there. But the two workshops that are relevant to the TC work, it seems now that colleagues are saying that those are not relevant to the TC work. Some people will have a discussion there and then a report comes to us and we will take this report to inform our discussion. I thought that engagement like what we saw this morning and yesterday were very good in formulating our understanding of the issue. But if you are not engaging or not, if you're not attending the workshops, then why are we having the workshops? That's a question, and I would like to hear views on that. Thank you.
Okay, let me gather some more.
Sorry, on the last one, just responding to Steve. There is a meeting on the GST in Bonn 27 and 28 of April. So the proposal just to move it to be from 28 and 29 to be 29 and 30th. And there is the discussion on the workshop on 21C and the forum of the SCF happening and ending on the 21st of July, and it's happening in Bangkok. So if we can move this only one day to be like 21, 22. Thank you.
Okay, let me gather some more views and then we'll provide a way forward. Steve, please.
Thank you, and sorry to come back on it. I just wanted to clarify the previous statement that I made with respect to the timing of the final TC meeting. I do recognize that paragraph 14 doesn't speak about specific timing for the ministerial consultation, but there are actually two paragraphs that govern that set of work. And it has to be, from my perspective, has to be read in conjunction with paragraph 15, which says that the ministerial feeds into the Secretariat's the second synthesis report, and that synthesis report needs to be provided to the TC to inform the recommendations that we're developing. Presumably, the recommendations that the TC develop have to be concluded at the final TC, and therefore reading 14 and 15 in conjunction, the decision actually does say that the ministerial has to come ahead of the final TC. And that's just the simple point that I was trying to make.
Thanks. Jean-Christophe.
An answer to Mohamed, to what I understood from our discussion about the workshop is that indeed it would be very useful for TC members to participate, but at the same time, acknowledging the difficulties to travel all over the year, to make possible for TC members willing to do so to participate virtually. So that's my understanding. So it means that it's still very important to attend this meeting, but with the possibility to attend it virtually. On the first workshop date, I'm not sure you realize that it's a weekend that you propose, Mohamed. Is it the best moment for conveying people? And certainly also because the next month, the Monday following is the May 1st, which is a holiday in many countries in Europe and probably broader than that. So if we may move it backward, maybe just before the GST, it would be much better, I think.
Georg, please.
Yes. Thank you. And I'm not sure I'm going to be helpful at all. But I was just looking at the, and we haven't, I agree as far as, the way I've understood that we want the workshops to contribute to our work. But I also want to, I was looking at the calendar again now, and this workshop, if we decide on these dates or a couple of days plus minus, is only 4 weeks from now. So I'm just wondering, and maybe I have to ask this question to the Secretariat, how likely is it that we're going to be able to organize this workshop, have those who would like to have be present at that workshop, resource persons, observers, I don't know who it would be yet even, to participate in 4 weeks' time and have a successful workshop, successful in delivering to what we need. So maybe I suggested, maybe think a bit about an earlier suggestion that Christina had, at least for this first workshop, that we might move it closer to the TC2, maybe even back to back with the TC2. It will give more time for the planning and well, again, I said I wasn't necessarily going to be helpful, but I know how long time it does. I have some experience myself also in just organizing something like this, and we're talking about pulling in resources from a lot of places. They need to clear us calendars, and well, no need to say more.
Thanks, Georg. I mean, we've discussed with Secretariat. Normally, it takes a month. Is about the minimum. I think 3 weeks is the absolute minimum that you need. Having said that, the idea is indeed that all of the workshops are in hybrid format. So in some cases, it might be easier than to get presenters and get discussants for a workshop when they can sort of participate in a hybrid format. And just to stress that indeed the idea is that these are important opportunities for TC members to really get into those in-depth discussions, to get that kind of information, but recognizing that everyone cannot travel everywhere all the time. So that's why the hybrid format is also very important. Now I have Milagros, then I had Hannah, and then Richard, and then we're going to stop this discussion about dates. We'll just then David, then the proposal is going to be that we lock in the dates for the Transitional Committee meeting, and we might need to come back to the workshop dates as they evolve. But now, Milagros, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just to bring to the attention to the members of the TC that are also members of the board to the GCF, and I see at least 4 of us and several advisors, that we have a workshop in Berlin on the 17th and 18th of May, which is very 1 week away from TC2. So if it's possible, then maybe we should to consider at least moving up at least 2 days to start on Monday, that TC2, so we don't have a week in the middle between both meetings, since they are in Europe, both of them. And also for workshop 2, we have the GCF board meeting from the 10th to the 13th of July. There's a week in the middle, and that's something that we can maybe go back home and then go to wherever the workshop is. But remember that it will be in Songdo probably. South Korea, so that travel might be difficult to some of us.
Okay, Hannah, did you want to come in?
Sure, thank you. So yeah, just to reiterate on what we said during the retreat, which is that ultimately, and as Ambassador Mohammed said, ministers' calendars, we all know, is fun. So I think what we'll need to understand really is the expectations of the TC, what they'd like to do and get out of this ministerial consultation. And if there's an agreement, we asked this a few times, I think, over the retreat, whether, and actually we had a spirited debate on whether it should be before the last meeting or if we should have all our meetings and then leave the end to the ministers. And I think that was one of the rationales for having a fourth meeting so that we can wrap up after the political guidance. So I think if there's clear guidance under that, we'll take that under guidance and certainly try to come back as soon as possible with that ministerial understanding that it will take time to organize things. On the dates of the workshop, I'm sorry, John Christophe, it is a weekend. It is also challenging, I guess, to find times as many of us will be in Bonn for various things and then in Petersburg right after that. So I guess there's never a perfect moment. So perhaps we can keep looking at options, but I do appreciate all the flexibility of everyone who's given up their lives in the pursuit of this great meaningful cause as well. Not that saying that we have to, just if there is flexibility, we appreciate it. And Georg, I often feel like our job does come down to protocol and event management. So I hear your point on all of us having experience, but I do think that we have learned in COVID that the hybrid format means that you actually can bring things together in shorter time and have more representation and active participation and hopefully also gender balance in these engagements as well. So not that was an issue, just saying there are benefits to the hybrid format. So all that to say, we're in your hands, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Uti. So I don't want to get into further discussion on dates. I mean, they're not going to work for everybody, and we just have to accept that. I just wanted to raise in principle concern about, I mean, for me, I'm not able to attend the workshop 1 and the workshop 2 in person. I mean, I will be able to attend in hybrid, but I'm just wondering what is the consequence of TC members not being present in person? Because, I mean, these are not TC workshops, but they're there to inform the TC. There's a great expectation on us to deliver our work. And if we're not, as at least the majority of us, able to attend in person, I'm worried about what perception that may create. And I'm a little bit worried about that. I think my preference, and again, this just may not be possible. So, but in principle, I do think it's really important that the large majority of the TC members can be present at these workshops because they're not just workshops, they're opportunities for us to interact in person discussions with different constituencies, different major groups, different actors. And I think we would be doing a disservice to ourselves and our mandate if we aren't there in person. But on my case, I have one clashes with my wife's birthday and the other clashes with my wife's travel. So I'm stuck on that one, but I will attempt to I will be there in hybrid, but I would prefer to be there in person, and that's so be it. But I just wanted to express that concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. I now have David, Mo, Lotte and Debbie, and then we'll provide a way forward. David, please.
Thanks, Uti. Richard, I agree entirely. I worry about, I mean, these workshops exist for the express purpose of supporting our work. And if we're not able to engage in them in the best possible way, we won't get as much out of them. And we also risk issues with respect to perception. Speaking personally, unless the workshops are butted up against the TC meetings, I am unlikely to go. It's a day and a half travel proposition for me to get to Europe, and my schedule's packed as it is. So very happy to engage in hybrid format. It's not as effective as participating in person, but if that's the best we can do, that's the best we can do. And clearly, much time and energy's gone into trying to line this up as best as possible, but it's never going to be ideal. If we are operating in a hybrid mode, just to put in an appeal for those in different time zones, if we just operate on Bonn business hours, we are disadvantaging a significant chunk of the globe, including mine. So if some latitude could be offered in that respect, that would be useful. And just to come back to the point that Steve had made, certainly my interpretation of paragraph 15 is that we are expecting that ministerial consultation to be part of what is synthesised for us to finalise the work of the Transitional Committee. Now, Hannah is, of course, correct. Ministers can do whatever ministers choose to do. But, having been through exercises not radically dissimilar from this in the past, I think there's real advantage in taking everything that is conceived and putting it to the Transitional Committee for us to tie it up as neatly as we possibly can in order to complete our work for COP. So I would agree with Steve's suggestion with respect to sequencing, but of course we are in the hands of our presidencies. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, Mo, please.
Thank you so much. A small proposal, if the secretary can go back and look at it. Seems that the TC meetings are fine, but the workshops are the ones with the challenge. So if the secretary can go back and take into consideration what we mentioned and work through a secretariat between the different elements of the secretariat and come back with something, this is the one. Second one is I agree with colleagues. I mean, and Georg and others that this workshops are meant for us, not meant for the outside world. So if we are not participating, then we are giving a totally wrong message. Why are we having those workshops? Second, of course, we all respect. All what we all have commitments, but my understanding when we came here, everybody was fighting to be on the TC, and then suddenly everybody doesn't have time to be on the TC. But anyway, we know that this is important, and just like virtual or in-person participation is important, but we have to be there because this informs our discussion on the second workshop, which is close to the GCF meeting. I think we can, if the secretary can work with the finance team, because as I said, like there is a forum, there is a 21C scheduled after the GCF. So you can switch, or TC members who are willing, they can attend that because they're also relevant. The discussion under 21C, the discussion on the forum on just transition, all relevant and to our discussion if they have the time, of course. I just wanted to flag that. On the ministerial, I think Hannah mentioned that we'll take this to the ministers and we'll see how it goes. We'll take, of course, into consideration what was mentioned by colleagues here. Everybody wants to have an outcome and the outcome to be informed in the right way. Thank you.
Okay, good. I mean, I was going to come to the same conclusion that it seems like the TC meeting dates are broadly okay. We will look again with the secretariat as to what are the options with the workshops. Also wondering whether, do workshops need to be, if they are back to back with a TC meeting, do they need to be 2 days? Could they be, for example, 1.5 day, and then the TC meeting being like 3.5 days? So that could perhaps help with the packed calendar. We'll look into that. But now I have. And I'm also very conscious that we have people here who are fasting, so we'll make sure that we close before 6. Now it's Lotte and then Debbie.
I shall be extremely short. But just wondering, as for the ministerial, whether we could piggyback on the UNGA that we could have in the margins of the General Assembly. That was just one suggestion for us. I think it would make it easier for everyone's in terms of ministers' calendars. And then thank you for the last suggestion in terms of workshop. I think that's clear, but I'll stay away from having any other opinion on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Lotte. Then Debbie, followed by Jaime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Simply, forgive me, when I put my flag up, I was slightly confused about where we'd got to on ministerial dialogue, but in line with others, I think it would be incredibly helpful if there were ministerial consultations before TC4. I think it would help us to shape the recommendations that we'll be taking to COP28. And then from me, forgive me, just a sort of a vote in favour of allowing hybrid participation in the workshops. I think it will increase attendance. I fully accept and agree that it's not as ideal as in-person attendance, but I think hybrid attendance is better than less attendance, and it will increase participation and transparency. Many thanks.
Thanks a lot. And indeed, as already highlighted, it is the COP presidencies will consult their masters to come up with a date for the ministerial, and I think we'll just try to focus on getting the sort of our work calendar worked out. Next, I have Jaime, followed by Sumaya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quick. We believe that it's important to have some concrete outputs from the workshop to support the work of the TC members. So in this regard, we would like to ask maybe to the co-chairs or the secretary, I don't know, to prepare some summary report, summary notes, or reflections notes, something like that for this purpose. So thank you.
Thank you. And then Sumaya.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the dates for TC2 are going to be difficult for the African group because we will meet as lead coordinator in Bonn before the SBs on the 28th. So that will make it a very long stay until the end of the SBs for us. So I think that will not work for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With the about 5 minutes that we have left, so let me just summarize. We've gathered views on the calendar. We're going to again look with the Secretariat as to what's possible and come up with a proposal later today or sort of first thing tomorrow morning to make sure that we lock in dates. But sort of I think there's broad agreement around the dates of the Transitional Committee meetings. There seems to be now support for having back-to-back with the TC meetings, at least one of the workshops. So we will look into what's possible. The other document that I wanted to possibly seek your agreement on was on the working arrangements. You've received multiple versions today, including the latest one with the track changes. We've tried to capture here what was the sense of the discussion that we had earlier on the working arrangements. We believe we have captured all views. And I would now just like to check whether we are in the position to adopt our working arrangements today, or is there still a need to come back to it to tomorrow morning? Perhaps I just sort of draw your attention to the paragraph 21. Which was about, when the meetings are open and whether they would then be, what is the procedure for having a closed meeting? Again, like Richard and I highlighted earlier, we expect common sense to prevail also when it comes to this issue, and would hope that you would trust your co-chairs to have the sense of proposing what to do with the meetings at each particular issue that we happen to be discussing. Are we okay with the working arrangements as presented? Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Uti. No further question on the working arrangement, but I certainly would like to have some time tomorrow to discuss the intersessional work. I think it's not enough to deal with these dates. So I really would like that. Second, I don't agree personally to have meeting back to back. I think we are going to lose 2 months there instead of 1. We need this workshop as soon as possible. I understand the time needed to prepare for that. But again, when we discuss it, the hybrid format makes it easier to locate it in a correct sequencing in order for this workshop to feed in the report which should be available for the TC member 2 weeks ahead of the next TC meeting. If we want to be efficient, let's try to be strict on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for highlighting the need for intersessional work and for having this sort of clarity on how we work intersessionally. Our thinking was that we would sort of explain that in the work plan that you will get later today. And we were hoping that we could now just adopt the working arrangements, which consist of the mandate of the Transitional Committee, of the basically co-chairs, and decision making on meetings, on approaches to implementation of the work plan. If need be, we can of course revise this and come back with a new version later today with further modalities on the intersessional work. But if the committee would like to take a decision before closing, just before 6 o'clock, that would be wonderful. Can I just look around the room? Are we ready to adopt the working modalities? We don't have a gavel, but I'll bang something. No. Okay. Thank you very much. So the committee has adopted working modalities. Wonderful. We have now working arrangements. So we have taken a decision. Have a very good evening. I'll just sort of say a few words about the work plan that you're going to receive later today. So that will then include the timeline, the proposal for structuring and sequencing of the work, and it will also include a couple of paragraphs on the topics for the workshops. So you will receive that draft later today, and we will then discuss that first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. You worked really hard, and have a very good evening.